I guess you'll
จืดจืดจืดจืดจืดจืดจืดจืดจืดจืดจืดจืดจืดอีก3 นาทีนะครับสวัสดีครับผมมาแป๊บนึงนะไปล้างหน้าล้างตาก่อนโคตรหนาวเลยห้องเนี้ยบอกเลยจริงๆนะปรับแอร์โคตรหนาวอะหนาวแบบหนาวโคตรคิดว่าใครชนะวันนี้วอร์มเดทแมทมีแต่คนวอร์มเดทแมท
Connected. Channel
สวัส
switch.
ดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ มาครับ
สกอร์เป็นไงครับวันนี้
โหอันนี้
วันนี้เอาแบบว่าเอาเชียร์3-1แล้วกันแต่แบบไม่ขอเป็นทีเด็ด
ไม่ขอเป็นทีเด็
น้อ
ด
งบ่อยสวัสดีครับผม
แล้วทีเด็ดอ่ะ
ทีเด็ดไม่มี
มีด้วยเหรออย่างเงี้ย
ไม่มีวันนี้ เอาอย่างนี้ วันนี้นัดกับบัสไว้6 โมงเอ็มคอเทียถามบัสเฮ้ยบัสถ้ามันโบ5ทำไงวะ ไม่ถึงหรอกพี่ บัสยังไม่มั่นใจเลย ลงไอเวสได้บ้านเพิ่มอีกหลังชัวร์100
ไม่มีทีเด็ด เท่ากับ ดีงับพี่เอฟผมซื้อวูตติ้งมาละดีมากๆเอาว่ะวูตติ้งบอย
ใช่วันนี้ไปเที่ยว
ไอหูฟัง AirPods ที่มันต่อกับคอมได้ด้วยเหรอวะพี่
เอากินกาแฟมาแล้วครับผม น่าจะใช้บลูทูธต่อนะ
เหรอไม่ดีเลยเหรอที่ผมอยากได้เลยนะจริงๆปัญหาเดียวคือต้องชาร์จแบตรัว
บูม
เฮ้ย
บู1.5
ๆนั้นพกนมถุงมากินด้วยเหรอ
เท่าไหร่อะเหรียญเท่าไหร่อะสวยอยู่นะ
User joined your channel.
สวัสดีครับ
ตอนซ้อมสู้ไม่ได้ครับผม สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีนะครับ
ฮัลโหล โอเค
โยฮัลโหล
วันนี้ผมอยู่กับน้องพี
พี่ออยพี่
โอ้ยทำไมมาอยู่ด้วยกันน่ะ
เอ้าเขามีกิจกรรมมาดิพี่
ไปด้วยดิครับ
มาแต่ไม่มีแอลกอฮอล์นะมาหรือเปล่า
อ๋อไม่กินครับ ไม่ดื่ม กินแต่นม
ไาชื่
เอาเป็นฉีดเหรอ
ฮะเอ้ยโอ้โห แรงเกิน
จีเข้าเส้นเหรอ วาโลอยู่ไหนวะเราเมื่อวานลิตเติ้ลไปไหนอะ
ลิตเติ้ลอ๋อลิตเติ้ลอยากไปบาหลี
อ๋อ รู้เรื่อง
ลิตเติ้ลบอกว่า ในเมืองไม่ค่อยสุนทรีเท่าไหร่
ผมให้เลยฟูลเซนต์เอาว่ะยังไม่มีทีเด็ด
พูดตัวทองยังไงวะ
ไอ้วูตติ้งนี่มันต้องไปตั้ง SOCD ใน
พูดทูมิว
ไม่
SOCD ในนี่นะ ในเขาเรียกว่าอะไรวะ
ตั้งปุ่มเปิดปิด
เซียนจัดตั้งตรงไหนอะเนี่ยเหรอ
นี่
เนี่ย
ต้องไปตั้ง SOCD ในเบต้าวูตติ้งป่ะหรือว่าเดี๋ยวนี้มันเอาเข้ามาในนี่แหละวูตติ้งปกติ
มากี่โมงอะ
มา
วั
แล้ว
นไหน
เนี่ยวันเนี้ยมาเลย
ทำอะไรกัน
มีปาร์ตี้
ผัดกันจับกระเจียว
เนี่ยมาไหมมาผัดได้ไหม
พี่เอยมาด้วยไหม
มันมีปาร์ตี้ที่จับอย่างอื่นไหม
ปาร์ตี้อะไรนะ
ผัดกันจับกระเจียวพี่
โอ้โห ทำไมปาร์ตี้มันเถื่อนจัง
ไอ้กระเจียวไอ้
ดอกไม้เหรอ
เออ
อ๋อ
นั่นกระเจี๊ยบ
อ๋อ มันกระเจี๊ยบ
หรอแล้วผมซื้อผิดอย่างนั้นน่ะ
ไม่เป็นไร
กินอะไรดี
เฮ้ยทำไมคนมองโบแบบว่าฟูลเซนขนาดเนี้ยยังไงดี
ตอนซ้อมโดนนะดิ
หรอ
ใช่
เอ้ยไอ้พวกนี้มันสิงสนามซ้อมเปล่าพี่
แม่ง พี่เอ๋ยยอมเหรอเป็นผมไม่เยยนะเอ้ย
เอ้ย
ไม่เยอะ
พี่เอ๋ยไม่เยยงงว่ะ
ทำไมร้านอาหารประจำปิดหมดเลยอ่ะ เข เขารวยกันหมดแล้วเหรอ
เขามาเชียร์ฟูลเซนพี่
อ่า
อ๋อ
เป็นไงผมชงค่ะหวานๆปะ
อันนี้ดูช่องไหนกันอยู่อ่ะ
ช่อง
โคตรใหญ่
VCT Pacific
ดูใน YouTube ป่ะ
YouTube ดีเลยดิ
ไม่ดีเลยเนี่ย
หรอไม่ดีเลยแล้วเหรอ
ไม่ดีเลยแล้ววันนี้
ไม่ดีเลยแล้วไอ้เหี้ยเขาเอาห่อหมกไปด้วย
ใหญ่
อันนี้วินเลจเหรอวินเลจเปอร์เซ็นต์
เท่ากัน
AI
เลย
ให้สูสีอยู่นะ
อันนี้คือชิงใครแพ้ตกรอบ
ใช่พี่รอบก่อนรองชนะเลิศ
เหรอ
นี่ยังไงชื่ออย่างเป็นทางการ
ปวานบอกบู5
พี่
พี่เอ๋ย
อ่ะ
เมื่อวานพี่บอกโบ5นะ
เนี่ยวันนี้โบห้า
ฮะ 3ไม่เหรอ
5 ดิ
5เลยเหรอ
รอบรองไม่เหรอ รอบรองโบ5เลยเหรอ
ใช่ รอบชิงใส่ล่าง
แล้วรอบชิงโบอะไรโบ7เหรอ
โบ 11
เฮียมัน
เอ้ยผมไม่ได้ดู ไม่ได้ดูวาโลรันต์เดี๋ยวนี้ก็แข่งโบ5หรอ
ไอพี่ก็เพิ่งเห็นเหมือนกัน
มันโบ 5 ตลอดนะไอ้ปกติไอ้พวกรอบชิง
หรอ
แต่มันแข่งคู่เดียว จบ
You already know you can make it top 3, top 4. That's the easy part. But making it to the grand finals, especially in front of your home crowd, you know it means so much more to them in this kind of race. Everyone wants to make it to VCT Pacific, but only Boom can say we're gonna do it in front of our home crowd, and that's the
ยัง
stage
เปิดกล้องเหรอ
for Boom Esports.
Yep.
Crazy.
It's
heavy.
เปิดกล้องดีไหม ต้องเปิดแหละ
We talked so much about how good their Haven is. Yeah, they got 13-0, but we were praising them before that. So that doesn't go
นี่ถ้า
out
โบ
of the
5
window
เรา
all
ก็
of a
ดู
sudden.
เราดูแค่คู่เดียว
They
เนาะ
can still play that
มันมี
back,
คู่เดียว
right?
ไม่มีคู่เดียว
So I'm looking
ไม่อยากกิน
that
เลย
same performance
ไม่
from
ได้
Full
รู้เลยพี่
แถวนี้มีก๋วยเตี๋ยวเปิดใหม่นะหมายถึงว่าก๋วยเตี๋ยว
สรุปมีปาร์ตี้อะไรกันนะ
บุฟเฟ่ต์
กูพลาดเลยเปล่าเนี่ย
ไม่มี
มี
เอามี
ไม่มี
ไม่มี
อ่า
นึกว่ามีปาร์ตี้ชิบหายอะไรอย่างเงี้ยนะ
เขามี
มี
ถ่าย
เนี่ย watch party
ถูกต้อง
ไม่มีพี่เบสดูไม่ได้นะ ฟังจากคำเตือน
อ๋อเพิ่มนี่หว่า
ไม่เราไม่โดนอยู่แล้วอยู่
พี่เอฟ
ซูป
ฟังดิพี่เอฟฟัง
ซูปเราไม่กลัวเรื่องเพลงอยู่แล้ว
ไม่โดนพี่ฟังเพลงอยู่
ฟังเพลงอยู่
เอ้ยไม่โดนเมื่อวานพี่ไม่โดนจริง แต่ว่าถ้าเราปิดไอตอนรอแมตช์ทันอะเรารอดละ
อย่างนั้นเหรอ ความไวของปีศาจเหรอ
ไอที่มันนับถอยหลังอะแล้วเป็นรูปหน้าเจ็ตอะ
ที่ร้านของกินโคตรเยอะเลยจะกินแนวไหนบอกมาเดี๋ยวพี่จัดให้น้องชาย
เดี๋ยวเนื้อตุ๋น
กินเป็นซูชิบนตัวเงี้ย
โอ้สีบนตัวเป็นตัวพี่เอ๋ยไหม
ได้เลย
ให้พี่เอ๋ยนอนลงนะ
มาพี่เอ้ย
พี่เอ๋ยบอกกูไปละ
เดี๋ยวกำลังตอบคำถามแชทอยู่
เอาวะคำถาม นี่โหมดไฟไปไหนวะแป๊บนึงนะอ๋อเจอละ
นี่เปิดใหม่
ตึงๆเหรอ
ไม่รู้ตึงไหมไม่เคยกินโอนกาตะกวะ
มาเติมไวจัด .com ซาซาเกิลซาซาเกิล
อากิระเมสึ
อันนี้คืออินโทรอนิเมะเหรอ
เหมือนปะ
เอ้า
I think right now all the team are worried about how they're going for the finals weekend. It made them forget what should be there.
อีวีกับคุณสมาชิกนะครับวันนี้คุ้งให้ใครครับวันนี้ฟูลเซนอยู่แล้วครับมันต้องเน้นหน่อยอ่ะ
พี่เอ๋ยพี่เอฟ
นะ
มันมีเมาส์วาโลอะไรนะที่แบบโกงๆอ่ะ
เมาส์โกง มี
เมาส์
คีย์บอ
โก
ร์
ง
ด
ด้วยเหรอ
มีเหรอ
ที่แบบคลิกไวๆมีปะที่แบบมันเด็กแอคชั่นไวๆอ่ะหรือว่าอยู่ที่นิ้ว
มันก็เทคโนโลยีเดียวกันหมดปะ
อ้าวเหรอไม่ใช่พวกไฟนอลเมาส์อะไรอย่างเงี้ยหรอ
เมาส์ส่วนใหญ่จะเอาเน้นถนัดมือมากกว่า
แต่คีย์บอร์ดอะโกงจริงผมบอกให้
ที่เอฟใช้อะเหรอที่น้องพี่ใช้อะเหรอ
ใช่ มันมีไอ้แฮกอยู่ในตัวด้วยไงเสียบ
อ๋อ
ปุ๊บ
ว่า
เสียบปุ๊บมันก็สติ๊กเกอร์เลย
เฮ้ยเพลงนี้ไม่โดน
F15
เปิดเลย
อย่างนี้ไม่โดน
เอ้ยบ้านซูปไม่โดนครับผมมาซูปอะไรเอฟมา เวฟ3
ทูบนี่ไม่โดนเลยนะ เปิดเพลงได้ชิล
โค
เลย
ตรดีอ่ะ
ชิลเลย
มันจะ
ยินดีต้อนรับบราวนี่เข้าสู่ซูปครับ
แต่ว่า
ยัง
แต่ว่าวันนี้มีคนบอกว่าแอปไม่เตือนเลยไม่รู้ว่าไรก็ไม่รู้ว่าแอปจะเตือนเมื่อไหร่ตูบเนี่ยตอนเนี้ย
พี่เอ๋ลองทำแบบแมนนวลมาแบบ เวลากดสตรีมปุ๊บพี่เอ๋ก็นั่งรถไปกระซิบข้างหูเตือนแบบกูมาแล้วนะ
PTC
ตัด
โบห้าครับจ้าขอบคุณ
ใช่เลย
ต้องโฟกัสกี่โมงแล้ว
เดินดูมั่นใจอยู่นะอ้าวแล้วทำไม PTC ไม่มีเสียงอะเมื่อกี้ PTC เดินมาเงียบๆจอห์นโอเซน
ตัดใจแทน
PTC ย่องไงชิปมา
อ๋อกดชิป
อัน
ไอ้
นี้
สัตว์
วิ่งมา
กูเห็นก็เดินกันหมด
ซูชิบุยน้องเจมส์แต่ก่อนตอนที่น้องเจมส์แข่งใหม่ๆนี่คือเมนนะเมนน้องเจมส์น้องแพทชอบดู
เดี๋ยวนี้ดู
แล้ววันทาง
เจมส์ซีคอนเนอร์แทน
ตอนนี้ดูพี่เจมส์
ล้วงกระเป๋าแม่หนาวผมว่าดูทรงอะ
อ๋อหนาวอะไม่ใช่แบบว่าคันช่วงล่าง
เออหนาว
ดูสิจับเคเจฟอกว่ะฟอกอ่ะฟอกที่ไหน
ไอ้ฟอกเล่นมะเนี่ย
ฟ็อกซี่ได้ทำไมตาเยอะขนาดนั้นทำอะไรวะ
เมาส์โกง
นั่งมาครึ่งชั่วโมงแล้วยังไม่ได้เมนูเลยตอนนี้
ไอ้นี่หมวกที่ว่า
ไม่รู้เหมื
สี
อน
ส
กัน
แลชเชอร์เนี่ย
หล่อจัง MC Slasher
ตัวจริงหล่อเหมือนกันเนี่ย
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยยิ้ม
มี
ให้
รั
กั
ก
นเหร
ยิ้ม
อ
ด้วย
เชี่ยมันส่งยิ้มให้กันเหรอพี่หมายความว่าอะไร
อุ้ย
มีใจหรือเปล่า
ดีใจ
แต่ดาเมจไม่รุนแรงเท่าพี่ยิ้มให้นะอันเนี้ย
เชดเดอร์
อืม
ยิ้ม
โดนอีกแล้ว
พี่เลยไม่ได้ยิ้มพี่เลยกำลังเยิ้มอยู่
โอ้โห
เฮ้ยไม่
ยังไม่
ตรงเหรอ
ยังไม่ถึงเวลา
เชเค
เต้นมาเลยว่ะ
เยดโด
หุย
ขอให้มึงหมดแรงไม่มีแรงขยับเมาส์ไอ้พี่
ไอ้นี่มันเน้นเท่ทุกช็อตเลยว่ะพี่เอ๋ยพี่เอ๋ยบ่นไอ้หมอนี้
อันนี้ถ้าพี่เมานี่พี่ก็ออกมาเต้นอย่างเหมือนกันนะ ได้เห็นหนึ่งสเต็ปแบบฟอนเมื่อ
ไม่
ก่อน
ไม่มีไม่มี
มีเดี๋ยวผมถ่ายคลิปไว้รอบหน้า
ไอ้ยวันนั้นก็ไม่ได้เต้นโอ้โหใจเย็น
อยาก
ยัง
เห็น
มีสติอยู่ครับยังมีสติอยู่ถึงจะ
อยาก
จำ
เห็น
มั
ไอ้
ไม่
นี่เล
ได้
ยอยากเห็นแบบวิกเตอร์ที่อยู่ในนาจีก่อนออกมาเต้นนี่เท่นะ
ชิโร่ชิโร่มันทำไมชื่อคุ้นๆวะ
ซูชิอะ
อ๋อหิว
รวมกันเลย
ชิโร่อ่ะซูชิโร่อ่ะคำว่าชูหายไป
อยู่กับซูชิบอย
อันนี้เปิดในไหนอ่ะอันนี้เปิดในไหนตอนนี้
ผมดูใน YouTube ลิงก์ที่ส่งให้แต่ยังไม่ได้นับเวลาเลยนะเดี๋ยวต้องให้พี่ๆนับเวลาไอ้ทวิตผมดูไม่ได้พี่มันขายเครื่องกรองน้ำผมตลอดเลยพัดลมคูลเลอร์
ไม่มันต้องซื้อก่อนไง
ผมซื้อไปแล้วตั้ง700 เหรียญโคตรแพง
แก้ปัญหาด้วยการซื้อแม่งเลย
ซื้อเลยมันต้อง
ซื้อมาไม่ยังโดนแอดเลย
ซื้อบริษัทนะ
โอ้โห
ซื้อบริษัทแล้วก็ปิดแอด
ร
เมื่อ
วยว
าน
จัด
ผมพิมพ์ไปว่าผมแบบ FC Viper Demon เขายังไม่ให้ผมเลย
โอ้โห
เขาจะแบนเรานะ
เราไม่แบนก็บุญแล้ว
I will have to wait and see. We can already see them
เสื้อสไตล์
using the
baseball
crowd to their
อ้าวไม่มี
advantage.
พี่แล้ว
The crowd
เอา
are
มา
loving seeing them come out
ถามพี่
like
เบสก่อน
that.
มัน
This
ดูไหม
is too excited.
I'm excited for the C showdown, and we immediately get some bans here going by an icebox. Not too surprising, full sets.
Oi.
Struggling against some free
พี่เบสหานะพี่
has not found
อ่ะบิดอีกแล้วพี่
Icebox. You guys already look at map number 2, but I'm looking at map number
เฮ้ยอย่า
1.
บิดคนไทยเก่ง
For the classic C
ใช่พี่เอ๋ย
showdown with the usual meta. Sure, Boom has
อ่ะ
to
บิดเหรอ
get this
เออ
tournament.
คนไทยเก่งทุกแมปอะในแรง
นั่นแห
อะ
ละ
Against full sets. When full sets did
ไม่มีไม่เก่ง
But I know Abyss again. Ewok, why don't you go for it?
Yeah, I'm just looking at map 2.
Yeah,
That's
like always.
I'm so excited to see Abyss once again. I'm curious to see are we
ไอ้
going
เต้
to
ยังชอบอะบิดเลย
more of the playbook.
เฮ้ยมันนะเว้ย
Boom
บิด
ใครก็ชอบ
didn't have to show yesterday was quite dominant. So of course I would think that they didn't have to show everything that they have. But some question marks on full sense. They're gonna have to be ready for
Full
this
sense.
Abyss. And then I'm looking at the Lotus.
Yeah.
Teams are
เฮ้ยให้
smelling
ไปกี่เปอร์เซ็นต์
some
ครับ
blood
วัน
in the
นี้
water. from
วันนี้ก็
Boom's
ออกความคิดเห็นได้ไหม
I also want to point out Sunset
เสี่ยงมากเลยวันเนี้ย
Map 5 Haven. We can talk about that later. We
ถาม
have
ถาม
yesterday
ถามน้องพี่เต้คู่นี้ให้ใคร
price on Ascent, right, Mika? It will just
ไม่ให้ใคร
be
คู่นี้
your standard composition versus your standard composition.
เอาแบบมันๆเลย
John Olsen versus Spain
ฟูเซน
was
3-1
on. We're all looking out.
เอ้ยเนี่ยไง
Yeah, and Ewok, I know we have no surprises here.
ไม่
เดี๋ยวดูฟ้องก่อน
But are we looking for something
บูมเมื่อวานผมบอกว่าไม่รู้ว่า
ด่านเนี้ยด่านนี้ฟูเซนได้
I'm excited
อ๋อ
to see
ฟูเซนแล้วกันฟูเซน
ฟูเซนได้ด่าน
ฟู
นี้
เซน30ไป
30เลย
พี่รีบพี่หิวอะ
รีบไปไหนหรือเปล่าเนี่ย
Your fundamentals will be proven right here, right now, especially when you have
30
ไปโดนโอตโรตัสด่านสุดท้ายป่ะเมื่อกี้
ใช่ปะ เอฟอะเอฟกับพี่เอ๋ยให้อะไรอะ
ด่านไหนอันนี้เหรอ
ให้ฟูเซนดิ
คู่นี้อะ
คือทายฟูเซน3-1
นี่ไงแม่
เอา
แต่
ว่ะ
เสียงแบบสั่น
เสียงแบบสั่น
เอฟให้อะไร
3-1เหมือนกัน
เนี่ย
Boom Esports versus a full sense.
เอาหน่อยเว้ยน้อง
And Komodo, are you ready to ascend to greatness? We are about to head into ascent. Take it away.
เมื่อวานบูมใส่ล่างใช่ไหม
ใช่
แต่
แต่เหนื่อยเมื่อวานหมดแล้วยิงหมดแล้ว
ไม่แต่บูมชนะลีดเดอร์มาได้ไงเดี๋ยวก่อน ลีดเดอร์เกือบชนะเกาหลีอะ
จริงเหรอ
ใช่
อ๋อเบาทามมิ่งเบา
I'm hoping a 5-map series after what we've already
เสื้อ
seen.
เพื่อนมันบอกพาตัด3 คนแล้วไง
Right now into the grand final, and they kind of
แล้วเดี๋ยวไปเปลี่ยนเสื้อก็ได้
with full sense yesterday. I'm just going to put it out there, right? They're calling it the incident. We walked us through that one, and I was impressed. I was impressed by SBG, and I'm knowing that going in towards this map of ascent right now for full sense, it has to be the reset.
โอ้เสียงไม่โดนรถแม่งเอ้ย
ขอบคุณพี่ยูนะครับสำหรับ52 ดวงขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับ
You're fighting against Boom's fans out of the server here,
พันน่ะ
and you know yesterday's showing of the crowd support wasn't really there for them in that game, right? Now
เขาบอกว่าชิโร่เป็น PRX รุ่นแรกสมัยมาสเตอร์เบอร์ลิน
เออ
ใช่
ว่ะ
ใช่ใช่
คุณ
เฮ้ย
คุณ
คนละชิโร่หรือเปล่า
แปลกๆนะ
ไม่รู้ว่านี่ข้อมูลจากตำนาน
แล้วเวลากันครับ พี่เอพี่เอ๋ย
25 24 23 22
ทำไมพี่ชาติพี่พอร์ตหลอกนับ
เป๊ะมาก
นับไว้เอฟนับไว้
18 17 16
เฮีย
15
เอ็ดแล้วพี่เอ็ด
13
สวยตรง
12
เอาว่ะใช่เหรอเอแล้วเหรอจอเดียวกับพี่ป่ะ
อันนั้นมันชี้ปาก
Who's gonna
ไง
get into the
ไม่ใช่
grand
ชิโร่
final? Are we going to get
Hey.
a rematch of Full Sense yesterday into it? Are we going to get Boom to have that upper
เอา
rematch?
ไป
พี่เอ๋ย
ไป
จัด
บ้างไหม
ให้ฟูเซน
Pistol
เลย
round to
จัด
start
ทั้ง
us
ลิส
off
ต์เลย
on Ascent. It's
เราไปเป็นชิวาว่าบ้างไหม
the mirror comp.
ใคร
Boom
พูด
is
ใครย้ำ
better.
ใคร
Is
ใคร
it going to
จี้
be John Olsen to continue with the first
อย่า
blood?
จี้
Is it
คน
going
หน้า
to
ตา
be
ดี
famous
อ่ะ
who's
อย่า
finally
จี้
starting
ครับ
to
อย่า
find
จี้ครับ
himself within
รู้
this
สึกผิดไป
tournament?
หมดแล้ว
No cheats, no tricks. All the
มีผล
same.
ด้วยเหรอพี่เอ๋ย
Even playing
โอ้โห
field.
พุนหมดเลยเมื่อวานอ่ะ
ETC does get spotted out. That's a little bit of information that they can gather.
Yeah, but a strong lean over towards the B side at the moment for Full Sense, and you've already starting to
Control
see
mid
the
อ่ะ
Boom.
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ยเอาไปก่อนหนึ่ง
Great
เอ
scan.
ลดี
อันนี้
เอล
อัน
ดี
นี้
To be
ออกแนวมั่ว
solidifying
เมื่อ
some
กี้
information for a couple of
Think they mid.
seconds. Again, no space from Boom. Actually deeper up to A main, just being tempered by Zespi. Bit of a peek in from NC Slasher as well, but as the minute mark
เฮีย
approaches
เลย
on
ช็อต
the
แนวมัน
clock,
น้อยเอ้ยได้
not
ผ
only
มว่า
Full
ได้มุม
Sense,
หนึ่ง
they
นี่
escape
กระ
the
โดด
lane,
เช็คก่อน
they
ครับ
start to change up towards mid.
ถือว่ารอบครอบอยู่
Definite approach right now. Nice and calm. Not needing to
มา
oversell
ไล่
their
ไป
position.
ไม่ให้
They
ดู
don't
ข่าว
wanna
ตรง
lose
กลาง
one in this pistol round, Komodo.
Yeah.
แต่เขาได้หน้าเอเยอะมากเลยนะเนี่ย
Fox still does have
แต่บูม
both
ยัง
shock
บูม
darts
ยัง
as
นิ่ง
well.
อยู่ B3
Get
อ่ะ
an
ดิ
idea that these nanos
แล้วมี
are
ของเบรก
going
ใน
to
ซ้าย2 อัน
starting spot of the B side.
คิวจอยโดน
But
ซีโร่พอยต์ครับ
they
ต้อง
hit
เข้า
now.
จังหวะนี้แหละ
Paranoia comes out as well.
Nano
John
ไม่
Olsen
ได้
ครับจอห์นโอเซ่น
here looking
นี่
to
เฮ้ย
move forward, but that's going to be famous to find a
เฮ้ย
shot.
แต่ได้
Full sense at least getting one with that
ที่ขวา
utility.
ไม่เป็น
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Over now, the Zerx and Shiro getting it back.
Ôi,
It's a
สวย
trade out, however, Komodo. It's not over just yet.
Song.
Fox in the 1v2.
Back to be
เหลือตัวครับ
retrieved.
เหลือตัวครับ
Dart
ครับเหลือ
used
ตัวครับ
nice and early. A single shocky, but the 1 versus 2, a full stick on the plant.
Walking on in. NC
Yeah,
Slasher
yeah, yeah.
Ngàn ngọt
getting
lời.
offered here. Falls his way back into the boat
Ủa,
shed.
lao à,
Now he has
nhỉ?
to try and isolate these jewels here. Zespi already up in his face.
Oh.
10 seconds. That's
That's
the shot. But it's not going to happen, and that's
ที
already
เจ็ดแม่ง
going to be Boom
ย่ำ
getting
ย่ำ
the
ไอ้
entry
นี่ระ
point
เบิดคิว
here.
จอยออกมาเลย
Yeah,
พี่
great timing from Zespi on that paranoia as well.
Ừ,
I love
đồn
the
bắp-
fact that he
đồn
was just
bắp cho
really
bạn nè
solidified,
liền.
staying over at the A site,
Ho
refreshing
cho
the
nó
one
bự.
ways, making sure that he doesn't need to stick with the fight there. Can rotate back over with the team
คน
when
อิ
the
นเดีย
hit starts to
เฮ้ย
come
คน
down
อิ
on
นโด
towards
เชียร์
the
โหดเลย
site.
ดิ
A little bit of ill
จริงเหรอ
timing from the Boom guys
โหด
actually
โหด
on
มาก
the site when they're trying to
คือ
see
โหดแบบ
Berserk
คือ
jump up
ลุก
for
ขึ้น
the
มาต่อย
shot
เหรอ
over
หรือไง
towards the
โอ้
lane
โห
way.
ใคร
In the
เชียร์
1 versus
ฟิล์มข้าม
2,
ลุกขึ้นมาซัดเลยอะ
As I mentioned, with the
แต่โหด
paranoia,
จริงนะ
dazzles
ไอ้
the
โอ้โห
opponent
ขนาดนั้นเลยวะ
and then
บอล
cleanly
เขาไอ้นี่เลย
dumped
ให้
down
นัก
now.
เตะไทยแบบ
Slow start
รีบกลับประเท
yesterday
ศเลย
for
อะ
Boom.
จริงเหรอ
ใช่
ให้
เหรอ
นอนทิ้ง
They can find some
ไล่
momentum
ไม่ให้
here, nice
ไม่ให้
and
นอน
early
โรง
off
แรม
the back
กลั
of
บ
this
ประเทศ
pistol.
เลย
What
อยู่ในสนามบินเลย
Yeah, 3 revealed is actually going to
Thinking.
really
เคยไป
ขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอวะ
เคยไปแข่งพอยแบงค์ที่อินโดอ่ะ
kind of
โอ้โห
look
ก่อน
at
ก่อนเจอ
Crimson
อินโดแบบ
Repeat
นึกว่าสนามบอล
mundane ascent, right? Get what you
เมื่อ
can
30 ปีที่แล้วเหรอพี่เอ๋ย
off of your recon
นานไป
data. Look to play
โอ้
with
โห
a little bit of these rotations and over
หรือว่าแบบโดน
rotations.
ฟัน
We've
แขน
seen
หลุด
some
แล้วก็หยิบแขนมาต่อแล้วกลับ
exposing
บ้าน
about mid being
โอ้โห
weak
ให้
in
เหี้ย
this map.
ไม่น่าจะ
กู
นั่ง
ดู
อยู่
เทอร์มิ
ไม่
เน
น่าจะ
เตอ
นั่ง
ร์
อ
อยู่ ยู่
ไม่น่าได้นั่งอยู่ตรงนี้ตอนนี้
Recently out with, but this is mainstream. This is known.
ไม่โหดขนาดนั้น
Orb gathering moment. Ability, info.
เหมือนบราซิลอ่ะว่าบราซิลแบบเอเชีย
Now, no mistakes here for the
ผมอ่ะเนี่ย
Berserks. He's able to deny
Oh,
one.
just
Throw it
die.
out onto Fox.
ค่าดู
Won't be able
แพ
to
ง
gather anything, but it's a little bit of a
นี่เหลื
ruse
อ
here.
20
Yeah, just trying to see if he can draw any positions and players away from the A site, but it's not really happening.
Just on the other side
เฮ้ย
of
เฮ้ย
that
เฮ้ย
cover.
อย่าทะลึ่งกดมั่วนะไอ้
Waiting
สัต
so
ว์
patiently here. Now the info, now the take is going to start to come
ไม่ได้
through.
สักตัวเลย
But NC Slasher,
ตัดทั้ง
denial
สอง
of
ได้ไหม
service. Just chilling like a
ได้พี่
villain
ผมอนุญาต
here.
เอาเลย
Dark cover goes back down, and looks like Full Sense are going to have to fall away.
Yeah, all for Fox. I mean, you get closer towards the
Chạy
Hunter's
ยิง
Fury
ตาย
in this, but with 30 seconds to go,
Tạm
it really is going to just be that management of the time yet again.
ทิชชู่ไหม
A window of opportunity
Tạm.
that Fox could have potentially gone in towards the B side, but you're always going to
Nhiều
realize
quá.
the fact that you don't know exactly where your opponents are there. Good positioning from Shiro to take the space with Famous in mid, but 15 seconds, Mitch, they just need to die.
Yeah, getting strangled, really. They just got to push on in now. It's
โอ้
gonna
โห
be that cross.
โอ้โหยังโดนด้วยนะ
Finding
โด
another
น
one
เน
here.
ต
John Olsen tagged up in the process as well, so that's
เขา
spiked
จะตัดได้
down.
หนึ่ง
And you're exactly
Right.
right. Leviathan just needs to meet his maker. And Boom walk away with the second round here. Nice and easy. But all comes down to the bonus of how they can back momentum from here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw, you know, in the map against Impresa, the bonus, you know, we were hoping that we could see something come through for Full Sense to reset themselves individually together as a team, because we've seen some great highlights
ปืนนี้มัน
moments
ดู
come
ยิง
through
ยาก
from this
นะ
team. We've got a team here that is looking to get back to an international stage, looking to get back
ปืนนี้อยู่
to,
ยิง
to
ง่าย
Thai
ปืนอะไร
Valorant, you
ยิง
know,
ง่ายสุด
being a
เอเดครับ
powerhouse. They don't want to see,
Man on
you know,
the-
a full
เมื่อวานโดนด่าอีก
None
แล้ว
of these two guys do. But this
Ủa,
one
đi ra.
really is
thải
going
phải
to
biết
be
rồi,
the
đủ thế,
important round. It's
men.
still weaker on the side of
มันน่าจะโดนแบบ
couple of
หลาย
large
ช็อต
shots
อยู่
in the
ช็อ
mix.
ต
Famous running in with the shotgun. So we'll see if the mid space is actually
ถ้ามึง
going to
ลอง
be
เปลี่ยนไป
defended.
ใช้
I
จัด
love the
น่าจะ
idea
โด
of
น
what
เหมือน
Boom
นั้
are
นคือ
doing.
พี่
They're
เอ๋ย
actually
ด้วย
taking a deeper A main space.
ตัวพี่เอ๋ยด่าแทน
They know each other in and
คือบอก
out.
กูไม่ช่วย
An old school Southeast Asian
ไม่ดอกให้
rivalry.
ด้วย
Close position. Famous. Right on the line.
Now I wonder if Fox is just going to do, you know, normal sober things and use the drone to go in after this
โอ้
zero
แล้วปืน
point.
แบบ
I like that Famous isn't
ปืนนี้
actually
ว่ะ
going
ที่น้องพี่
to
โดนอะใคร
overexert
โดนมา
himself, remove that dart as well, because this is the element of surprise.
เฮ้ยฟ็อก
But as I was
Yang
mentioning,
di-
the
yang
drone
di-
is where it
yang
becomes a
di-
problem.
yang
He
di-
needs
tao
the
ní là
timing
gì à?
here
เฮ้ย
to work with it.
Ê,
He's
ôi.
got two.
เฮียแล้วยังหิว
He's also managed to get that
Wow.
tailwind to get out
Oh
of
my
there as well.
God.
And the
Oh,
recover.
ôi.
He's notorious right now. His
Ôi.
Zesby's got
Ôi.
into
Ôi.
He's 5 HP and he's out.
เฮ้ยวางอะไรเฮ้ย
Zesby can continue forward, but he's overstepped
นี่
his
จะเอาเพย์
Down in an actual problem.
เอาเพย์
Bit of a funny one when the bucket
Ôi.
goes in
Yeah.
and it removes
Ê,
it.
tao cũng có
Yes,
check
it is
luôn,
retrievable
check.
right
Ba
now,
chặt
but you
lại
are
chọt
a player
Ba
down as
chỉnh.
Full Sense. You've
Áp
got
đá
no
màยิงแล้ว
smokes
แดกกลับ
from Leviathan. You actually
ถ้าพี่เอ๋ย
just
ได้ไป
need
ใส่
to
ต่อนะเมื่อ
bully
กี้
your
ว่า
way
เช็คมุม
in
นี้
to
เช็คแล้วเจ
essentially
อไง
inside right now.
รู้
You
มี
have
ปะ
แล้ว
แฟกเมนต์
มึง
แฟกเมนต์
โลไง
เฮ้ย
ผู้
time
ไทย
for you till FB.
แปะ
โอเค
That's a great
ได้
trade.
เกรดนี่
3ครับ
Hesitation
แต่เวลาน้อยจัด
Things that really got ugly for Full Sense in the
ซูชิต้องเดินได้ซูชิ
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
ซูชิ
They don't
เอ้ย
want to be
สวย
well done. They
เอา
need
ใช้เหลือ
to
ตัว
be
เดียว
a nice, beautiful medium.
Dám
there.
bay.
โอ้ยแล้วไม่ได้ใช้ขวาไง
Boys
Âu.
does, but NC
โอ้โห
โอ้
An absolute butchering on towards the
มัน
A
อร่อยได้ยังไง
side.
วะตรงนี้
No chance.
ไม่
เอา
มัน
And they
มั
are
น
denied
มัน
incompletion.
มา
Yeah,
รี
he's not
โพซิชัน
wanting
มัน
to
ฉ
fill
ลาด
that
ด้วย
Tetris
เพราะ
block
เอ
at
เม
the
น
moment
ตาย
to
ต่อ
clear
อะ
the line. He's
คน
waiting
เข้า
for
มา
the
มันไม่น่า
stack
ใช่
a
ข
little
วา
bit more.
มันเพิ่ง
So he
ส่ง
can
แฟลช
really
ให้
build
เจ็ดไม่ใช่
and
เหรอ
annihilate 3, 4
Thì nóส่ง
levels
มาจาก
at a
Thủy Viên
time,
มั้ง
right?
ส่งมาจาก
He
ใน
waits
ไซ
for
ต์
them
อะไร
to
เงี้
get
ย
in towards the side, and he picks them up really
เมื่อกี้
easily.
จอ
Some
รีบ
great
วิ่งเวร
damage
ตู้ไฟเลย
done on
ไปหา
the boys in,
แต่
you
ไม่
know,
ใช่ว่ะ
amongst the
Oh.
other battles, but just
Ôi,
really
Again,
key.
Komodo, the aggression
Gun
to
bay
be
shot.
able to
Muốn
have
ยิง
that
ไว
level
ด้วย
of confidence to go in, and
แต่
this
มั
is
น
what
ปล่
I
อย
mean,
จอ
you
ไหลไป
know,
ก่อนเล
Full
ย
Sense.
อืม
They don't know where to
Gone
sort of
there.
position
Get
themselves.
done.
They caught off, and then they end up not clearing out.
Yeah, back to the pistols for Full Sense as well. Got to get a little bit more risky.
เหี้ย
They can push towards this orb. They'll get the Hunter's Fury.
แต่
blocks,
ด่านนี้
which
มัน
is
ด่าน
what
โค
they
ตรกัน
managed to do. But are you going to be relying on
แต่
that?
เราได้
in a
ผม
round
บอกให้
such
ด่าน
as
นี้
this?
ชิวอย่าไปตื่นตระหนก
Waiting out a couple of key pieces of
Can
utility.
you
You
son?
don't want to see any overextensions from Boom. What's worked so
Hey,
far
hey,
is
hey.
gorgeous for them, and you start
Okay,
to get
okay.
a sense of
Boom
idea
lang, boom
that
lang.
it is A main control. You're starting with the one ways. You're getting Zespi,
นี่
then
ก็
putting
เมา
a
ๆอ
bit
ยู่
of
นะ
a deeper one
เมื่อ
later
กี้โอ
on.
เม
This
น
is
ก็วาร์ปมั่ว
gonna
อยู่
have to be a pop and
จะรีบวางไปเก็บ
overwhelm
ปืน
play
นึกว่าไม่มี
for
คน
A now. So
อยากได้ปืนอยากได้ปืน
Could be right. You know, they're in a bit of an awkward position, but with that Aldrin coming out, they should start to gather some info. The denial from the paranoia.
เฮ้ยเอ็มสอง
And
สองส
Zespi
วย
feeling a little bit
Pop,
awkward here,
pop,
but he will manage
Big
to get
event
away.
สวยจัด
Nelson has managed to at least push the narrative.
Got them off the side, taking some control.
Wang
Might
Yang
very well
Wang
see a
Hai
spike down here, but Shiro, is that the spike drop? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. And look at the flank that's
จังหวะ
starting
ประ
to
ตู
come from
แม่ง
the
โดน
Sushi
ยิง
Boys.
ฟรี
It'll be really late
ได้
when they start
ได้
to
ลุ้นอยู่
establish
ได้ลุ้นอยู่
the spike now.
They might try to deny this
Yeah,
straight
no
away.
Wang, okay,
Or will
okay.
they?
ทามิงซูชิ
Wait
บอย
for it. Again,
Well,
it's just
they-
thinking
they-
about
they
making
ตัด
them question
3
their own decision making here.
รอให้ซิบิวตายใจก่อน
Will be a little bit of a slow offense
Ui,
here.
Hamin,
Now
ông
they
Kim.
start to push on in, trying to take all that control. Famous
Âu,
one
ui.
Ghê vậy
Sure,
nè.
another. It's just looking way too
Ui,
easy.
trời ơi,
Now
ôi,
the
biết, ai mà lẹ.
cleanness. It's absolutely beautiful from
Cái
Boom.
tầm
It's
lùng-
like a
lùng
symphony
tay nó
right
có
now.
chơi
The way they managed to make their way in, there is no hesitation
thế.
at all. And they are looking just on point right now.
And the
ไม่เป็นไร
biggest
ไม่เป็นไร
thing
ไม่มี
that
ปื
you
น
need to see is the fact that they are cohesive in a situation like this as well. To get into the grand final in front of your home crowd, you need an alpha to lead this wolf pack right now, and you can see the coordination from them. There was no second guessing. Everybody was on the exact same page on what you want to do, and I'll add the caveat that it is against an eco. But these are the protocols in a game of Valorant in a high-stakes environment that you need to just ensure you're still able to do. You're not getting flustered. You're not getting worried in these scenarios.
แย่ละ
Lone Wolves
ถ้าวินนี้ไม่ได้นี่
fight better in a pack.
ได้
น่า
นี่ร
ต้
อ
อบ ง
นี้ได้รอบ
ต้อง
นี้ได้
พอสคุยก่อน
The mid game here.
รอบนี้ได้
Operator for John Olsen.
Yeah, still with the Outlaw, so we'll see what damage can be delivered with this one. I mean, apart from PDC, the rest of the squad do have the full shields.
And a fair bit of space here for free. What can they do with it?
Yeah, changing of the Killjoy setup as well, over to the A side at a pretty paramount time, I'm not going to lie. Jiro with the Hunter's Fury if he wants to rip it in. He's
Ui,
taking a
hier
really
men
deep
kort med
line in
muren,
B
Gabdon.
at the moment.
So close
Still,
to
man.
those pot shots as well.
Oi, oi.
Completely blind and dry. Shiro getting a little bit old here, but he actually manages to
กิ
put
โลไอ้สัตว์
Sushi Boys in the dirt there.
Yeah, and just immediately stopping any mid proceedings as well, because there was just a little bit of a battle in through the
Yeah.
market cross. So now you're going to transition into the trap that actually is a
Yeah.
paranoia from Zesby,
Yeah.
all this Killjoy utility.
Get that info. Turret now destroyed. Gonna have to make this one work here, Komodo. Once again,
นี่มันนี่มัน
Zesby
นี่
been able to catch a few out with that paranoia here. So walking on.
Nó bên níu, bên níu.
Berserk's the
Ui.
first take point. Spike
Hết.
down. BTC will meet his maker
อุ้ย
here. And also no
กูยังเอาไปหนึ่ง
And now they found a little bit of extra space here. Leviathan
โอ้ยแล้วดอก
will
เมื่อ
try
กี้
to
โดน
slip
สอง
the
ไหมเนี่ย
wickets from that Hunter's Fury.
โดนหนึ่ง
Good damage though, down to 70, and a player advantage for this retake for Boom too.
Not a
Ôi,
bad
đai lắm,
one.
quả
First
nào
sort of
đi đai
real
lắm.
opportunity that we've seen. You know, the Outlaw's not the best weapon, and now
Ông
the
ăn,
Hunter's
ông
Fury
ăn
goes out.
Ôi.
Shiro narrowly
Ôi.
missed.
Ôi.
But that's
Ôi.
good information, good damage here. Leviathan in the spot. He will be able to get that
Ông ăn
additional
lộp
dark
đi.
cover, but it looks like they're
Ôi.
moving Slasher
Không
out
bao.
of the line. So Leviathan, we've seen him
Ồ,
be in
lại
a big moment,
nhau.
but it's so hard. You know, how are you
My
supposed to
God.
get those 1v1 moments and go for the clutch when Boom's just all
Không
over
làm
the
áo
grill?
Yeah, a really big risk for
Yeah, like,
Shiro
I'm
pushing
anti,
B
right?
main at the very
Anti
beginning of the
slasher.
round, but a massive reward because they removed one player in Sushi Boys, you know, whose turret usually is the instigator to see if there's any deeper B main pushes coming out. To
NC
give
มัน
you
ลั่น
the
มาตั้งแต่
score that you need
วัน
to
ก่
go
อน
for
แหละ
the duel. So the fact that that happens there, you've got
เก็
the
บแผน
player advantage
เก็บแผน
going
อะไร
in
ครับ
towards the retake
เก็บแผน
here,
ไปไหน
and it is two very spread positions from
Dèo,
both
dèo,
sides.
dèo.
You can't really assist each other when you're playing Hell and in main. That dart, you could, you know, if it's online, you could kind of push out through Hell, but you're in just such a
90
worrisome position when you
slasher.
do have all the angles in a player deficit. So really well entangled for Boom there that they managed to just bring it
บัฟ
in.
เจ้าบ้าน
And a timeout, I mean, it was needed, right? It's early on recovery time because it's 5-0, right? You can still come back forwards on the back of a timeout like this with some coach input, and you can come 7-5.
โอ้โหกองเชียร์อินโดโคตรเยอะเลยอะ
Absolutely locked in right
Kong
now.
chia
They are taking that
Indo
momentum,
nhiều
the
mà.
snowball. We're not even on Icebox.
ไหนคนไทยอ่ะ
They are
ไม่
doing
มี
it all right.
ผมเนี่ยคนไทย
Every
อ๋อ
decision has impact. And in
Mấy
front
con
of the
đây
Indonesian
lời.
crowd inside Britama Arena down here in Jakarta, it's the perfect moment for them to show their worth.
One of the problems that we saw for Boom specifically in their grand final for qualifying for this event was the players were so nervous. They needed someone to elevate them to get into it. We were questioning, what Boom are we going to be getting on the stage here? Are they going to fall by the wayside and disappear?
พี่มอนต้องโชว์แมตช์พรุ่งนี้แน่เลย
Someone
พรุ่งนี้
bring
มี
them
โชว์แมต
back,
ช์ด้วย
bring them back and be brilliant. And
Mệt
the
dân.
latter is true. Yesterday's performance
Show
into
map
a
team
stellar
Jason,
start
team
so
Equalate.
far on this defensive side as well. Can they continue it? I mean, it's got to be a daunting factor for
Team on
Fullsense
อยู่
when
ที
you
ม
get
เจสัน
absolutely obliterated for, you know, yesterday's game, and now you're coming in towards it, and you're coming on a really rocky
FSFLYHIGH.
start. Ascent, in my mind, for both
พี่เม็ด
these
เก็บ
teams
เวลอยู่
is
แถวพายอน
the most level
แต่คนอิน
playing
โดนี่
field
เหมือน
that
ค
you
นไทย
could
เลย
start
นะ
off a best of 5 for. And so
เขามี
far,
น้ำ
Fullsense
เขาไม่
ahead
น่า
of
มี
the
เหมือน
game.
กัน
อ๋อ
ไม่ได้
Seem to be not all on the same page. I think
ไหว
is the
เอา
perfect
นี้
way
แหละ
of
ได้
putting it, and still potentially
เหี้
a
ย
little
ได้
bit
ได้
shaken
แล้ว
from yesterday's series.
ยัก
Yeah, we'll start to see if this is where they do bounce back, right? On the back of the timeout, Small adjustments with a bit of a lean back towards this B side yet again, dodging out that 0 point, but no budging from Boom. They don't need to. An operator in the hands of Famous.
เป้ามันดูดเหรอหรืออะไร
A little bit of concern.
จอน
Found the space.
Yeah, and a deep
that
dark
land.
cover as well. Actually not going to be spotted at the
เอาไป
moment
3 หัว
by
จอน
Boom,
บอก
so
เดี๋ยว
this
จัด
is
ให้
a bit worrisome for Shiro and for NC Slash.
จอนจัดให้หน่อย
Away. This is the first one, yeah.
เอาละครับจังหวะนี้แหละสวย
เออ
2 เดี๋ยวตามหาก่อนอีก 2
Very
สั่นมาก
nicely. NC Slash
Oh,
push back. That's a
yeah.
good response
Yeah,
though.
yeah,
Now he
yeah.
can fall away and take it. He's got the ultimate ready for it.
You can wait for the retake. You're exactly right. You've got the Blaze of Famous if the operator isn't priority, and you've got NC Slasher with the null command. You'll wait for Zespi to get a second dark
Ula,
cover
Fog
on
du lang, kaya nga.
as they start to clear out mid. Now it's eyes
โอ้
on the
เมนู
retake.
เขามาเลย
Super
ดิ
important here for these post plans positions for Full Sense right now. They've set them up to
Baka ay,
perfection.
pang
Now
noko.
they just need to make sure they can at least
May na
push
mi,
back on this offense
Ula, kau check.
coming in from Boom.
เขาน่าจะคิดว่าเมนไปแต่ฟอร์มอ้อมเมื่อกี้โอ้โหฟอร์มอ้อมไกลไปว่ะ
There's the activation.
จะทันไหมน่ะผมว่าไม่ทันเลยเนี่ย
โอเมนได้ยินโอเมนได้ยินเนี่ย
ฟองวิ่งแล้ว
โอเมนได้ยิน
อุ้ยสวย
ได้ยินมันยิงปืนอยู่
แต่ไม่สน
ฮะ
พี่ไม่สน
มันมีคนยิงอยู่เมื่อกี้ มันเลยไม่ได้ยิน
ดังเสียงในงานมันดัง
ถ้าได้ยินแล้วไม่สนมันก็ไร้ค่าไงพี่ เหมือน
เหมือนได้ยิน
ผมบอก
ไม่สนไม่สน
เสียงมันดังเสียงมันดัง
มันได้ยินแต่ไม่สน
พี่เอ้ยเหมือนความรักไงพี่เอ้ยเหมือนความรัก
ทำไมอ่ะ
อ้าวพี่เอ้ย
Looking after
ผม
the
อุตส่าห์
flank,
ชง
you've
ไป
got
พี่
Dark
ถาม
that
ทำ
can
ไม
come in later towards the
ไร้
tray
ค่า
on
ว่ะ
site. You
พี่
can put it over towards the plat. You can get a great scan. You can go for the wall wave, right? That's
นึกให้ถาม
normal
กลับอีกที
tendencies, but the fact that he just removes himself, goes to the flank, activates a little bit later on with the team in a delayed crossfire as well. That works really well for Full Sense to close that round.
A much more synergized approach there from
เนี่ย
Full
อีกราว
Sense.
เลย
We
โมเม
need
น
to
ตัม
see a
ราวเนี้ย
continuation of that
ถ้า
narrative.
ได้
Yeah, back to the
At the end,
standardness over at
Ah,
A
so what,
main,
they put
but B
ma.
main, Shiro
มาแล้ว
finally
โมเมนตัม
managed. That's
โมเมนตัมเริ่มมา
rounds in a row that he's
เดี๋ยวมาเก็บ
essentially
โอ๊
gone
บ
for
ไปหมอ
these
นี่
peaks, and
ตื่น
now
ช้าหน่อยใช่ไหม
down.
ตื่นช้าแต่ตื่นนะ
Finally seeing a bit of momentum and it's going to go back on his SB. I mean, they've got the position.
ป่าเนียน
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยมันเริ่มหลุดแล้วโดนจะยิงไม่โดนเลยตอนนี้
Trying to take point
อ่ะสรุ
here,
ป
and
ยิงโดน
again,
ไม่
they
โดน
can't
เนี่ยพี่
overlook Zespi.
เออ มันยิง
The moment in
โอ้โห
time.
อุ้ย
โดนของ
จอห์นคม
That's
เฮ้ย
great.
เฮ้ยอะไร
He's ejected. He's
เออ ต้องเจอลูกม่วงอย่างนี้
shut up and
หัวจัด
shut down
แม่งมัน
as
ทำอย่างนี้แล้ว
Berserk's
แม่ง
in
จะ
the
รอดพี่
1v3.
เมื่อกี้มันเป็นใคร
No
วะ
lockdown either at the moment, and you've got to
ขึ้น
be
เลยใช่ไหม
considering that Sushi Boys is
บิน
gone
ไปไหม
for
พรุ่งนี้
the
ยังทัน
base
นะ
lane flanks, and
เอ้ยไม่ไหวว่ะ
when
พี่
it goes towards the safe
ไม่
side,
ผมปวดท้องไม่ใช่อะไร
at the moment,
Oh.
yeah, just grab
ใจ
that
เซฟ
operator
ใจผม
and
ว่าไหว
head
อยู่
for the hills.
ซฟ
Have
เลย
a little bit of a reset. You'll balance out your own economy.
ได้ยินเสียงว่าเมื่อกี้เหมือนได้ยินเสียงมันโดด
Exit kill
อยู่แถ
here,
ว
that
สวน
would actually be worth it.
มาแล้วมาแล้ว
Berserk's has had so much impact throughout the course
ปล่อย
of
เซฟ
this
ไปสไนอ่ะ
playoffs.
ยิงไม่โดนหรอก
He needs to save and reserve his
Hey,
frenzy for another time. Making the
เห็น
right
สไน
decision
ด่าน
here
อา
to
เซนแล้ว
save.
นึกถึงพี่บ้าน
Yeah, I'm just looking at what Full Sense have up
ที่บ้าน
their
ที่
sleeve
ยิงโดน
for
ทุก
next
นัดแต่
round
เหรอ
as well. Null command with a lockdown, that can
เลิก
actually
ซื้อ
be
แล้วสไน
just a formal
ตายแล้ว
execute, right?
ไอ้เฮียแม่งก็ยังไม่เลิกเลยนะไอ้สัตว์มีตังค์เท่าไหร่ก็กด
เอาไม่สนไง
Null command to remove the
เหมือน
ability.
บ้านหรือ Governor วะ
ไม่ยิงเอาคนเลย
So I wouldn't be
ไม่เขาเรียกอะไรนะ
surprised with now
ปื
Full
นแพง
Sense
สุดต้องดี
changing it
ที่
up
สุ
a
ดดิ
little bit from a beast
แต่ที่ไปเล่น ISO
ยิงไม่โดนอะ
ที่บ้านนี่แหละ
mainstream A take that they would go
ที่
for
บ้าน
a bit of
โอ
an
เปอเรเตอร์
offensive
ด่าน
The
ไอ้นี่
approaches
โคตร
so
มัน
far, these two rounds for Full Sense
ด่าน
have
ไอ
been so
บอกยิง
tempered,
มันชิบ
whereas
หาย
it seemed like
แต่
Boom
พอ
would
มา
just
ไอ้มันมีวันหนึ่งแม่งเล่นแอสเซน
อ๋อ
ยิ
มั
ง
น
ไม่โดน
เดิ
เล
น
ย
จะเดินมาตัด
Contact
เดิน
bomb
เลน
Yeah, I don't think Shiro is going to
Do
be
it,
pushing
Ring,
B main
Ying, what?
anymore, right? We've seen it really early. You might look to do it a little bit differently, but just fall back on your laurels. Of
ราวนี้ก็
throw
ได้
over,
พี่
get
ชิว
out your recon dart, see if they shoot it. If you don't, wait a few seconds. Drone
Hey,
it a little
Ben,
bit
energy
later.
น้องพี่
If you
มา
don't
ให้
hold it to the
ได้
retake,
ได้
I'm
นี่
not
น่าจะไหล
saying
แล้วเนี่ย
You're up against 4
ผมว่าจบ
ultimates
บี
full
พี่
sense.
จบบีราวนี้
The
ฟูเซน
idea
จบ
is
บี
always
He
gonna be
turned my money.
potentially that you do just wait for them to kind of
ผมว่าฟู
put
เซน
down
จบ
these
บี
ults.
เชื่อเลย
Can't let
Hey,
Boom take
อืม
charge.
ออกมาน่ากลัวจัด
At least they are a
อยู่
scary
A4 เลยนะ
beast.
เอออันนี้มา
มา
เรีย
หล
ก
อก
ของพี่มันเรียกของเนี่ย
อ๋อ
เดี๋ยวก็
โอเค
ไปแล้ว
A4 ก็แค่กระดาษพี่อย่าไปกลัว เข้าเลย
Real loud for the operator to take this line. Surely they're aware of it. Got to be confident with this
โอ้ยแต่บูม
information
มันเช็คหน้าเอดิมันรู้ว่าดิ
because SB now picking up the sticks.
I
Yeah,
would
ก็เลย
love
มา
to
ช็อตก่อน
see
เดี๋ยว
a
มา
push
ทื่อ
in
ก่อน
A main right now from Famous with that op when the dark cover
Oh.
goes down because there's going to be such a problem for
Why?
them on site. Actually, good relocation as well to get the op back on towards the mid line. But if you miss a shot or hit the shot as Famous, can actually get
Wait.
overwhelmed.
เฮ้ยเฟก
That
เฟก
looks like it's a little bit of a
Yeah,
take
well,
for
let's
this
go
old
B,
man
man.
alarm, but
Ah,
we'll give them that
can't be.
information over towards
Oi,
the
deal,
right.
deal, deal, deal.
And once again, they're not clearing corners. Shiro, the
Nice.
person that was behind in the
Nice.
previous round, but he has been punished and traded out.
Ui,
NC
yeah.
Slash
Sushi ต้องได้ โอ้โห
average
Oh.
double. There's Berserks. Control and
There was a
calm
fight.
inside
เมีย
main.
นตี
Player
ด้วย
advantage.
Supply
You've
ไม่
got
ต
a
ก
lockdown as Berserk, so you can let them go in towards the B side.
BC รอเล่นตัดตรงกลางครับ ตัวโรเทต
On the ring.
เฮ้ย
Shots need to come out. Now he's stuck, Mitch.
Absolutely. It's going to be a pincer approach now, and the paranoia is starting
Ui.
to send on in, but he's missed it.
Oh.
It's not going to matter, however. All onto Fox. Pushes on in. Has to go for this lockdown. Has to try and
โอ้
get
ย
it.
เฮ้ย
กระโดดยิงไปโดนสกอ
all been there.
Oh,
I
you
get
can just see it. They're
that
laughing at it because they
You
saw
know,
it. They knew
you
exactly
don't
what
go out,
happened
you
when
don't.
you're in the spectator slot for your team and you know you're getting pushed.
นี่คือ
You
ข้อ
know
เสีย
in
ข
your
องการ
head,
ตั้ง
you
กระ
want
โด
to
ด
switch
ไป
to the
ที่ลูก
player
ยิง
who's
มา
getting
ของผม
battled. You want to switch over
ได้
to
ผิวนะ
Berserk
แต่
there
เวลา
and
ยิ
watch
ง
that one. You see them jump. Yeah, you have to have a laugh about that one as Boom, but for full sense, I mean, they're not laughing right now. That was, yeah, that's a problem.
If you know, you know.
Yep,
But
that's
yeah,
it.
we've all been there, the veterans of the TAC
man,
FPS. But I
man.
think that was a great approach there. Seemed like Boom were able to sort of regain some comfort in that round. And yeah, the crowd is just speaking for itself really at this point in time. I really hope you guys can hear it over our mics.
ไหว
Yeah.
ผมว่าไหวอยู่
An answer back though, right?
เหี้ย
For Boom.
กูคิดว่า
Boom
กูไม่ไหว
fans,
ว่ะ
two in a
กู
row
โอ
over
ดิน
towards full sense, starting to find a
โอ
bit
ดิน
of
อั
their
นนี้โห
footing.
ด
Building off enough economy though to have
เฮ้ย
and Odin
Hey.
in the mix on this attacking side, but
มัน
still
ท่าเป้าเราด้วยนะประเด็น
holding on to a bunch of these ultimates. Here's what I was saying for Shiro.
สวน
too,
สวน
right?
โอ๊ย
Fall back
โอ๊ย
on
มาดิ
the
มาดิ
left
มาดิ
dart,
มาดิ
fall back
เจ็บ
on
บอก
the
เลย
left
ชิโร่
dart,
เสียเปรียบนะมึง
เอา
นั้น
ไป
น่ะ
หลอดวันเววันเว
isolated by the one way.
Trying
เอ้า
to make it work.
ไอจอนโดนวันเวนี่ว่ะ
Position where some forward thinking could lead to some success.
โอ้ยชนตัดโคตรแรง
Forced away. In defender side is
Hey.
forward. Slasher, great flash
Hey.
drive. He does
Oi.
only catch the one. Traded out by John Olsen as that Hunter's Fury dives on in. Shiro very low.
Hey.
But if he's not
Oh.
ready,
God.
John Olsen caught in the reload. And now Famous trying to get
Oh,
into
wait.
the
Oh,
position.
should I use-
Nicely
เสียหาย
done.
เลย
ลำบาก
Left
เลย
on the Fox
They
here
use
to
the
try and
Fox
recollect, to
Blue.
try and take point. They've heard
Đồ
the
nữa nè.
audible.
Phải là
Footsteps
đồ.
in, and again, it's not that clearance.
เสียหายเลย
Zesty
ค
in
รับ
full control.
Boom realized the
Yeah,
fact that
that's
at that
not
late
really
point
low,
when
yeah.
they're
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the site and the Hunter's Fury is coming down, the lockdown's there, they are stuck. They cannot go to the back of the
In
site
the
and
Sharasher,
hide
you
and
might
wait
have
for
to-
that to explode. So they have to try and escape. But the fact that they do it in numbers, swing together, holding each other's hands, everybody's looking at the right spot. I want to highlight those flash drives that actually come on through for Boom as well, and the assistance that comes from them at the later side of the stage. The flash, you saw it happen with
มัน
both
กิ๊กรัวๆหรือ
players
มั
in
นกิ๊
the
กค้าง
open,
วะ
but it was just the
ค้าง
catch
สิ
and the minute
เมื่อกี้
timing
ค้างเหรอ
that really assists
Odin
Boom
ใช่ไหม
to be able to
ค้าง
have
ไม่
So
แวนดอล
many micro mistakes from Full Sense. I think
Yeah,
they've got to tighten it
yeah.
up so much.
ดูไม่ทันหันมา
Can
เมื่อกี้เป็น
they
โอดิน
really? Bit of a loppy buy from them to come in right now. Really want to see John Olsen be the tip of the
น้ำ
spear.
หยดเหรอ
But that 0 point, what's that, 4 pinged out?
ไม่มีแมว
Putting away the blades for now as
ไม่
well.
มีแต่อง
Yeah,
Dark cover a little
Thing
deeper
này.
this time.
ตรงนี้เสียงกึกกึก
and
กึ
a
กกึก
one
นี่เหรอ
come through from
พูด
Zesty.
นะฮะ
โอ้โห
Famous
โอ้
on the
อะไรวะเนี่ย
line.
วิวนะ
Denied again. Famous get diff in the server.
Oi.
He's been doing so well. But
Ui.
there's an
นึกว่า
excellent
โดน
flash drive to get him out.
Iya
Now
lang eh.
Zesby trying to reposition, but Shiro can keep pushing them back. This is the thing. Look at
โอ้โห
them. Stuck
แล้วมุมแม่งโคตรเชี่ย
here
เลย
in
กลั
the
บยังไง
headlights.
อะ
They can't break through.
พี่วาร์ป
They've
พี่วาร์ป
stopped on them. They have
Okay,
absolutely
oh.
made sure that you cannot enter, you cannot pass go.
Do not collect
Ông nhìn thằng này luôn.
$200. You will not buying a
โอ
hotel
เมนมอง
on
ให้ด้วยปะ
Mayfield.
โอเมนมองอยู่ด้วย
Now Famous gets the
มัน
spot.
ใจเย็นจัด
Another shot again. It's one by
Ui.
one by one.
Kẹt
Choo
rồi,
choo. The train of Boom is arriving at the station. Leviathan. One
Oh,
versus
oh,
five.
oh.
The shot time to deny.
โอ้ my god
Boom. They are doing exactly what they did to Riddle
ด่าน
yesterday.
กัน
Yeah,
ครับผมวันนี้
absolutely, just following
Đàn
in.
cằn,
But
mi
they
đàn cằn.
haven't
Con khăn
kind
cằn
of
ด้วย
changed
เยอะ
between
ด้ว
the
ย
secondary
84 ได้
map
อยู่
to
พี่
close
มี
the
ภาพ
series
84 ได้
yesterday in towards
จบแล้ว
this
วะ
one. Out the gates
ได้อยู่
swinging.
ถ้าแพ้นี้ก็
You can
เรีย
just
บร้อย
see again. There's nothing too
อันนี้ก็เป็น
fancy
ลุ้น
coming
93
out from Boom over at this A site, right?
แล้ว
When the
บูมแบบ
one-way smokes are going
ต้อง
down,
ได้สองวิ
they're
นแบบ
waiting for
มี
the
ปูนมี
time
ปืนทุก
that
วิน
draws in any ability from Fox to come on through. When they're not doing the one-ways, they're getting
Nhỉ.
somebody on the line. They're getting them in towards wine. They're continually
làm này
changing
nhỉ?
it up, and even moving the
Nhỉ?
killjoy setup as well
Lầm
from
lầm
Berserk
quên thì mình-
is
Ờ.
really
Có thể
making
kịp
full sense question.
Ui, ui,
Where
Đồn mà nè.
is
Ui, ui,
this
ui.
neutral?
Đồn
What
nữa nè.
neutral do we
Đồn
have
đi-
to
đồn
put
đi
in to
nừng.
try and get on in?
ไอ้
อุ้ย
เหี้ย
โดนเหมือนกัน
นี่
งั้น
ไง
โดนเหมือน
Early,
กัน
early there, he's been peppered down. 14 points of HP. There's a little
Oi,
bit
oi,
of
oi.
weakening here, but
Oh,
that
mày tạt
scan
tay
might
vào
be
đây
good. They've got plenty of info off the back of it.
Yeah, but you can't really do anything, unfortunately,
Yeah,
for
well,
Shiro
Odin
with
thalagan.
that reveal. So we'll get into a little bit more of the mid
Don't
round.
beat more, eh?
Dark cover
เตรียม
one
แล้ว
ways
อะ
expire over
ถ้าบี
in
เซ็ต
A.
มันกด
There
แม่
was one that was
มันจะ
blocked over at
เฮ้ย
the
มันอันตี
main
เลยว่ะ
entrance
เอ้ย
as
อุ้ย
well,
แล้วโดน
but
ฟอก
Shiro immediately straight out on the bolt and he found one.
สวยจังวะ
โอ้โห
Fox already taking down a hugely
Điều
impactful
hai.
member of Full Sense, and once
Nhìn
again,
mang
it
má
just seems
còn
to be
nhìn
this
với mấy
thing
kiểu
where
hình.
Full Sense, they're just not on the same
kìa,
page.
này
They're
nè.
so split up. They're
Sai
so in their own mind.
And if they group up together right now towards the A site, which
Áo
know
rồi
the
chết
lurker
chưa.
and Sushi Boys is now still structured at,
อุ้ยไปปืน
might consider having
Oi.
a bit of a rotation. Confirmed, in information now on the fallback. You still have your alarm bot at the front of B main as well. So this actually should give Berserk's comfort in the fact that it
มี
is
อารามบอท
going to be. You
อาราม
got
วาง
all
โคตร
your
ลึกอะ
boys back on over.
Big over rotation though, so there will be at least a bit of a weakened approach. Lambot denied, Cloudburst in. Now they try to make the entry in, but John Olsen taking
กว่า
very
จะถึง
very
ไซ
low.
ต์ตายหาเรื่อยๆครับ
ไปกดเปิดประตู
กลายเป็นเปิดประตู
Boom, but now it's done for 20
จอน
seconds.
บอกไม่ได้เล่น
He's done it again. It has
Ui,
been
ôi,
the
ngỏ
diff
mà nè.
over and over. Now Leviathan trying to take some control, but this is the famous you're looking for. More notorious. Superstardom is his destiny. Sushi Boy's trying to find, but it's famous once
Oh my
more,
god.
baby.
เมื่อกี้กลายเป็นเปิ
I
ดประ
took
ตู
the
เฉ
camera
ย
out last year. I was in awe. And this time we've got more eyes on him. More importance. They want to repeat. They want to take it further than they did last year at Ascension in Thailand. And they're looking good for it right now, baby.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of questioning, likewise,
Hey,
the
man,
death
ปิดประตูแต่เมื่อไหร่วะ
adaptability coming into this tournament.
อินโดน่าปิดไปแต่แรกเพราะว่าเขาเล่นแฮกในไซต์ไง
So much. And we're asking Famous, where are you?
He's so
You have
quick.
disappeared on the jet, on the race. He's back. He's back in towards the server, but
ไม่อยู่
Boo
ผีเหรอ
is still
เสียงแก๊กๆ
not present.
จะ
Boo
อยาก
was
พูด
not present
ผมอยู่
for Full Sense yesterday. John Olsen.
Jakarta traffic's caught him.
Okay.
He's stuck. 2 hours from the airport, John. Get moving quickly,
แต่ถ้า
mate. No
12
one
นี่
sleeping
ยากมาก
now.
นะ
Yeah, and into the last round of this half as well, right? So you've got a couple of Guardians in the mix, only from the shadows for the Leviathan.
Oh,
He's held it on
why,
pretty much the whole half, but it is quick.
Wait, we don't know.
At a quarter.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Oh, he's in a bad spot too here.
93
Famous has managed to
93
reposition, and now he's going to take advantage of that blade storm.
แล้ว
Still
เจ็ดมัน
alive,
รอดเหรอ
still
น่ะ
kicking, and he
Oh.
has taken John Olsen again. Scalp for scalp, this man has been able to do it, but it simmers.
เฮ้ย
Spike
ซูชิ
can
รู้
be
ป่ะ
planted, waiting to
น่าจะ
hold
รู้อยู่
position. It is Agent B.
เหี้ยเลยไงทีเนี้ย
No
หวานเจี๊ยบอย่าง
information
เงี้ย
gathered, but it's not going to matter. Berserks, though, he's managed to slip the
Yeah,
wickets
bloody-
here. I don't know if he
It
is
was
going to see
pinged.
it.
They
Here's
saw it. They
Sushi.
pinged it on the floor.
Now they all go for it all at once. They don't know exactly where
Ôi,
he
tại đây
is.
còn-
One
ok,
is
đi
good
ok đó,
though.
đi ok đó.
At least he brings it back to
Không.
this 2-on-2 position
Không
now.
phạm đây.
Leviathan Fox, two players that can be relied on
Không
now.
không.
They're famous. He's
Không
got
không.
to behind him. Narrowly misses those shots, and now all on the
คอร์สกัน
Berserks.
คอร์สกัน
Will it be his
Ủa,
time
đi ra Fox
to
tài
open
nhà
up
ngon
that
cái
frenzy? He was
Hoài,
so
hoài chill,
important
hoài
yesterday.
chill.
So many
Ôi.
impactful moments, and there's
Hoài
one of
chill,
two.
hoài
50%
chill.
there so far, Berserks. Have you got it in you, mate? The crowd is
ไหว
watching.
ชิล
เชื่อจะ one way
เลยน้อง
ไอ้เหี้ยวันเว
โอ้
ย์
เรียบร้อยวันเว
มอบดิเจอมันเป็นอย่างเงี้ย
And 3 means more than you could ever know in that half for Full Sense.
เฮ้ย
We've seen
เคิร์ด
9-3
เคิร์ดชัวร์
comebacks come through for Boom, so why can't Full Sense
Can-
get it
can
here
ครับ
to push us into
ด่านนี้จำได้ว่า
overtime,
เจเร
right?
มี่ตอนที่
Really
กันน่ะ
well done for Full Sense
ยิ้มแบบนี้แหละแบบ
kills
เฟรม
at
อัน
the
เนี้ย
end. And the fact that
12
Sushi
แล้วพอตอน
is
บุกรอยยิ้มเริ่ม
revealed
หาย
by
ไป
the out drone, pinged
จริง
out
ดิ
well
บอกเลยนะ
just on the
14-6
mini
ก็ยังกลาย
map
เป็น
radar, right?
14-6
Not actually by
จาก
the ball.
12เนี่ยโดน
Gets that
โดนคัมแบ็ก
one
ไอ้
kill
สัส
with Shiro. That
Hell,
gives
fire.
his teammates the opportunity to be able to come into the site with the clutch.
Yeah,
Leviathan as well. I question the
Roi
Brothers
Yim
Shadows,
đi
why is he
hải
holding
về.
onto it? Reposition.
Chỉ là mùng
They
khi.
don't know where he's gone towards whatsoever.
Jeremy
In towards
หู
main.
เพิ่งมัน
And then they close it out from there.
คือง่ายๆตอนฝั่งแม่งกันยิงไป14
But this crowd
พอบุกปุ๊บ
is giving me
แม่ง
some serious vibes
ทั้งลาว
right
เมื่อกี้ได้
now.
2 ตัว
It's so amazing to
Yeah, no,
hear,
no, no.
like the
เมื่อกี้มัน
energy
ใครมันตั้ง
inside
จอ
this
โอ
place.
เล็ก
It's
เหี้ยอะไร
always
วะ
a story
ใช่เหรอ
of wherever you send
Oleg
these kind of
หี้ยอะไรอะ
events, right? What's the
A-
crowd
L-
like? Are they going to show
LET
up? Are they going to deliver?
จอห์นโอเล
And
น
I think already, you know, even small in numbers. I mean, there's 2,500 people showing up for this game on
จัดดิ
Saturday.
จอน
If that doesn't prove passion, I don't know what
นี่ถ้า
does.
ไป
And I'm
ถ้าสมม
so
ติว่าจัดที่
excited
ญี่
to
ปุ่นจะ
see
อีกฟิลนึง
more
นะ
here in Jakarta. It has been a
German, yeah.
pleasure for us all so far. And I think that's only going
คน
to
เข้าชิง
continue.
คนเข้าชิงแสล่าจะเป็น
Right.
ลีเดอร์
Aussie team JFT on this map. We've seen
Bắp
it
cho
from
ban
Full
chứ mẹ.
Sense.
Bắp
It was
cho ban.
first half. It was 5-7. But what happened when it was the defensive
Hò là
side
bật.
for Full
Bắp
Sense
cho
that they
ban.
go on right now?
เมื่อ
They
กี้
got
ฟูล
8
เซเลน
rounds.
เดอร์เลยไม่รู้
So they can definitely make a bit of a comeback in this
ไอ้
one.
ยี่มันแบบว่ามันกวนพี่
Their
เลยดู
offense
ดิเห็น
being
เป
a
ล่า
little bit disconnected. I think it's a
เถื่อน
prime
พวกเนี้ย
opportunity for
เดี๋ย
them
ว
to
มาไทย
really
ก่อน
try and
เดี๋ยวโด
bring
น
themselves
ยิง
back
แก้
into
พวก
this
นั้น
โอ้โห
For sure.
เดี๋ยวจำหน้าก่อน
But there's going to be a lot of
Mà chắc
importance
cua
for
mày nè.
them on this pistol round as well, right? So
Bạn kia
close
rồi, bạn kia.
to get started. If it doesn't, well, are you playing out for the bonus? Are you playing out with a bit of a challenge in the secondary
Nó
anti
phạm
eco
cướp.
to get some sort of progression guns out there? I
เหี้ย
don't know.
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวกระดาษเขาให้มึงใบเดียววะเนี่ย
I mean,
เฮ้ย
what did
Ôi,
we
ตึ
see
งเกิน
yesterday?
อีก
Boom.
3-4 แมตช์ที่เหลือมึงจะฉีกอะไรล่ะเฮ้ยไอ้นุ่ม
Yeah.
And they solved the riddle.
เฮ้ย
พี่ยิ้มอะไร
I
love it.
อ่านแชท
I absolutely love it.
แหมพอท่อนนี้ยิ้มขึ้นมาเลย
But yeah, look, I suppose that's something we can very briefly talk
And
about,
Cat
right? You know, the 9-3
Apple.
curse, you get the pistol if you're Full Sense, you put a little bit of pace behind it.
Yeah, well, we're quick in towards this one though, aren't we?
Ê,
So
chưa
let's
mày?
see. A bit of a B lean.
เชื่อ
for
พี่น้อง
Boom.
ผมไม่ใช่คนเจ้าชู้
Over
ธรรม
here
ดา
as well.
เชื่อคืนนี้ออกไหม
Good priority from Sushi
ออก
boys.
อยู่ อยู่แล้วครับคืนนี้
อุ้ยพี่เป็นคนเจ้าชู้หรือเปล่า
ไม่ใช่นัด
Dark
ออกไป
cover,
คอนเสิร์ตไง
immaculate timing here, but Fox is repositioned.
Don't know
เจ็ด
how
สี่
much
คอนเสิร์ต
I
เหรอ
like
พี่
this.
เอ๋ย
Does manage to get
Nice.
away though, so it's all okay. And that's an
Oi.
open here. PTC does get
Gal
one
wale.
with the fragment.
Oi.
Now Paranoia. Not quite investing enough into it here though. This could be
Oi,
time
John.
bad, but John Olsen actually caught off guard. Maybe peeking a
อุ้ย
little bit too early there.
เพราะ
Fox
คม
gets
ไง
one
แล้ว
back.
ช็อกดับตัวเองไปเลย
เฮ้ย
อะไร
เดี๋ยวอะไร
Still
อ่ะ
a moment in time.
ทำอะไรวะ
3 versus 3, and now they can all rack it
คำนวณ
together.
ไม่
This
ถู
is
กเลย
going
เมื่
to
อกี้
be the thing for Full Sense. They were a little bit disjointed.
Bok,
Now they
okay,
need to
Menong.
be well oiled, well drilled, moving
น่าจะคอ
as
อ
a
ยู่
unit
คอ
here
เอาอยู่
ผมบุกไงแล้วไม่มีคนช็อตก็เลยจะตัวเองไป
for their moment,
Ow,
for their
yeah.
time. And Shiro, again, the man that we've kept their eyes on firmly here. It's another for him. These shock bolts have been brilliant. And now all of the
1-3
Sushi Boys, this is the thing again. Full Sense, this hesitation. They cannot let Boom get 10.
ยากว่ะ
But they've got it all for them.
โอ้ย
And they've
โน
set
มอ
up
93
this narrative, this storyline has
Alright,
been
mate.
built for them, Boom, to open it right up.
Yeah, little bit unfortunate there for John Olsen as well, just being
Yeah.
patient at the back
พี่
of
ผม
the
ไม่กล้าเลี้ย
site,
งแมว
waiting to see
ก๊อกแก๊ก
if
ก๊อก
anyone
แก๊
would
กทั้ง
actually
วันวะ
clear him. He loses his teammates on
คือ
the
อะไรมัน
side,
มา
and
แบบ
then
ว่า
you always have, you know, the idea that you got to get your team back into it.
แมว
Right? You're
ทำ
the
อยู่
dual
ข้างนอก
star
ไม่รู้
ones
เสียงอะไร
trying
เป็น
to
เสียง
get
อะไร
all
นี่
these frags
ร้อน
coming in. You want to build your own confidence. You get taken out, and that was a 3 versus 3 on the retake. That was just some really nice position watching to come through from
Ow.
Boom. Some
ไม่
really
ใช่แม
nice
วแต่
timing
เป็น
on the
น้อง
0
แพท
point. Zespi got the dark cover as well at the
Nice.
end, and Sushi Boys couldn't do anything. So Pistol to Boom
จ้างมาเด็กเอ็
really
นนะ
makes it
เด็
more
กเอ็น
difficult now for Full Sense to get back in towards this one.
ไม่รู้
ไม่มีกล้อง
ไม่มีอ่ะ
Operating together.
อ๋อ
That's just the
มีแต่ข้าว
simplest
จะได้มา
storyline
แบบ
for
ว่าดู
Boom.
รีแอคชั่นเธอสองค
Something
น
we've
เฮ้ย
done before, Boom is
แต่เขา
Hero taking a lot of
เขา
B
บอกว่า
main
นะเขาไม่
space,
ให้ใส่
right?
เสื้อ
Even
ใส่
on
กาง
that
เกง
pistol
ไม่เป็นไร
round.
ผมก็
We
แก้
didn't
ผ้าอยู่
really see too much from Full Sense on the defensive side. You know, are we going to get the idea that it's going to be more reactive? Because that's how it was a little bit against JFC. An unknown team, technically, and how they play a little bit untoward. They're running in an ISO, for
Oi.
example.
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ย ยิงสวย
Hasn't really
That
worked
piece
out
side,
so
isn't
it?
far. Berserk's is going to pull the plug,
เยอะแล้ว
heading his
Sorry.
way back. Put all the eggs in one basket.
Oh
but
my
unfortunately,
God.
dropped it.
Yeah, now that you see nothing going in towards the side, I guess you kind of know that it is going to be that pistol stack over at Bravo, so you can play it to your heart's content, and you can just set up to essentially right now for Boom, hold on to all of these guns for that bonus.
They were still so perfect with their offense, though, right? Leaving no stone unturned.
อะไรข
Boom.
องพี่
Now, all they have to do is just make sure they don't drop the ball. Gonna put the pace behind this. Just the pistols for Full Sense. It would be such a moment for them. Bring this back. Fragment sort of denies the close nature
อุ้ย
underneath heaven, but again, I need to see the head-to-head between Famous and John Olsen right now. Last man standing in Leviathan. He will find one, but they're all looking at him. And he will be shut down.
You got to see the timing actually from Boom at the back end of that one as well. When the flash drive
ไหวทำไมจะไม่ไหวพี่
PDC
ราวนี้แหละ
completely blinding out the players on the side.
แล้วเดี๋ยวไหล
There was
ยาว
an
เลย
immediate reaction from NC Slayer to Slasher to throw his own, and it blinded all the Full Sense guys coming out of the rafters too. So just really key point to be seeing from him there. Again, I think just the cohesiveness and the coordination of this game plan is being executed flawlessly from Boom on this map. Full Sense, I mean, we're talking about it. The pistol round was essentially the round needed to get back into it. If it's not a pistol round and you're not getting the second round, it's the bonus. You have to start this one, and it has to be
อันนี้ทำเอาไปรอบหนึ่งครับ ฟังตอน
You can be a little bit stressed about a 9-3, but much less so for an 11-3. Skies definitely put up a fake comeback earlier in the online stages of a similar caliber, but I don't know if Full Sense has it in them right now, and I've been backing them since the very get-go.
Yeah, well, let's see. A little bit of scaling up through short for Boom, a bit of a push in for PDC.
Ui, sủi.
Unfortunately catching Zespi with the util out.
Oi,
Now
oi,
you start to
oi,
transition into
oi,
the side of
oi,
Boom, but immediately
Oh.
Leviathan is here.
Leviathan! I was going to say some initiative from
that'd be-
PTC, but in the exact same flip of the coin, PTC does manage to get one and into
Oi.
wine, and he wants to drink, but
Oh.
Famous! Once more, John Olsen punished, taken down, Jet diffed all of the above. And PTC tries to get something done, but has been shut down as well. Shiro responds, Sushi Boys and Fox. Now in this 3 versus 2 scenario, they're watching the line. Shiro tucked in,
โอ้โห
two
น่าจะ
buddy
พอร์ต
system under
พอร์ตเจ
hell.
คอมมันนั่นอ่ะ
And they are looking to bring out the fury. They are all focused
Yeah.
on towards NC Slasher. Now Fox has to try clear, has to be that 1v1.
But Famous, once more, he's just doing his part. He doesn't even need to be the solo hero, doesn't even need to be the champion. He's doing his job, and that is shutting down his opposition.
Yeah, and he just had to remain hidden and held there as well. MC Slasher position reveal when he went for the wall bang up towards the rafters. The rest of the team playing in time at the back of it. Together as a unit in tandem, they make sure that it's overwhelming and playing advantages.
18-8 versus 5-14. That is a storyline in itself.
Yeah, John Olsen has really had some struggles on this stage.
Just the head-to-head, right?
The starting of this bracket, gorgeous, absolutely coming out from him. But right now, not so much. It's a bit of a faster one for Boom. They're trying to end it here.
They want to close it out as quickly as they can. But there's John Olsen finally getting famous. Maybe it's enough, maybe it's not. NC Slasher gets a nice response. That's exactly right.
ไม่เป็นไรพี่เจอที่ OT ไหว
And it's a power position and a
เดี๋ยวมัน
power
โยน
play.
อีก3ราวเนี่ย
But I
โยน
need to see
ทิ้
a
งเลย
few more rounds before I can even start considering this comeback story.
Yeah, and you have to be so prioritized as well with managing to hold on to enough economy going into the next round that you're not playing with lesser than you were just equipped with if a round stretches it out, right? So the fact that they actually managed to get this one over the line pretty cleanly for the B-Pop gives a little bit more of a throw an individual play towards Full Sense, but I mean, you're looking at, right?
อย่างนี้เสียงพี่เลยพี่ยังไงพี่
อะไรนะ
อย่างนี้เสียงเฉยๆครับพี่
โอ้โหเรามองไปที่แมปหน้าแล้วตอนนี้
and the scoreline is kind of of the same ilk, right?
แต่ก็ทำเอานะยังไหวพี่เราอยู่ต่อที่ OT
เทคนิคเข้าพอร์ต
แล้วโค้ชกำลังคุยอยู่อ่ะหรือขึ้นเทคผิดอันนี้คือนั่นแหละสิหรือว่าเขาให้หยุดคุยเลยไหม
Figure out how to get back in towards this one. Figure out how to activate John Olsen, or you know, one of the situations as well is sometimes you do realize that you're not able to get back into it. So keep focused, don't shake, and look forward. อยู่กัน4 คนเลยมีพี่เอ๋ยด้วยแต่พี่ไม่ได้เข้ากล้องใช่ครับแล้วก็มี F ด้วย
does one of two things, Komodo. I still remember on the online stage decided to play a little bit of a warm-up game, right? Got 013. It was my Yori's fault, all right? I'll put it out there. But the one thing it did was just fire me up, right? Momentum, motivation brings you forward into the rest of the matches for the day. But it also does another thing. It's that hard mental reset. It can throw you in the trash.
Yeah.
And it looks like, you know, despite the real serious nature that they brought through, we noticed it from Full Sense the change of their attitude towards the game.
เดี๋ยวพี่ให้ลง Windows ใหม่กับพี่
Windows 11ไหมกำลังมาเลยนะช่วงนี้
นั่นแหละที่จะลงจาก Windows 10 เป็น Windows 10
from a bracket run as well, right?
เห็นจะไม่ต้องกำลังมาเลยช่วงนี้ Windows 11
right now on this stage that were present at that time.
แม่งดูแบบปัญหาเยอะนะ Windows 11ผมใช้มันตั้งแต่ยุคแรกไม่มีอ่ะ
แต่ทำไมพี่ใช้ก็ไม่เป็นไรนะ
งงผมก็ยังไม่ได้ใช้เลยแต่คนที่มีก็คือแพทเลยทีนี้
เนี่ยถามละทุกคนมีใครใช้ Windows 11 เล่นว่าโลมีปัญหาไหมในช่อง
จอดำแบบว่าข้างๆมีแม็กบาร์
Yeah, I think about Abyss and I worry for Full Sense just a little bit, but I love to actually hear it in the interview earlier with Coach Meow that they wanted to reserve it. They had a game plan of having that as a, you know, a trump card essentially coming in towards this tournament too, right? And they kind of reveal it a little bit earlier to continue on.
แล้วเขาเขินผม
You
ทำ
know,
ไม
it's good and bad. You can figure out where you were
12 นาที
weak,
มา
where you were strong, and it kind of
เขาเขินเหรอ
led towards where they were strong
เขาบอกว่าอะไร
in the
เขาหล
result.
บหน้าเขาเขินกล้องครับ
เฮ้ยแต่ถามก็คือไม่มีใครมีปัญหาเลยมันจะส่วนน้อย
จริงเหรอ
อ๋อนี่มีเคยอัพไป11แล้วเข้าไม่ได้
แต่อันนั้นมันต้องเข้าไปอ่อนแล้วมันตั้งไงมันต้องไปตั้งเปิดไอ้นี่แล้วก็ได้ปะ
Very brief technical
ส่วนมากเขาโลกลับมา10กันหมด
หัวร้อนย้อนกลับมา Windows 10เหมือนกันครับ
Once again, we just focus
ไม่
back
เขิน
on this
อะไร
crowd,
อ่ะ
right?
โอ้ยบ้าหรือเปล่าไม่ได้มาด้วยกันแต่กล้องมันจับไงก็เลยเขินเนาะไม่ได้มาด้วยกันแล้วกล้องจับไม่ได้มากับมึงนะ
And this time,
เดี๋ยวกูซวย
อะไรอะต้มยำ
Let
คือ
me
อะไรอะ
tell you, right? The Riddle guys in that overtime when it managed to get in towards it, you could see on the stage that they really started to look at each other, high five again, shout when the rounds were coming against the crowd, right? But then when Boom got around, they were really settled. But right now, though, on the back of the timeout, thank you for being patient with us. Maybe we do get another one to come on the back of this round if Boom do close it here. But Full Sense They got the right utility at the right spot. They
Like
pushed him to be main as well, so they're
แมวมันนอนอยู่
very even famous is already in, right?
นี่ไงว้าบน้อง
อุ้ย
นี่ไง
เหี้ยโอ้โหแล้ว
Pushing it back, and you can hear the silence.
แล้วมาแล้วครับ
Do
บอก
not
แล้ว
want
มอง
this
ไป
to be
ที่โอ
occurring
ที
at all.
พี่
Immediately
Không
Fox
phải.
pulled it through B as well to get a
Bạn
bit
lười
of
rồi.
a power position in.
ไกลไม่ใช่ว่าไม่ถึงใช่ปะ
ใจคอมันจะไม่เอาสักวินเลยหรอ
ไม่เอาหรอก
He
ไม่
doesn't
ไหว
need
หรอก
to overextend. He just needs to sit here.
เจอฮาคิ
He
ไง
just needs to be an info position.
นี่ก็เยี่ยวเล่นกันหมดแล้ว แม่งรอดเพราะแม่งใส่แพมเพิร์สนะมันรู้ไง
Where that rotation comes back from PTC, but John Olsen, he's taken down Shiro in the process.
die
It's just
ด้วย
a 2v5 here, and they're looking to slip up short. Spotted
เฮ้ย
out. Tiles will be denied. There we go. Looks like it's going to be all okay here for
ช่วยกู
Fox.
ด้วยผมบอกช่วยกูด้วย
Oh
Pretty sharp
my
on the shot. We'll be
god
able to hit one, but then traded out immediately by Leviathan. But I don't even think we can talk about the economic game anymore, Komodo, right? Because they're just so far ahead.
You still will need to, though.
เล่น
When
เอา
it
ความ
comes
มั่น
to
ใจ
full
กัน
sense, right? They still just have to make sure they're playing with the pass mark. 3 at least, juggling guns if they need to get all these abilities up. This is where a little bit of strength will be a boon to them, though, with their ultimates that
ไว
will
จัด
come
ยิง
online.
ทุกอย่างไว
Again,
มาก
I just like the adjustments
boy.
that Full Sense are doing on this
หมด เอา
defensive
จริ
side
ง
and the small sample set that we have in this map
ซีรี
already.
ส์หมด
It's something that we were seeing on Boom.
เอา
They
เว้
were
ย
always
แม่เอ้ย
changing on the defensive side, being
แบบ
unpredictable.
ไม่
I
มันเป็น
love
ภาษา
that when
นี่
it
ไง
comes to this
สาม
mirror
คนกองเชียร์
composition for the map that's been in the pool for the longest, that you are still
แต่
just
กูก็ฟัง
seeing
ออก
teams get the right timing, get the right
ภาษาอังกฤษ
positioning.
มั้ง
Speaking of,
เฮ้ย
He's got the
แต่
space.
ไม่เป็นไรได้ผม
Right,
ว่าได้ตัด
and you're exactly right.
Right,
Doesn't have to
right,
pull the
เฮ้ยจะ
audible.
ปั๊บ
ใครเข้ามา
Now
จะกล้
Zan
องเมื่อกี้
spots
สุด
him
เลย
out.
นะ
So
พี่
that's
โอ
the information gathered and pushing them away.
yeah, up through
อย่า
mid,
กลางไหล
alarm bot with Fox
Hey,
to
Fox.
potentially try and get some spray to come in through the spawn, but it
Wow,
puts
BY
a bit of more
นี่ไงเอาไป
priority
ก่อน
on
นี่
that.
อย่าสแปม
เหรอนี่
สแปมนี่ไง
Fox holding from defender side at spawn, and now as that out drone goes out, Shiro maybe caught between a rock and a hard place here. Sushi Boy's trying to get the information. This time, he doesn't have Leviathan to join him. It will be a 2 versus 3 on this side unless Fox gets the catch here. He's already in for 2, but that dark cover will continue to hold
โค้
it
ด
back.
โค้ดน่าจะพอด่า
It's not from both sides.
Yeah.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Might gather information all the way, and now that Aldron can come on in, so the door has been closed.
กดของสู้กัน
It simmers for a second. You know,
Wait,
every good
you
thing
can
comes
wow.
with
โอ้
time
เมื่อกี้
here
น่าจะยิง
for
รู้จากใน
Moses.
ไซส์นะ
นั่นเลย
Looking to try and poise himself and set up for success here. That's a
Wait,
great
we
time of the
don't
Nano
make that,
Swarm. And another dark
Wait,
cover.
Lobby
Zest,
White.
again, has had so much impact with this utility set.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
That's one step
ไหว
forward.
ไหว
but
ไหว
it's
มา
going to be
โอ้
Sushi
โห
Boys
เร็ว
and Fox
โอที
again. They are
แต่หลัง
some of
OT
the
ผมไม่เจอมัน
veterans
นะ
here, Komodo.
อีก
They've
6 วิน
been
ครับ
on this big stage at
Sushi
the
แม่งกระโด
tier
ดขึ้นไป
1
ขวา
level
โค
as
ตรเดือด
well. And maybe that
Dim.
experience can carry them forward.
Oh, they've definitely got the hunger to bring it back, right? They are the ones what feels like dragging the team through the mud
มี
a
5
little
ตัวมา
bit
ขวาพี่
in
ต้อง
the
บอกพี่ทีนะ
opening map of a best of 5.
เออ
They've
ว่ะหู
got
ฟัง
time
ฟัง
to
ขวา
still
พี่ฟัง
settle
ซ้าย
things with the squad to see what's
เจียว
going to
ผม
be
เอา
working.
มั่ว
But for right now, in the right positioning, I
นี่
have the alarm
นี่
bot
อู้
immediately Fox.
ส่งแฟนสวย
Something
จัด
special.
Comeback.
Even if they lose this one, a bit of momentum
นี่ถ้า
can carry
11 นี่
them
ยัง
into the next one,
ได้
right?
ลุ้น
A
นะ
couple of rounds at
That's
the
all
end
they
of it.
need.
A couple of
เออนี่แหละ
rounds
พี่
to see, all right,
เข้ามา
we're
ทัว
getting
ร์
something.
ทั
We're
วร์แบบว่า
realizing
international
how to
Fox
adapt to
Sushi
what
นี่
Boom are throwing at us.
เปลี่ยน
แน่
ส
นอน
นามนะ
Forward
อื
again.
ม
Zero
ตั้งแต่แบบว่ารอบแรกแล้ว
forcing away.
รู้สึกว่าฟอร์มดีมาก
Same idea from Full Sense with the Killjoy utility over towards the B site and mid for a
แต่ว่า
little
นัก
bit
ช
of
กแบบ
early information. Got also
ลงนวมมา
retaining
ก่อน
the operator. Sushi Boys for the spam with the Odin. If a retake is needed, you do have the Hunter's Fury and lockdown as well. So
เฮ้ยโหถึงว่าบินได้สูงไอ้สัตว์โกง
ไม่มีใบพัดฝุ่นด้วยเหรอ
นี่มัน
I'll
โกง
even add it. It is against the
ปืน
pistols.
เท่
Boom,
มากเลย
right?
เพิ่งเค
Single
ยเห็น
mistake is all it takes as well
That is
for
true.
Boom to
มัน
close
แดน
this
ได้ไกล
one,
ขึ้น
right?
ด้วยไหมเนี่ยถ้าถือลูก
And
ซอ
I
ง
think
อะ
you know,
แรง
this
ลม
could
เงี้ย
be a thing with where they potentially start to get into their head
อ
a
ย่างนี้
little
เจ็ด
bit.
เขาน่าจะใช้แวนดอลไอ้โซว่าหมด
as well, but when it goes down,
บิน
that'll be
สูง
the timing for potentially PDC to find the
แล้ว
space, but there's nothing
แอนตี้
here.
แอนตี้
But
บาย
there
เลย
isn't a trap playing
บายไป
around it at the
บายไป
moment
กู
from
ไม่อยู่
Boom.
ฟอกบอก
Start to again pivot towards this A site, waiting for the utility to then clear through.
นั่น
Twitch.
แน่รู้ดัน
So careful here.
มาดิน้อง
Set up
Ah, hard
success right now, full sense.
อ้าว
อ้าวเฮียเลย
It's
วันนั้
going
น
to
โด
be
น
a challenge
Yeah.
for them. Gets one.
Again.
Fox able to respond nicely.
อุ้ย
So bad
อุ้ย
Fox
ฟ้อง
is
ระเบิด
there.
ฟอร์ม
He's going to be able to push it back.
Oh,
Olsen
oh,
trying to
oh,
go
no,
towards
no.
the line, but he is denied for just a split
Ôi,
second. And now he's looking
Lộc-
back
lộc-
forward.
lộc-
And there's
lộc-
still an
lộc-
opportunity for them to do
Tỉ
this.
meng
Full
rồi
sense
là
to set up
gan.
again.
มาเอา
There's
แล้วเพื่อน
lockdown.
ว่ะ
Like, so much
พวกเดียวกัน
เทโอนี่พี่เจมส์เหรอ
And I love this from Sushi Boys as well. The lineups towards wine.
A lot of investment here, but
ส
they're
วย
just not looking to make any of those
หมด
mistakes.
ลงไปเลยน้อง
They don't
ไป
want
ไหน
to fail at all. They want to ensure that they 100%
ไม่ถึ
absolutely
งกับต้องอันติออกมาเลยเหรอวะ
onto the defuse
ไม่ถึงกับต้องอันติออกมาเลยเหรอพี่
And that is
ทำไมเมื่อกี้กูนึกว่า M เป็นอีกฝั่งวะงงจัด
It's a mountain that they have
ไอ้
to
เหี้ยกูก็บอกซูชิ
overcome,
บอยระวัง
but all you can do is start.
An
Lord.
interesting
Move
one
had
from
X-ray
Zesty
heal.
at the end there to use the ult to get out of the lockdown
เฮียรอบนี้มีอันติคิวจอโซว่าพี่อันเนี้ยเฮียตรงนี้แหละ
Was it likely that he was
Yeah,
going to be able to pick up the round at the end there? Probably not. Could he use it in the round a little bit later? Look, probably. But right now, that's not what matters.
ถ้าไม่โดน
They've
วิน
got a
โบ
gun
นัส
rounds
อะ
to be presented.
ตอนนี้น่าจะลุ้นอยู่
นี่ถ้าได้พกได้โบนัส
Because they have found that point, right? They will start to realize what FULLSENSE
เฮ้ย
is doing
ไหว
in
พี่
these
ยังไหว
last
อยู่
4
เชื่อผมเลย
rounds that was working
เดี๋ยว
for
นี้
them. What
โซว่าอันติ
Boom needs to
โดนเพื่อน
adjust.
นัดหนึ่ง
They've tried
เพื่อนโล
fast,
แล้ว
they've tried slow, but on
ไม่
the
ฝั่ง
fast
ฝั่ง
ones,
ใคร
there's
โดน
been
เพื่
a
อน
bit more of a stacking to come through from FULLSENSE
ชิโร่
as
เนี่ย
well,
ผมไม่ได้
right?
ฟอก
So
ยิงแบบ
it
ว่า
might just
เพื่อน
come
ได้ไหม
back to
อันติ
what
อัด
we
เฮีย
have
เจ็ด
to
เลย
figure
แดด
out
เหรอ
at
ไอ้สั
the
ตว์
moment to get back in towards this.
พี่เห็นฟอกไม่อันติ
There's a
ใส่จอน
difference
ฟอกบ่อยเลย
between technical coaching, mental coaching,
เหมือนยิง
and
เอา
this
มัน
is
ไปก่อ
where
น
we need to ensure that the
Nah,
mental
yeah,
doesn't
low
live up to
fire.
the name state. They have to keep their temper. They have to make sure they are cool, calm, and collected. Poised.
เฮ้ยเมื่อกี้มีฟูลเซนไฟ
is
ไฮ
going to
ด้วย
be
คน
the
ไทย
key for Boom. You know, you start to think about that scoreline difference.
พี่มอน
and
พี่มอน
when you've got that continued streak behind you, that
อินโดล้วน
tailwind that FULLSENSE take into the map. They've got one
คน
more
ไทย
pause
ไป
as
เที่ยว
well.
อินโด
Boom
อินโด
have
มีอะไร
now
เที่ยวบ้าง
expired both.
บาหลี
โอ้
เฮ้ย
ก็
If we get into
มีเหรอ
overtime,
พี่เอ้ย
I mean, who does the
Me.
momentum
Meด้วยเหรอ
start to favor? Who
Me.
does the swing pivot on
เพื่อนเคยไปไหม
towards? Is it going to be FULLSENSE?
ผมไม่เคย
The defensive side that
มัน
you know, I was praising
มันไกล
before
อะ
against
แต่
JFK,
กาตา
for example.
อันเดียวกันไหม
Different caliber set, I guess one could argue, but
ปกติน่าจะ
the
มี
fact that they're still able to just come
Mày
back
mày.
when they are so
ไม่
close.
มี
นี่ไม่ได้หมายถึงบาหลี
บาหลี
เคยหลีอย่างเดียว
Secondary
หลีอย่าง
round.
อะไรอย่างเงี้ย
ตอนแรกเริ่มจะสงสัยแล้วไม่น่าจะ
In
ใช่
the
บาหลี
arena
อั
that
นเดียวกัน
Boom's going to be able to close
Nè,
this one nice and
รู้
easily.
ตัวช้าด้วยนะ
รู้อยู่แต่ว่านิ่งอยู่ไง
Crowd
ตัวนิ่งเหรอ
has
Ninh
gone
Dụ.
pretty
Ninh
quiet, is
Dụ.
all I'll say.
Yeah, this
The
is
closer we've gotten to some of
อุ้ย
these
ถ้าเมื่อกี้กด
rounds,
โดนปะวะไม่โดน
the closer the scoreline gets.
Yeah. Now we'll see for Boom on the back of this timeout what the changes actually are.
Oi, 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 oi.
Actually, right? So
Yeah,
we're
I'll do
going
it.
through mid and B. A little bit of toing and froing with how they want to position PDC and how they want to maneuver Fox to set him up for a home
Drone
fury.
A
If there is a very fast play to come through from Boom when they do recalibrate around the map.
Van Olsen in
เที่ยวผม
position
กลัวว่า
once
ยี่คิว
more.
จอเขาจะมา
He was getting
อันติ
absolutely
โยกบอมเลย
denied by Famous.
แต่ถ้าแพ้ขอแบบขอคะแนนเบียด
One of
เบีย
the
ดๆอะ
problem factors
เรียกความ
right
มั่น
now
ใจ
is going to be for Boom. If
Jing
they
พี่
leave it to 20 seconds
อย่างน้อย
or
มัน
so
ได้
on
ยิง
the
ได้
clock,
วอร์ม
the
เครื่องได้
Fury
ติด
could absolutely rip
Jing
them
ạ.
up. And
เห็นด้วยเลย
PDC on the retake with that null command as well could be something. But with this lean now
จอน
towards
ตัด
the
ได้
A side,
ได้
they'll
เลยราวเนี้ยบอก
set
ให้
themselves up
หนึ่ง
going for the full
สอง
firing execution. Something that you know you
Smoke
practice in
off.
scrims in these
Ooh.
scenarios.
He's going to have to sort of reposition for this line now.
โอ้ยจอน
And he's actually managed
อุ้ย
to get in here,
โอ้ไม่
Famous.
ได้
He's crossed the
มันยาก
line.
ได้ว่ะ
And
โอ้
Shiro
โหแล้ว
is
ไป
by
สอง
one. As he
สา
slaps
ม
as
ดี
well.
เลยอย่างนี้
This might have just been the energy
Không,
that
mới
Boom
đang khả
needs. The
khăm.
timeout was used to perfection.
Ôi,
They haven't
mà
given
mà.
the line at all. Sushi
Bùng
Boys
xóm.
at least puts one foot forward, but there's going to be
Mấy cái
many
vàng
more
nè.
that need to follow it. Entering back
เดี๋ยว
in.
ได้วางอยู่
I
ดี
don't think they're going to slow down here, Komodo. They're going to
แต่ตัว
try and
มันเหลื
put
อ
this
เยอะไป
time
ว่ะพี่
pressure on, but there's so many angles that they need to clear. That lockdown will be forced in,
Ôi.
but PTC makes it another.
Lấy
And
xỉu.
now walking
Ui,
on
kia
will be
rồi,
Shiro
có
to
bao.
deny, but Sushi Boys down onto the side. There's too many lines for him to look
โอ้
at.
ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไร
And Shiro
ดันทับ
is
ไป
just the hero
โหแล้ว
that
แมป
they
หน้า
need
อา
that
บิส
timeout.
โอ้โห
เอ้ยถือว่าวอร์มถึงแล้วพี่ถือว่าวอร์มถึงแล้วพี่เชื่อผมวอร์มอันนี้วอร์มถึง
One is all they get ไป จอห์นโอทีแต่จอห์นยิงไม่ค่อยโดนเลยโกเน็กไปจีครับ
ดูแบบสามก่อน
ไม่มีจอห์นโอทีอ่ะ
ด่านนี้ฟูลเซนเลือกมาครับ โลตัสซันเซ็ตฮาเว่น
อาบิดแล้วก็โลตัสเหรอพี่
อาบิสโลตัสซันเซ็ตฮาเว่นไม่ได้แมปหน้าลำบากโหเหนื่อยอ่ะ
แต่เหนื่อย
ต้อง
จริ
ลุ้
ง
นต้องลุ้นรีเวิร์สอย่างเดียว
แต่ผมว่า
ครับ
ได้อยู่อะพี่แบบหน้าการ
ไม่
เราการก่อนปะ
ไม่ได้จริงอาบิสเนี่ยดูบูมเล่นเมื่อวานแล้ว
ผมเห็นอยู่มีความหวังพี่ผมเป็นคนมีความหวังขอแม่งมีช็อตเมาแล้วคนละช็อต2ช็อตอะ
เฮ้ยทำไมกลิ่นเหมือนมีคนสูบบุหรี่เลย
ว่า
Windows 10
น้องออกมาอ้อน
Windows 11 ปะทะน้องแพท สมมติว่าถ้าลง Windows 10 มาแล้วมันยังมีขอบจอมันจะทำไง ขอบคุณคุณวิทูลนะครับฟูเซนหมดใจในตัวเชียร์ VIP ขอบคุณคุณตัวใหญ่นะครับคุณวิทูลเสียงหายอ่ะหายแป๊บนึงครับผมปิดเสียง
And
ไว้
he was also
ไม่งั้นเดี๋ยวมันโดนลิขสิทธิ์
that
เปิด
last
ไว้หน่อยก็
round
ได้
with Boom having a hot start, and we were talking about it about FULLSENSE. FULLSENSE is a team that likes to get that hot starts. What if they're the ones put on the back foot? Well, this is the result.
Yeah, it speaks for itself, right? At this point, especially since you did see that FULLSENSE they were struggling to get the engine a little going, and you saw that the momentum was just fully in favor of Boom at that point. The adrenaline, I'm pretty sure it came out in game as well. I mean, the audience can feel it for sure, but you saw that Boom was basically like, this is the tempo we're gonna play at. Catch up if you can, FULLSENSE.
Yeah, for sure. And that tempo was set by NC Slasher, aka Sheldon Anderson, aka Tackle. Remember his name. He started off so hot. There's sometimes when I look at him, he's one of the most talented players I've had the pleasure to coach. And there's times when he finds that form and his mechanical raw skill is over the moon, and you can't take him down. We saw it with that Bulldog 3.
Yeah, NC Slasher, this has been his tournament, honestly. But you also have to say the other consistency of MVP Shiro right now. He had how many first kills in that game? Like 5 first kills on a Sova as an IGL. And that the 3K at the very end, courtesy of Shiro. I mentioned it a while ago. But it just felt like Boom just needed, after that timeout, one thing to go right, since they already established such a good baseline to begin with. But I don't want to count out FULLSENSE as of yet. Come on, guys. It's a best of 5. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And we did see Fox as well as Sushi Boys really start stepping it up in the end.
Exactly. It's a marathon, not a sprint, and we're going to see how Boom keeps this going. If they can keep running, or if FULLSENSE is going to catch up right after a very quick break. Don't go away. We've still got map 2 coming right up.
เพลงนี้โดนไม่ได้เลยหน้านี้แหละทีเด็ดเลยตึกตะตึกตึก เอ็กห้วยเหรอไม่เอาไปทำอะไร17 วินะครับ พี่เอฟกินข้าวแล้วครับ กินกับต้มเลือดหมู แล้วกำลังจะหิวอีกรอบ เพราะว่ากินไปแค่ทัพพีเดียว หาทำแต่ยำปลากระป๋องอร่อยมากเลย อยากกินอีกอะต้องทำไงอะถ้าแพ้รอบนี้แข่งต่ออีกแมตช์หนึ่งสปีดรันทูแอร์พอร์ตก็สายล่างไอ้นี้มัน BO5 ครับ ถ้าแพ้ด่านนี้ก็ยังมีอีกรอบหนึ่งมั้งไม่รู้จะคัมแบ็กได้เปล่า ต้องมาดูกันถ้าไม่คัมแบ็กก็คัมแบ็กทูไทยแลนด์เลยไป กลับมาคัดใหม่ อันนี้ใส่ล่างแล้ว หมายถึงไอ้นี่หมายถึงแพ้ในไหนอ่ะ แพ้ในโบหรือว่าแพ้ใน ถ้าแพ้แบบแพ้เลยอ่ะก็กลับบ้านเลยครับ แต่ถ้าแพ้ด่านอาบิดก็ยังมีอีกรอบหนึ่งเล่นกี่แมป5 ครับ ไม่เล่นเบสออฟ5กี่แมปก็ขึ้นอยู่กับว่าจะชนะหรือเปล่า ถ้า3-0ก็GGเลย แต่ผมว่ากลับมาได้นะ
Wait for the plant, go for the lockdown. That's the kind of evolution we want to see. And the kind of evolution that Boom is really showing us in this form. We were worried, right? Especially, they're the team that doesn't play the Neon so far. And right now, I don't expect to see it from Boom. I want to see what FULLSENSE has in store for us for this.
Yeah, I'm really wondering if this is FULLSENSE kind of backed into a playbook corner and suddenly panicking by bringing out old habits, right? This is something that, of course, you don't want to see in a lower final against Boom Esports. That's just looking like they are fearless in bringing out new things. And as we jump into our agent select right now here on Abyss, we knew that Boom was going to bring this out. But do you think the conversation for FULLSENSE is going to stand up to it?
So just to point out real quick, FULLSENSE did run this against Sharper back in Thailand in the upper semifinals.
It's nothing really new.
And it's nothing really new. And it has gotten their only win on Abyss. But then again, Boom was just so effective for the last time around.
เมื่อวานมันไม่ใช่คอมนี้หรือเปล่า
ก็โยรุเนี่ยแหละพี่
from when they played it last time, because of course if you're watching that Abyss from yesterday, you're going to expect Boom to potentially go for it again, right? And last night I'm sure there's not a lot
คอมเดิมนี่หว่า
that was had, so they need to be ready for this match.
My eyes relate the double initiator. Lots of flash potential here for FULLSENSE. And it's also very fun coming into post plant, right, with the Gecko and maybe even the breach. Well, it's Abyss. What can happen when a Rolling Thunder comes for you?
Well, we're gonna find out. It's a marathon, and they gotta keep running now. Can FULLSENSE catch up? Conky, Komodo, the floor
คนละเกม
is
ครับผมชิโร่แหม
We talk about a marathon, these guys looking like a bit more of a sprint at this point in time. And you know me, FULLSENSE stand, big John Olsen supporter. And all I'm saying is I'm leaning hard into this Boom narrative right now. They're looking strong, especially after yesterday on Abyss.
Yeah, Boom coming out of the gates, you know, just absolutely firing on Abyss. But I throw it the other way, and I worry for FULLSENSE because for me, looking at the history on this map for them, you've got teams who adopt a new map when it comes in towards the pool. You've got teams that kind of remove it and don't want to play it, right? We saw that it was reined in from Boom. They wanted to have it as a surprise, but for FULLSENSE, they've been experimenting on this map and kind of to no avail bar the game that they actually won against Sharper, right? So I'm going into this with the same composition as Dax said that they did manage to win that game, but it doesn't give you good confidence that you're going in towards this secondary map of your opponent's pick after seeing a 13-3 yesterday, after you got 13-0'd, after you kind of came up with a little bit of a comeback on Ascent, but now you're out of it. Is this going to be the 2-0 that we see from Boom? Are they going to reenact it, or are we actually seeing a really big change come through for FULLSENSE now?
All I can say is, man, it's going to be very scary to be looking down the barrel of a Boom 2-0 and into that third map, though, right?
Kind of feel like you want that guy on your roster, though, if you are a tie team. That's
right.
real.
Yeah.
But into the pistol, let's see what FULLSENSE can deploy for us over on this defensive side, and if they're going to be able to better scoreline, better positions.
ใช้เลย
Get John Olsen in early, I feel, is going to be really crucial here.
Already sent out their fake. Creeping back towards the
ย่อ
A
กระโดด
side.
ยืนใช่ไหมพี่เอ๋ย
Haven't touched the orb just yet, haven't given up the info.
ไม่มีเสียงใช่
Now they're going to wait in, look to layer a bit of this utility, drone in, send in NC Slasher as your point player if you want, Famous as well to come in a little bit later on.
Paranoia out.
วิ่ง
Already a good start there for
ดีนะ
Leviathan.
ไม่โดนบายดี
Nicely
ได้
opening up the bank account. Fox actually a little shaky with that aim. Leviathan
ปล่อยหนึ่ง
very
เดี๋ยวนั้น
low Komodo. This could be dicey right now as Shiro, he has made his way back in and now they can let it simmer for a second spike now planted.
I love the timing on rotation as well for the smokes to go down from Boom, but an opportunity now as Sushi Boys finds Berserks.
That's an entry point right now, right? You know, we bring it back to a 3-on-3. The opportunity is now time.
Dark cover just for Zespi too, so you can still isolate Heaven from the play.
ตัน
Fox's position so tough as well now. Sushi
โรยตัว
to drop it on in.
เจ็ด
and
เค
that's a
ไม่
great
ตาย
shot back. Shiro though gets one for his troubles and now he's back up in towards Heaven here. It's going to be very dicey. 20 points of HP. He would be on for the 4K. 1 versus 3 clutch.
John.
Not quite.
มาวะ
And that is a massive round moment of importance there for John Olsen. Not only does he take down Famous and start there, but he gets a point on the board.
Yeah, lots of trades to come on through as well.
And
When you
John
think that Boom
Jack,
might be able to get on in, just navigating around the site as well, being a thorn in the sides of Boom. When the pistol round is now finally secured for FULLSENSE, what did we miss over on the previous map from FULLSENSE? It was early start, it was pistol plays, it was getting a sense of momentum and a feeling that they actually do have a foot in front of the other in the server. So on the board, nice and early to set yourselves up for, you know, hopefully defensive strength.
It's just about, again, making sure that the practice you put into play continues, right? It happens live in the server, you get that momentum.
Not too much really to see and expect from Boom in a situation like this though, right? Just all onto the classics. Full heads up play going in towards the next round, maximizing NC Slasher on Yoru. Get that ultimate nice and early. You know, one of the powerful things about a Yoru on this map as well when you can get in towards a side is you've got Famous on the Clove that will actually shift in towards more of that duelist.
The prime opportunity for John Olsen with the Outlaw as well to get a bit of, you know, confidence behind him. But look at this position for Leviathan. It's so close! As the gate crash goes out, it unfortunately doesn't quite connect there, and now the Outlaw, he's been pinged though, but he's confident to just keep on pushing him. Why wouldn't you be, right? You can take that fight, you can take that shot. And now the ruse goes in, Famous spotted out by Fox, that this is going to go up, and is it going to catch? Because John Olsen, he's in! But Zespi does get the response back. Still a 3 versus 2 Komodo, you can't overstep here.
There's some damage here with these classics for sure. The spike is still being held by Berserks. A bit of information that you've got rotations now for all 3 members of FULLSENSE.
Smart to fall away. That's the big key here, right? You know, they did
ผมโควต้าเลยนะถ้าเสียนี่เล่นยากนะ
into that sort of play, but now they're grouping up together. Now they're lining up in
John
position for
Olsen.
Berserks. His position, it's been overlooked here. Zespi actually managing to get one back. This is where they've managed to kind of isolate and control back. Spectre gets it done, but Zes, He has been the impact man. All eyes on him. A showman.
Only a sheriff though.
Aftershock. Is it enough
ตั้ม
timing?
Oh.
ทำมิ่งดี
Yes, it is.
Brilliant.
But all that means, all that damage done by Zespi, that can be
เสีย
harvested
โคตรเยอะ
now
แต่ไม่
and
เป็นไร
carried
ลำบากเลย
Absolutely.
Win
I
นี่ยัง
said
ดี
it in the beginning of the round. It's full classics to come through from Boom.
ถ้ามัน
and
แพ้เนี่ยมันจะแย่
down to PDC alive with the sheriff there, taking the outlaw now for John Olsen.
Micro mistakes, pistols facing. It's not a good look for Full Sense so early.
Yeah, I mean, at least PDC did have the aftershock and he didn't have to run in and take that 1v1. Sound cues as well. Would he play with the time? Would Zespi be able to find the frag? You've lost a map. You're not getting a lot of impact previously. You feel sweaty in that situation.
We wonder about the communications, right? It's so key to have clear comms in moments like this.
2 spy plants for Boom as well. So far successive of breaking and entering, but not able to actually get out with the goods. First gun round though, for Boom. See what they're going to be able to navigate with here. NC Slasher still not able to get that dimensional drift online just yet either, but Zespi on from the shadows, one away. I love the change of pace as well from Full Sense over at A. Complete control of A main, walking, seeing that no one's there. You can start to pivot and shift the team over towards B. You can give an idea to Sushi Boys that you need to be ready here.
Yeah, like so much information off the back of that cam right now. Sushi Boys, he does actually have another trap wire. But inside the cyber cage, they're pushing all the way around and in spawn. He doesn't get done by the fake out. Finds one. Sushi Boys another. Zess, good for the trade, but still, it's an awkward one right now. Timing as the plant goes in.
Famous lurks mid as well, and he got no damage there, so it's just
Ma
these
wah.
smokes from beyond the grave.
Powerful position, but when it's taken away from you, it can be so scary, right? 4 versus 3 advantage, obviously, from positioning and weaponry with Boom. But now as that Dizzy goes in, they do have to give away their hand, narrowly missing it. Paranoia does actually catch Shiro as he moves over towards danger, but it's Zespi poised up close and personal. There's another looking for a third, but denied and punished. But Berserks, the frenzy, will make it work for now. Looking for the weaponry here. Will it be the catch? It absolutely will. There was a moment in time where potentially Full Sense could have dragged that through in the bonus, but the damage dealt in the previous round was enough that they could capitalize there for Boom.
Yeah, a little bit of more favored timing as well, and they could have taken out Zespi from that side of the site. Fox, you know, he got the idea that the head is there available, but wasn't able to get the right line, and his teammate unfortunately losing his life there. So a great recovery on that round for Boom at the tail end of that one on the board to keep things competitive.
You're not mad for either team there, right? I think there was even sort of playing field in both of it. You know, it was the last ditch effort that really dragged Boom back into the round. So I don't think Full Sense lost too much, but a good response again from Boom as well as the pace gets picked up towards mid.
If they can find that opening kick and use Sushi Boy's Noodle Theft to be able to figure out ahead of time where Boom are going, they can get some better rotations in as well, because so far, Famous, you know, in that lurk, again, you know, not too many rounds to be able to emphasize here, but caught out without anything. It was how he was getting a lot of this pressure found in the previous time that played it.
John.
Now over towards the B side, it is pretty much everyone here for Boom.
That's a great catch.
John เนียนอยู่เนี่ย
It's going to be the ping of information as John Olsen. As well. Oh my god. The cross away too, the fade away, the dunk on the 3. And now Berserks, at least able to find Fox here. That's the rotate court.
โอ้โยรุมีอันตี
They're all theft in as well to get all of the information, and now
โยนคืน
to
ครับ
get to this A site first.
ว้าวุ่นเลย
Will he be able to dispatch of Leviathan now that he'll be backed up by PDC
โยนไม่ขึ้น
too.
เรียบร้อย
The cyber cage missing there is so
นักเต้น
painful
ไป
to see
แล้ว
for Berserks. Can't quite catch it because now the rest of the team is confused. They don't know where to go, Famous and NC Slasher.
Yeah, well, Sushi Boys threw out the hat as well to get the information. So now back
John.
in mid. They're bringing it back right now.
my
Famous
God.
and
What is
NC
this?
Slasher from a 2 versus 4. Now it's all onto
Can he get
Leviathan.
in? Punished as well, denied. I think he actually meant to try and get into the tower there, Komodo.
die
But he couldn't
now.
quite. Now he has to go all the way around.
It's just the timing from NC Slasher. Right space, right time to deny from the shadows to get the flare. But the gate crash, actually, I don't think... Oh, it's so close. You've got to get out of here. And now he's ulting numbers game, Mitch.
He can just be in menace here. He doesn't need to do anything. He can just keep interest, keep focus. He's actually going to choose to hold his position as well. Leviathan is now so scared, so hesitant. And it's going to be Famous to wrap around. What the hell was was that? Beautiful duo. That was a 2v4, Komodo.
2v4 in through mid. NC Slasher on the Yoru.
ไม่น่าเสี
Picking
ย
up the duelist duties
ต้อง
when
ได้
Famous
นะวินนี้โคตร
cannot
สำคัญ
take in
นะ
the duel.
สำคัญมาก
Playing together. They were revealed. Position known. They had to walk up that flight of stairs. They had to find the kills. And then the rotation for the plant as well. I mean, that is absolutely gorgeous. John Olsen and Sushi Boys caught in transition. And then all that Yoru is trying to do at the end there is buy time for Famous to come on in. You know the comms were extravagant then for Boom.
Absolutely. I'm on him. You don't need to do anything else there, right? You can just literally troll your way through.
An immediate pace change though for FULLSENSE. We saw them go up A, now a lot through mid to try and take the space. Fox again, first dead so many times for FULLSENSE.
Yeah, he tries to get that Dizzy out, but again, it's destroyed. And now John Olsen has the blades, but he's on an island alone and isolated. They are going to hold the pace though, Boom. They don't want to overstay their welcome.
It can start to settle it down right now
ต้องรอ
because they know
จอเป็นจุดที่แบบ
possibility of
no
someone else
info
being in
สำหรับ
this window.
บูมอยู่
Guarantee at
ต้อ
this
งนิ่ง
point,
ไว้
the way they're looking at it.
Absolutely.
นั่นแหละได้เล่นอย่างนี้ได้เล่นอยู่ดูมันจะเช็คหรือเปล่า
Rotations to come through from Boom.
แต่มัน
Opportunity actually for John
มันไม่
Olsen.
ได้
เจอ
มาร์ก
มันก็น่าจะเช็ค
Overlooking
มันไม่มาร์ก
by the timing again. They all pass each other.
เฮ้ย
So
จอนกลับมา
nervous.
ก่อน
Like he's managed to find his control. He's managed to peek back into
สวย
what
เลย
he did,
สวยเลย
but again, have they overlooked this? Yeah, they have. Oh, John.
สวยเลย
Okay.
สวยเลย
He manages to keep it cool.
Oi.
And it's not
พอแล้ว
looking like he can fall away
พอแล้ว
now.
พอ
He
แล้ว
doesn't need to overstep here because look at Berserk. Trying to be the linchpin. Gets the
โอเค
เอ้ย
There we go. Where
เอ้ยเลยล่ะ
my friend? Stop being late. We
Oi.
need you at the party. We need you to show up. And 4 is big. 5 will be bigger. NC
Ed,
slashing
Ed.
out outlaw.
เอ็ดขอร้องเลยขอร้องเลย
That's the thing. You can never count him out.
เอ
เอ้
อย
ดูดิ
The ace, the
มาดิ
momentum
มาดิ
needed, the momentum. He can be awakened
เจอ
now
จอห์น
as
โอ
he
เซน
comes
ไปดิ
out of his slumber. John Olsen.
And you can hear the crowd as well. They've been cut to size by those blades. Not just in the server for Boom.
อู้หู้
John Olsen.
John Buddy Olsen.
Where have you been
และจังหวะนี้ตื่น
in the past few days of this
โมเมนตัมมาละ
tournament?
จังหวะ
Not adopting too much, not adapting with the team, but now
คนพาขยี้จัด
that has to be the thing. I mean, surely that has to be the one moment they needed on this stage to get back into a comfort zone. Rifles though again for FULLSENSE, of course, for Boom. A little bit backed up with these Guardians. A Hunter's Fury in for Shiro as well as they start to execute to A.
Gonna go quick. Really need to make some impact here. Boom. Their
Oi.
flash comes out. Now they're gonna look forward. Sushi Boy
โอ้โห
still alive.
ใครมัน
He's actually managed
นัว
to
หม
get
ด
the
เลยวะ
catch
น่ะ
here. PTC now very in an awkward position. He actually needs to hightail
Good
it out
die.
there. Gonna have to wait for the retake here.
Yeah, absolutely, and that will set up Shiro as well to escape from the site, to use this Hunter's Fury. Famous can go for a brawl if he wants because he's got his own ult too.
All managed to fall away here, but there's some information gathered. Now looking to try and execute this round fully. They're keeping Famous in
Timing.
position. He does have the not dead yet as well, Komodo, that he can make it work.
Ow.
He's blinded completely inside the ruse, but it's certainly
Bam.
elaborate. And now PTC and Sushi Boys trying to make it happen. PTC gets 1 for his money,
Yaggling
but
it.
he needs 2 for the trouble. Now they can just
Oh.
focus and set their sights on the bridge.
Lao bay lao
And it
chật.
has been crumbling beneath them now. They fall to their death. And Abyss continues to bring the thunder.
Planning on the bridge is always a risky position to go for it when you're on the attacker's side, but when it gets down and you're not playing something like a Sage on the other side to block it with the wall, you've not got the numbers effect. It is so hard to get a retake going on in that position.
That blind inside the ruse, inside heaven.
Yeah, that was
Fox
nuts.
couldn't do anything.
Both of them are blind.
Immaculate timing to find it, right?
Both of them are blind, but now we've got
Oh,
a contest immediately
straight in.
at the A side. But again, another gorgeous flash to come through to put them off the
Ooh,
line.
wee.
They're really just trying to sort of do the thing now. In the way of John Olsen, you bite off the head of the snake and the body will die.
Maximizing
Combo,
once more this dimensional drift for NC Slasher. It's such a
Yeah, it's a
powerful
more
ultimate on a
island
map
get.
like Abyss. Not a lot of teams still leaning in towards composition with it. We see teams still opting for the Jet plus the Reyna, for example. It was something that FULLSENSE have tried. They change it over and they bring a Yoru, but you're running a Viper, for example, instead. Boom are playing a comp that
สงสัยหน่อยครบ
in a time right now that they reset, wait for these smokes to come back online.
สงสัยหน่อย
What utility they can from FULLSENSE as they spread across the map
มั
in
น
a
โห
more
ดรอ
default
เฉยๆดิ เอาชัวร์
Need to keep John Olsen interested right now, right?
Oh, but look at this for Sushi Boys. He's waiting for his time.
ยังไม่ไปครับ
Jump
โอ้
over the
จอ
bridge,
ห์น
but now John Olsen is gone at the back of A.
I talk about
Yeah,
it,
like-
right? Biting off the head of the snake.
ไม่โดนได้ไงวะ
Now Leviathan has to pick up the operator. such an impactful weapon, right? There's not much else around them.
Timing on the other side of the map for Sushi Boys, but how long does he wait? Because with 30 seconds to go, Fox only with this Sheriff. He's not going to be able to use the Thrash in this position. He could throw a spanner in the works, though, with this op for Leviathan.
He's managed to at least...
timing!
But the timing of the Hunter's Fury! NC Slasher! Man, again, can open up a butcher shop the way he's fighting it because no one else even wants a piece of the pie to get back into this. They're just going to save.
And the fact that FULLSENSE didn't have any initiative to go for some information to figure out what Boom are doing around the map. They have no real information deep B. They got nothing outside of A. That was very passive and stalled from them to not get any info, and now they pay the price.
Sanguine moment from NC Slasher. And again, just how quickly, you know, hopping the Hunter's Fury, just making them turn away for a split second, right?
Yeah.
That's all they needed for NC Slasher to open up the round.
Shining light for FULLSENSE on the back of this round is that they still have enough credits in the back pocket
NC
to go
Slasher มัน
for
จัดให้หมด
another
เลย
buy.
พี่
It wasn't a
มัน
full
เน้นให้
heavy
เลยอ่ะ NC
investment
Slasher
for them. But I'm not really seeing
จอนมาแค่เราเดี๋ยวจอนก็ไปละ
from them too far on this defensive side. I'm not seeing any expressions of interest around this map to do something, and I want to see the change. When you've got Fox on this Thrash, you could definitely use it to get something early in these rounds as well because of the grouping that we've seen over on the side of Boom. Not, the first 10 to 15 seconds, sure, but if you get a little bit of information to pop on the back of that with a good flash or a good stun to come through from PDC to get him back in towards this game as well, that could be pretty pivotal.
Fox, a player who's had so much impact throughout this tournament, going silent is a really, really troublesome matter. You're right.
Push down B main, but I don't think the drone has actually spotted out John Olsen.
That's such an important shot to hit.
And immediately straight in towards the other side of the map for Boom. There's the ult from Yori clearing a lot of this space to get in to get the plan. Look at the rotation from FULLSENSE. They were sold by one dart from Shiro. One little thing, Mitch.
At least the Thrash is there for Fox. Able to use it this time. They can hold this 4v5. They can hold the retake, rather.
2 ults to be able to use. Heading to the site for the retake, but now Leviathan's gone. The Thrash is in.
นี่ก็จัดไม่หยุดเลยโอ้โห
Just hold the information. John Olsen at least gets the trade out, but following that Thrash, they've got information. The tag up, but they're all main. And with that, Dizzy coming on out. The Rolling Thunder will catch absolutely everyone. But how many will that be?
อุ้ย BDC
The answer is everybody. And that was an immaculate retake from FULLSENSE. They hold their utility, they hold their control, and they toss it all in to make sure that they can recover with some success. And the scoreline is tied. Very briefly, I was talking about how one-sided each of these pacings were, right? But they managed to bring it back to a closer battle now.
Pretty composed for them, which is one of the benefits of going for, the other side of the map. If you completely rotate, it's that you do have a lot of deployments to go in for a retake. When you've got those 2 ultimates and you layer them to go in towards the site, backed up by the stuns and the flashes as well to come through from FULLSENSE, that's where you get a really good retake coming on forwards. And now, what did I mention to you just before, Mitch? Boom love to play together in towards this. They love to stack everyone at the same spot. And
รีเพย์เราหายตลอดเลยว่ะพี่
well,
แปลกๆวะ
the only one here on the side as the flank comes big.
Oh, and they're going to jump over danger as well. He's on the cam, but he might actually miss the timing. The one way, but John Olsen, he's found the timing again. He can just keep his interest for long enough there, Komodo. There's 2. And now that's at least turned their heads. Boom, have to keep a focus around the rest of this site. They've managed to take down one in Sushi Boys. That's the control gathered. Now they can simmer down for the retake. And look at Zess's position. He's up close, but they've heard it this time. PTC manages to dodge the flash. Now the paranoia goes through. He can again keep them interested because John Olsen is fighting on that side, fighting for his second ace in this game. And now as it simmers, they're pushing again. It's Zespi's positioning that is going to be the linchpin to turn this round on its head. And we know how good Famous was yesterday. He had so much impact on this close, but now it's all about this timing again. They have to get onto this thing, but Fox takes it. So eyes on Zespi, eyes on this Omen, the nightmare fuel that can be brought on through. One more is found. But denied again. PTC will confirm it. And now, finally, FULLSENSE, we see them take the lead.
After Zest was seen at the top of the heavens as well, he gets the 1 frag, and immediately FULLSENSE don't really want to activate anymore around him because the flank from Fox is starting to come on through. Famous sees the Mosh go in, sees the Dizzy go through, knows that it's coming from the flank there, but can't quite navigate the frag. For the second time now, Mitch, the waltz down towards mid has provided John Olsen the right ingredients to absolutely cook Boom up unexpectedly.
ถือว่าผิดพลาดใหญ่หลวงอยู่นะที่จอนมาอยู่นี่ได้
Can't be all on him.
งงเหมือนกันมากเลยวะ
Activation from everyone else too.
Well, let's see if they can do it again because
หมายถึง
once
ไอ้ไหลมันตร
more
งกลางอะนะ
through towards Boom, but some actual info solidified now for Boom.
They still keep going though.
Yeah, in towards the B side is where they want to do. Again, they've been so stellar at getting in these plants. It's just the posts that are getting away from them a bit.
If Berserks can keep John Olsen interested here,
ต้องไวกว่า
maybe
นี้หน่อย
there's a moment in
โอ้ย
time.
แต่โค้ชมาดูแล้วดิ
It's 5-on-5 retake again as
เฮ้
they
ย
start to wrap in.
All timing now from John
Oi.
as well. He gets one more. Look at it. He's going on in.
Cloudburst, but he
Oi.
gets
Lord.
away. But that's a big impact from Berserks at the exact same time. He's been
Okay.
punished, he's taken
Right.
down now.
Huge flank from Berserks.
Absolutely. He's in position, has all of this control. As I said, he just needs to keep them entertained, keep them focused. As Leviathan pushes forward inside the link, he turns at the wrong time, and they've done this to perfection time and time again. Sushi Boys can get the positioning in, but Zespi is right on that line, and this is what Boom have done so much better. They are all collectively together.
An adjustment from them, though, is more importantly what has gotten the better of them a couple times in this map. It's mid-information, right? You're running not just one information gathering ability player in the server. You've got a Cypher that can use the cam, that can use the trips as these key pieces of information to get the early plays known. So the fact that they adjust that ever so slightly, they've got the heads up play for that to come in early.
It's crazy how Berserk's keeping the target on their back can keep them so interested and hesitant off that side.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, we've seen immediate adjustments on the flip side too from FULLSENSE, right? When they were losing in towards these main battles, they relieve themselves from going from these extremities. They go through mid. So now that they've been losing it, they completely get out of there. They go back towards getting a little bit of this main control, setting up the Cypher util a little bit more passively over at B.
Rent's expensive, guys, and you've given it all to them for free.
Oh, but PDC, he has the discount.
Oh.
What a crap landlord. Famous getting that opening opportunity here.
But a push in through A main. Again,
Hey.
keeping checked by Berserk.
On
John
me.
Olsen with the blades. Position known.
Okay.
And will find the
ดี
frag.
นะ
But at what cost?
ดีนะไม่
Does
แด
get
ด
the
ตก
catch,
เมื่อกี้
only narrowly. Still yet to be on towards the side here. Now Zespi can get into position. He would have heard this, Sushi Boys.
Berserk still another postcode at the moment as the spike looks to be established on the site.
They're going to push onto him. And that's Zespi again. Omen duelist
Hey,
apparently,
you.
but John Olsen has got the trade. But does he want to wait for the rest of his team, or does he want to try and get this catch? He does! He narrowly misses. Fox has found the positioning though, and now that paranoia comes out. John Olsen gets his third, but can he be denied by NC Slasher? Looking to open up again. NC Slasher, the man with the knife in hand, the sword, the blade.
เฮ้ยน้องนาย
But the Leviathan will
Leviathan.
strike from the depth of Mariana's trench. He will summon and
เจ็ด
deny
ห้าได้ปืน
the
พกไป
retake and the
เดือด
offense. One more round left in this half as FULLSENSE grabs 6-5.
Super close here on Abyss for our second map. Finally, we're seeing resilience and retaliation to come through from FULLSENSE, but one player surviving in the end. Utility to be pulled out from NC Slasher. Wanted to gate crush out. Could have dimensional drifted in the 1-on-1. But I've got to say, John Olsen has dug deep again on this defensive side. He's coming out with crucial frags time and time again. He had no HP on the back of that first duel mission. He got an
28
extra
นะ
two.
ครับผม
The
จอห์นเส้น
paranoia
ตอน
from
นี้
Leviathan came at the perfect time to keep him engaged, right?
Yeah. Once more, these plants though for Boom.
จอห์นจัด
Retakes coming through for
จัดอยู่คนเดียวเลย
FULLSENSE.
ตอน
It's
เนี้
the
ย
only way they've been getting a lot of these rounds, right? One on the kills. This is hugely quicker
That's
though
actually
over
massive
in
because the
main.
dimensional
Oi,
drift
Fox.
has been mistimed. He's been able to get in, but they managed to trade it out.
ว้า
That's
วุ่นเลยโดน
crazy.
นี้
There was no world where they were ahead in this. But the gate crash comes on through. John
Good blindside.
Olsen. He's
อะไรวะ
only
เนี่ย
down one though. Now he has to try and re-engage. And inside this ruse, can he get the
An
catch?
operator, you don't want a gun like that.
Absolutely.
You have to go.
Oi.
Let's go, but he gets it, but Famous is back, not
Not
dead.
Isaac
dead
Walker.
yet, baby. He's still in it to win it. 3 versus 2. John Olsen. Again, he has so much to do, but they've just narrowly missed that shot. Has to go danger.
This is time taken away from the spike, and now they're
Yeah.
isolated one-on-one. Methodical retake, 2 positions.
All he had to do was stay alive. And now looking to get the cash here is NC Slasher. They've played this to a really good spot here, Boom.
Wait,
They have
wait,
advantageous
wait.
position.
Ow!
If they fall into the line, it could be dangerous.
ยิง
And
ไว
John
จัด
Olsen, he's changed it. He wants to get the Vandal, and I don't blame him. He can move back in. The time is ticking.
How do you get back into this? You still got a Flash Frenzy Slasher on the right line and on the right shot, so they answer back. Mitch, left and right, back and forward.
It certainly won't be good night after that left and right, though, Komodo. 6-6 is the scoreline that we so desperately needed inside the Britama Arena. No more boring stuff going on right now. This is what we need to see here in Jakarta.
I'm happy. I wanted to see more on this map of Abyss, and so far it has been delivered.
We'll get a little bit of a quick interview, get that crowd going.
คืออะไรไม่ให้เราได้ยินด้วยอ่ะเขาคุยความลับกันอ่ะพี่สงสัยเขาคุยความลับกันเอ้ยอยากรู้ว่า
น่าจะเป็นภาษาอินโดป่ะเลยแบบไม่ได้เปิดเสียง
ผมว่าน่าจะไม่ให้เราฟัง
เมื่อกี้เขาใส่เราแน่เลยเฟิร์นมิวไว้ก่อน
อ๋อเซนเซอร์ใช่ไหม
ใช่
บอกว่าอย่าให้เจอพี่เอ๋ยถ้าเจอจะไปขอลายเซ็น
อ๋อรู้ว่าจะทำอะไรเมื่อกี้จะไปจองโต๊ะแล้ว
to give their best, to give a better performance, and especially on the second half. Casters throwing it back to you.
Blood runs thicker than water, and family means everything in this
Ning,
arena. Having your mum
Indo-Pai.
down here to cheer you on is absolutely beautiful. What a chat in there. Thank you so much, Abigail, for that input. Because again, you can just see on your screen right now what it means to these players, but what it means to as well the viewers, the entertainment, right? We've got a game on our hands right now, and you were sort of talking about it. Ewok was saying the same thing. Abyss, right? Chaos.
Yeah, crowd buff, family
วัน
buff
นี้แข่งเพื่อ
here for Boom. But look,
เอาคนไปชิงสายบนพรุ่งนี้
managed to bring
เจอ
this
สิน
game
ภาษา
back, get against Impresa and win that. Their trajectory and their path to Masters Bangkok,
With me
where
down
they
there.
could then
Oh.
have their own family. Could you imagine?
เอา
เอก
ส่วน
วิ
ของ
ท
ผม
ยาการ
ไกล
คอม
ดิ
จะเจอสินภาษา
On the home turf.
สินภาษา
Yeah, on orb there. Let's get denied.
Yeah, remember 6-6, and already what was the problem in
Ow.
mid for
I'll be
Boom?
condemned.
It was that they were getting
Don't say it,
overwhelmed
don't
by
say
the
it,
pushes from John Olsen, and now the attempt squandered.
Doesn't work two ways sometimes, right? As now they reset their sights towards B.
เดี๋ยวนี้ไซเฟอร์เขานิยมไอ้นี่แล้วหรอใส่กอแท็บสอง
player
ไหม
advantage now in towards this B site. Fight for utility and famous now. Eyes has to be on mid because
แต่คลาสสิกมันก็ยังดีอะ
vulnerable.
ช่วงต้นยิง
เอ
ไหว
อคลาสสิกก็ไม่ได้แย่
Not faltered, not scared, not nervous. Now Berserks, a big man, has been playing so well.
Hey, Panda.
Can he deny
Áo,
the wingman? No.
ได้วางได้เล่น
He's managed to
เอ้า
connect and
วิปหมด
John Olsen.
Ow.
How did he get out of that just then? So low though. There's an opportunity into this
Ui.
here from Shiro as he gets the trade. That's
3-4
the
ได้วาง
impact member
ยังไง
down.
3 seconds for Shiro on the bolt, but they've tapped the spike now.
Absolutely, that's going to pit the
Oh.
interest back in as Berserks finds another, but Leviathan, he has been the clutch minister. Can he continue? They've got this line, they've got the positioning, and now we have to see Boom pushed in. Sushi Boys, 1 HP onto
Oi.
the
Oi.
line, but he's denied. Is there enough time, Komodo?
โอ้โหทันอยู่ดี
I think it's okay.
Man,
Usaha sa
what could
Pempio
have
mo,
been, imagine a 1 HP clutch if the time was ticked away a little bit more because Boom, they realized they had enough time. They already had the rotations coming earlier on enough. And the shot, we see it missed out from Berserks over at that bookshelf, but it's information for the squad at that point that John Olsen has gotten through.
They keep overlooking. They keep making these minor decisions or indecisions, right? Where they're overlooking certain scenarios, and that's where Boom are getting the advantage back.
I mean, Boom, right? They've got the alpha on the squad. They've got the caller leading the charge. Yes, the other players can piece it together as well, but it certainly is more cohesive from
ตอนนี้
the
คนอีกต้อง
pistol
สเต็ปอัพ
round.
ก่อน
Though, now translation over to
FULLSENSE.
Boom, which FULLSENSE got in the beginning of this map, remember? So the back and forth continues.
Dizzy comes out straight away as well. Won't catch. The one-way dark cover goes down, so that'll keep them engaged for
Good
now.
dart.
It really is. Fox gets the Dizzy, but at what cost?
At a rifle round, yeah, you'd really have to second guess how you're going to navigate around the map, but at least for right now, FULLSENSE are going to do it all together.
NC Slash is in the power position here with this Outlaw.
You want to maximize the thrashes for Fox as well. Similarly for NC Slasher when they were trying to get that dimensional drift. Such powerful ults to clear a lot of the space on the sites when you go for these executions.
Not looking for the orb. Want to take the jewel. They just want to fight the fight, and that's when the Dizzy goes up. Fault line doesn't quite catch. But John Olsen, again, he's really looking forward here. He's going to try and swing, and he's going to be punished immediately. Great shot from Famous. It's just about 100%ing this round right now.
กว่าจะได้
Spike plant's
วางเหลือ
fantastic,
3
but Boom, they're just looking to get a little bit of momentum behind them, right? This is going to be 8 rounds if they continue to find it, but it will be Leviathan finding something. There is a bit of a position
One way ได้เล่นนะ
PPC.
โอ้โห
He's been
ได้เล่นจริง
overlooked,
พี่
and it's all eyes again on our
กูไม่ได้เล่น
champion Famous. The true celebrity in this server on the Clove.
He's really stepped up when he's come on towards this stage, hasn't he? You look at certain players and you've got to ask the question, are they going to crumble in front of a crowd? Riddle Order, maybe they were on that sort of stream of thinking. They were not having too much fun in the scoreline department yesterday, but right now, Boom are going forward with it, and I'm glad that FULLSENSE are still kind of ignoring the noise.
Big difference. John Olsen has the same amount of kills as the rest of the team.
Yeah,
I sound like a broken record with it.
Yeah, PDC was on lurk duties in that round as well. It is an eco. Just remember the anti-eco to try and see what damage, but he was crunched upon by the Boom boys, so they're aware of where they're weak around this map at least now.
Continuing to try and push this trend of B-side offense. Will it succeed for them this time in the gun round?
Ooh, you can immediately see that Fox wants none of it over at A main. Love the Shroud to step into the dark cover. Love the aggression to bait out the kill the T.
Berserks. That's not a player I'd be expecting to get damage there, but that was a really good shot from the metal. John Olsen has to get recovered, replenish the HP. Famous spotted. The fake out. It actually does get catch. Zesby managing to get one as well back into it. 3 versus 4. Great flash, but you're exactly right, Komodo.
Time, a big problem here. But the player, at least over at the laneway to be guarded by PDC with an aftershock. A flash as well. Leviathan, he's the healthy one though.
Yeah, PTC's so low. One single shot from Zesby should be able to take it
down.
They bring it back to the 4v2. There's a chance now here for Boom. They're going to get scanned, but they give away their hand, their position. They're lining up. But look at this. This is something they've done so well, but the paranoia. A nightmare is PTC.
He's got to reload.
He can get back in the fault line. The catch, the denial. But Shiro can get another. It's half tapped Komodo. Leviathan.
Oh!
Take the bait. And that is going to be Shiro. What a powerful play!
The guts you need to be able to stick it. You've got no choice. You know the fate
there
with a ruse to go, but it's not false senses here to come on through. There's no sixth senses for FULLSENSE Leviathan there to know that that is being stuck. They fault lined him. They aftershock. They flashed him. They cannot get them off the line. The merit that brings in towards this round is huge.
The iron wall of Shiro. You cannot break through this man's defenses. He will stare you down and take it all for him.
The fact that they bring it that close, though, FULLSENSE actually never mind, because they're already in and they're opening it.
John Olsen denied quickly by Zesby. Only 5 seconds, though. I think that was a bit of extra damage from that shock bolt. But only just to touch. Shiro, he's low, 20 seconds. Aldrone already immediately coming out.
This is a hard one for Boom. Player deficit. Fox does have the thrash as well. They will be safeguarded.
Yeah, in and amongst the smoke there. Leviathan catching on the flank there, straight on in, and that's Famous being found as well. Oh man, I don't even know how to feel about that round. FULLSENSE just put down the accelerator.
And they needed to in the area there as well. Realizing the fact that Boom have been really good on these retakes, realizing that they've been at the right place at the right time. The chaos that the previous round delivers with, and nobody has enough time, it feels, to actually settle down, right? The fact that there's a defuse like that, the crowd is up and at 'em about it. Boom. They won that round. FULLSENSE, they lost it, but they don't let it get to them. They stay pale-faced. They needed to come up with a game plan for the next round, and immediately they answer back.
Finally have a game on our hands, man.
And look at the ultimates that FULLSENSE have in their deployment now as well. This could be monstrous for them to bring it within one.
Can't make a mistake here, FULLSENSE. They need to capitalize on the advantages they've built for themselves.
มันต้องมาพร้อมกันทุกคนนะเหมือนไอ้รอบแรกๆ
And I like it. It's bait because it's just the eco to come through from Boom. The damage has been delivered onto the money. A bit of an A main push to come out from Boom with this B walked deployment too. So where is the gap in the map for FULLSENSE? Well, it's actually in mid and they're at the right spot. Starting to scale up a little bit at a time. Figure out their home and then act accordingly.
มาแล้วครับ จอนก็มาแล้วเหมือนกันครับตอนนี้
Okay, crash out. Got some info.
แต่ตัวเลขไม่มาครับผม
But this is actually where it gets really scary for Zesby. All by himself now inside A main as Yoru's left him on the NC slasher.
Just needs to make sure that information is secured. He's got the paranoia to buy enough time. He can get back down the one way as well if he needs to. This smoke actually gives FULLSENSE the opportunity to set up for a bit of an offensive hit now.
It really does, because look at Zesby's positioning. He does have NC Slasher not too far away, but he has to connect with the shot. He's done otherwise, right?
99% of the time, if you stick around at this point, you're done.
The audible. It's actually done pretty well here, Komodo. Faultline does manage to catch him. Damage already being dealt though from Shiro.
บาดเจ็บสาหัส
Pepper them. He can stop this offense. 25 seconds left. They're running out of
คนละ
time.
20 วิไม่มีเวลาด้วย
because he needs
แต่
the
จอ
rolling
ห์น
thunder to provide an entry to get on
ติดมาครับเลยทาน
There's 20 seconds. There's
เฮ้ย
some of it. They're
เอา
going to
ไซด์
find
เลย
the
เหรอ
shadows to get on out, but look who's lurking here. Berserk.
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ยดีดี
จัดน้องนาย
There's enough time to go
Famous
for the
Sonic.
play.
เออ
To get famous. This is
ว่าจัด
trouble.
อะไรเรื่องวิน
ดี
นี้
นะช่วยทัน
That was so bold, man. What a
ว่าตัดสินใจดี
go against the pistols to call the
ไม่เสียว
pull.
เกินช็อตนี้ไม่ไหวไม่ไหว
เสียวเกิน
Genuinely
เสียวเกิน
in-person behavior there from Full Sense, and they make it beautiful.
เดี๋
They
ยว
make
เกิน
it
ไม่ไหว
work.
หรอกป๊า
They could
มัน
continue
จะ
to
โดน
hold
เอา
this
ไว้เมื่อกี้
round, but
ถ้านายไม่เช็ค
wow.
ตัวใน
With a couple of
ตัวใน
shots
ไซส์มัน
coming
ไอ้
out
นี่
from
หรอมัน
Shiro,
ทำเสียง
makes
หลุ
it
ด
a
หรอ
little bit more
ที่เข้ามายิง
entertaining
ที่
to
วาง
get some of this damage on in together.
ไอ้เบอร์เซอร์
ไซ
อะ
เฟอร์ใช่ไหม
It's just really about damage right now,
ใช่
right?
Sure is. See if we
น่า
can
จะ
move. I mean, the outlaw as well will force a vandal to come out in the next round.
Kill
and use their
Joy.
guns
เอ้ยไม่
back
ใช่
again,
อันนั้น
but
จะออกมา
apart
เทร
from
ด
that,
ออกมาฆ่าตัววาง
Turning on the dark
ว่าไง
cover. Nesby.
เฮ้ย
That's
เฮ้ย
another
เฮ้
one
ย
that's really scary, Leviathan.
ไม่เอาไม่เอาอย่างงี้ไม่เอา
Hold on
สวย
long
สวย
enough.
สวย
โอเค
It's A-okay.
โอเค
But man, they certainly put the
สี
pressure
โม
on
ไป
there.
มาบอก
I
ไม่
really
เอา
like
นะ
the play
วิ
that
น
Full
นี้
Sense come out with there when they realize the fact that they
ต่อ
can
ไป
draw
อย่า
a lot
ทำ
of
ให้
these
เสียวขนาดนี้
rotations.
นะ
They're seeing Zespi. They're counting the utility. They know that the Yoru is over at the B site. They know that the Hunter's Fury. You've got a lot of a lean coming in from Boom over to the to that A site. Sorry, so you know. Give the spike over to our guy that can, get to the other side of the map in an instant to get the plant and just the headset awareness as well. Realize that the stomps are coming towards you. Take the jewel when he's unexpecting it. Get the plant. Clutch moments to come through.
Just so high risk, high reward, right? But it does pay dividends here. But they've taken a lot of damage, and now they're looking for another fast take into main. NC
Ui,
slammed
what
down.
is-
That was such an important shot for the man to hit. Jumping onto this operator Komodo as we switch the half.
Yeah, you got to reel it in a little bit if you are Boom. They Slasher down for the count. Advantage for Full Sense. Grouped together in numbers once more. And now they've got solidified all of the information. Technically, Boomer in the right spot to stop any push. And they do have enough of the utility on the other side of the map to reposition some things here for Berserks too. With the rotation now coming for Full Sense.
Donaldson now trying to pick up the position in mid. Famous. It was his deepest
Oh,
dart.
I love it.
He's gonna
Yeah,
previous,
guy.
and I think he can just get
We
the
were
hell out of
landing.
here, right?
Yeah.
Jump out of dodge immediately. The not dead yet popped. Really not kind of working out for them. Wingman is in a position where it could be denied because Zesby
ฮะ
gets another one very quickly. Yeah, didn't even spot it. The spike
I need
actually getting
merge,
planted.
wah.
Berserks could have denied
ไอ้
that.
โคบเหรอ
Yeah, absolutely.
Man
And now
poi
the
Big
Famous
Ben
is
Wah
drawn
มื่อกี้
out of the round. Now moving back over towards Full Sense. This dart
Berserk
has to
ใช่ไหม
not get
เบอร์เซอ
destroyed.
ร์ใช่
All going to be about the lurk from Fox here. Sushi Boys does
โอ้
find another
ย
one.
เอาดิเอาดิเอาดิ
Potentially
เอา
gets
เอ
something.
อ มาโว้ย มาเรื่อย
Everything does
นะครับ
wrap around. It's the
โดน
straight
แน่
wall
เบอร์เซอร์
there,
โดนแน่
9 to
จบ
9.
เนี่ย
Yeah.
Full Sense tied up the scoreline
ๆ
again.
มันเต้นอยู่หรือเปล่าเมื่อกี้
Momentum is
Pulling
slowly
on the
shifting
hook.
in towards Full Sense as well with a couple of these rounds really well coordinated in their timing together as a team to rotate to find it all. And I think that's one of the most important things for Full Sense right now is it's actually playing together as a team. It's no longer just
สงสัยอยากเต้นอีกรอบเมื่อกี้จิตหลุด
Perfect opportunity for discussion.
โอ้จอนมา26เลยเหรอ
Perfect
26
opportunity
เลย
for these drums to build, to reignite the spark. Justin
นี่
Eco
อะไรกันนี่
ahead now for
ไม่
Boom.
กล้ายิงน้อง
We again hard focused on this
จะตบกัน
map of Abyss.
เป็นพี่น้อง
จอ
กั
ห์
What
น
it
ยิง
meant
ระ
for
เบิด
Boom
จัด
yesterday up against Riddle Order. The pathway was set for them into this series. An opening map for Boom on a strong map of Ascent
บู
for
มมัน
Full
ชนะ
Sense.
ไอ้นี่ได้ไงวะ
One of the
ลี
things
เดอ
that
ร์ดั
Boom
ก
were
เนี่ย
doing well
Ngon
was the
đi,
fact that
chana
they were
thì
properly able to get in down and
sập
dirty
liền.
and a lot of the jewels that Riddle Order
Bát
were
chặt.
not able to actually stop. The
เฮ้ย
trades coming
โอ้โห
through
จู
from
จี
Boom, the leans as well, the
เฮ้ย
risks
F
that they were taking.
ไม่ได้
ดูดิเขาจูจี
Full
กัน
Sense have really prepared
นี่พี่เต้ยเหรอ
a bit of homework on how to
เต้ยเหรอ
counter these little
ใช่อะ
tendencies that Boom do like to show in these
มีเซคเคนไปนั่งดูด้วยนะทางซ้าย
ไหนวะเซเคนเหรอ
On
เซคเคน
Olen,
ล่างเล็ก
the big man himself.
ล่างไปใส่แว่น
He's certainly softened a little bit as we've shifted the half, right? The eyes have
คุณอิน
been
โดนี่ตาโต
badly
เหมือนกัน
taken
นะเนี่ย
away from him.
เฮ้ย น้องเม็ดย้อน
Udeng in the arena. But yeah, man, as I said,
อา
this
ร
is
อน
anyone's game. This is anyone's
My
series.
FIFA
This
กูไม่ได้มา
series to go big.
Yeah.
It means so much to the region. And again, it's just that narrative of what it means to both of these regions to ascend.
Really important moment coming forward after this timeout as well because these are the turn rounds, these are the decisions.
เมื่อกี้คือยังไงไม่ยิงวินแมนโค้ชถามอยู่อะ
Boom to try and keep them on The
เกิดอะไร
trajectory
ขึ้น
and well just in this map as well. They drop the next rifle round. It
ฮะ
could be done, but a bit of an
โอ้โหอะไรวะ
overreaction from John Olsen as the
Johnny
plan starts to
boy.
go down.
And I think that's going to be the wingman for the night. The spike
ไม่โอ้โห
ไวจัด
แปลก
The
คนเดียวแล้ว
no mistakes again
อะไร
coming out
วะน่ะ
from Full Sense.
Well, I say,
Yeah, what did he say?
this eco could turn them around. I'm a prophet, but these guys have the read.
I don't like tides, high or low. They're definitely extreme here in Indonesia. The reef is bearing its fangs in the form of Boom.
But Sushi Boys, he's been
เมื่อกี้น่าจะคิดไม่
at
ถึง
the
ปะ
top of Pacific
แต่ผม
before.
คิดถึงพี่เอ๋ยนะครับ
To get you back on net,
Thunder
you
ครับผม
need the power play.
คืนนี้
John Olsen did
เอาไหม
it earlier. It's the
เปิด
time
24
for Sushi Boys.
ร่างกายต้องการแบบว่าเติมเบียร์ตลอดเลยพี่เอ๋ย
to get
เพิ่ม
dirty,
กล้ามเหรอ
but now spotted out.
ไม่
There's
ว่าจะเลิก
one.
กินแล้ว
Can't make the mistakes.
ใช่เหรอ
Together as a team.
That's it. Together
ไม่
as
กินเบียร์
one.
นะ
ใช่
We will fight.
กินอะไร
We
แทน
will unite. And you can see the focus. They're not even
เล่า
cheering
แทน
after that round, Komodo Boom.
I know,
Let me
because
have
they
a
realize how tense this moments are right now. They realize
นี่ไงรถ
that
ไทย
anyone
แท้
can see back in towards the
อุตส่าห์
favor
รถ
of
ไม่ได้
Full
ขี้เกียจ
Sense
ขึ้น
at
แล้ว
any moment. I talked about it. The importance of this round. Had it been destructive and you bleed into the next one and you lose that rifle round, that's no more space on the map essentially anymore to try and have any mistakes. So the fact that Boom get that, they hold on. Now for Full Sense, they had enough in the coffer to still get out a pretty sensational gun buy.
What's this pace going to look like here? Falling straight away. Looking to
Kim
actually
Ki
break
Domeแบบ
potentially
อันนี้
up
มันชอบ
towards
ล้อ
10
หลอก
here.
เลย
They're inside
หลัง
the
ทำเอา
roost.
โดนเกมไว
BTC breach operator because John Olsen's going to be on toward the blades.
เป็นไงบ้าง
Definitely an interesting one. And this is the
Into
first time
AL.
they've actually broken
ได้เลย
through.
ห้องน้ำได้เลย
It's going to be a full-on march in, and now that's the Thrash coming out at the exact same time as the Rolling Thunder.
Oh.
Desby,
Wait,
he
yeah,
does
sorry.
manage to at least get one for his money, but can he get two for the dance? Leviathan spotted off the information on that trap line, but it's Dizzy to come back
Oh,
to
me,
keep
Shiro,
pushing.
wait.
Leviathan now finding that spike plant, but Shiro, he can get an entry at the most opportune time. Now it's awkward. NC Slasher has been absolutely fired.
ที่ผ่านแล้ว
Operator now.
It is. How do you even trade this? The Owl drone gets the catch. He
What?
does have the
Time out
Rolling
here,
Thunder, but I
hey,
don't
hey,
think
hey.
it's worth
Save
it.
you.
You've got to call it. You
He's
have to.
getting right out of there.
You have to
นี่ถ้าวาง
take
บน
this
สะพานแล้ว
gun to your
อัน
team
ติ
in the next
มั
round.
น
You
ต
got to
ก
give
ปะ
this over to John Olsen to be able to play with it. You
น่าจะตก
have made the best decision in the moment there for PTC, but it's also one of the worst decisions because you know deep down that this is the point in the map that could potentially, put you down to 0.
แพ้กลับบ้านเนี่ยครับ
จริงๆดู
It's
ดู
enough
จังหวะ
for
ยิง
Full
บูม
Sense
ดู
to
เฉียบ
pull out
เฉียบ
an
ขาดกว่า
all-out attack.
Yeah. I love the change that they go for, though. We have not seen a mid-split going through the vents in towards the A side. I love the adaptability. They'd planned that, right? The one-way smoke that goes down as well, where the Thrash is halving, the later play to come in through main 2. No real adjustments that Boom were able to do except just to get in and fight, and they did.
Got it onto the line here. Is it going to be Zespi giving up his hand? Yes, it will.
He loves to go for a peak challenge like that.
And that's
Was
what
the
they've
night
done, right? They've adapted. They've been able to work it out.
And now, Hunter's Fury 2 retaliates, try and stop the bleeding, to try and stop them from getting in, and it's awkward.
เฮ้ย
The
ยิง
damage
เพื่อนไป
berserks.
กี่นัดไป
It
แล้ว
takes
โดน
being
เพื่อนหมด
spotted in the
ประตู
open,
ไม่โดน
little set for the information, and again, for Full Sense, they call the audible just to get out of there.
Shiro missed everything on that Hunter's Fury.
Did indeed, and now the timing for Famers over to the B side. NC Slasher still has the fake out as well if they can try and play on the back of it.
I put my eyes on a famous Komodo. Does get the catch on that fault line, but he's still in position. He's going to join hands with his partner in crime, Shiro. But NC Slasher gets straight
เฮ้ย
on
มุม
out.
นี้นี่แม่ง
It's another
โอ้
for
ย
PTC.
โอ้ยจอห์น
However, but NC Slasher is looking to carve up his opposition, but he will get.
เอาแล้วโดนเพื่อน
And they bounce Sushi
No!
to the abyss. That is not something you want to be
ปกติ
seeing.
โดนเพื่อน
As Shiro gets the
เล่นคน
number,
ที่หก
it's onto both PTC
Oh
and
my
Leviathan.
God.
The spike is down in the worst
Oh my
position.
god
And that is just something that you never
เนี่ยเหรอวะเนี่ย
ever want to see.
Man, they brought that one back on the rotation
Oh,
when the
ขอดู
neural
เลย
theft
อันละ
comes
กี่
on
วะ
out as well. The idea that Full Sense
ตอนมั
have
น
the
26
picture, know what they need to do to get into that B site to try and get the plant, but right timing, right time, great flash to come on out.
วางเปิด
And
ไม่
then
ได้
it's just
เขามา
individual
แก้ตลอด
once more. NC Slasher
เฮ้ย
hitting
แล้ว
the
ช็อต
shots. I
อัน
saw
ติ
where
ที่
the
วาง
spike had been dropped
วาง
as
เปิด
well,
ใน
and
รอบ
I'm
หนึ่ง
thinking
คื
to
อ
myself, alright,
เบอร์เซิร์
Leviathan,
กมันเหม่อ
you've got from the shadows, you can get out of dodge.
โอ้โหแล้ว
You can
ไหล
pick
มา
up the
สามตา
spike
แบบ
if your team
เร็ว
can
ๆเล
get
ย
over to the
หลัง
other
จากแบบ
side. But my friends,
ทำเอา
his team is gone. Why? What did PDC do? He's rolling Thunder Sushi Boys off the map.
He got 2 and then he threw. Kind of
ถ้าไม่
ironic,
ตกเมื่อ
right?
กี้มี
That's
ภาพอ
such
ยู่
a
นะ
dangerous position, and this is the key focus that I've had about this miscommunication, right? The chaos inside the server for this team of FULLSENSE.
On the back of that eco now, the run for Boom has gone flawless. The Sheriffs have just elevated them. They're hyping up the crowd as well. Zespi, our
คน
character
อินโดก็หน้า
on
เหมื
the
อนคนไทย
side
นะ
of Boom. He's not,
คน
you
ไทยก็
know,
หน้าเหมือนคนจีน
potentially the
งงไปหมด
alpha. He's the run to the litter, but
คนไทยผสม
he's
ผสม
bringing
ใช่
them
ไหม
together for some fun.
เนี่ยคนไทยหมดเลย
Hillskin quacks so hot right now.
หนวดเยอะจัด
Absolutely beautiful. And a legend in Abigail. But yeah, 9 to 12.
No mistakes.
No mistakes.
Anymore.
Absolutely none.
I will say though, I think our questions have been answered for, you know, when Boom have showcased a little bit of what they've
ใช่
got
บัตบอกว่า
on
ไม่
this
น่า
map,
โบห้า
that teams are adjusting, right? In a tournament like this,
น่าจะ
you
ไป
need
คอน
to,
เสิร์ตทันบัตก่อน
absolutely without a doubt. But the fact that immediately in the turn of what, a couple of hours,
คอนเสิร์ตของอะไร
hours
พี่เอ๋ย
essentially, who already have fashioned a good game
Your
plan
boy
to go back against them on
อ๋
a
อ
map
ที่เอ็ม
that
โซเฟียนี่
FULLSENSE are not
ใช่
confident in because
Your
they've
boy
changed
อ่ะ
their composition 3 times
ใช่
so far that they've played it. They're going
Are
back
you
into
boy
one that they've
TJ
only
right
tried
here?
once.
Was the timeout
เฮ้ย
taken
ฟัง
too late?
ฟังยูบอยด้วยเหรอ
That's gonna
ทำไม่
be
กี่
the
เพลงเอง
question here.
อืม
No more
Battlefield
second
พี่เอ๋ย
chances
ชอบ
here for FULLSENSE.
บัตมันชวนไป
They lose this and
Second
they're
ball พี่เอ๋ย
facing
ชอบ
down
จัด
a 2-0
โอ้โห
comeback.
Again, when
ออก
we're
จากว
seeing
งการ
that
มา
from
นานแล้วดิ
Olsen, though, how many frags did he get in the first half by himself? His team
23.
propping him up. Now he's gotten 3 in this half.
Yeah. It's just been NC Slasher.
Yeah.
Famous,
ปกติ
Zesty.
พี่เอ๋ยเป็นเจ้าพ่อเฟสติวัลเหรอ
All going big.
Setting up for a hit on towards the A side. All eggs in this
Man.
basket.
They can deny Zesby and
อ้าว
Shiro.
เรา
Maybe
โดน
there's
ตัด
a
ไปแก้ว
world.
หนึ่งไปแก้ว
But
อ่ะ
John Olsen forward. Can
Oh.
he get the shot? No. It's
GG
Shiro
ว่ะ
with 2 Komodo, and already they start from a weakened
หา
position.
พี่สอ
They're already
ง
deep in towards the side as well. This drone gets so much info.
All cleared, baby. There is the from the shadows. And it's going to be Zesby to gather some information. Leviathan holds onto his. The ruse will go down. The cyber
แล้ว
cage will
รี
also.
เทคยากเลย
We
นะ
saw how good Shiro has been with these relay bolts. Now
Ui.
it's BGC. The medal was
Oh.
good, and that's enough for
Oi,
Shiro to
buddy.
take it. But Leviathan in this clutch.
โอ้โห
Unable to do it.
ออกมาหมดเลยว่ะ
And do you know what that is, Komodo? That is Boom Esports. What?
ไม่เป็นไร3-2พี่เอ๋ยคัมแบ็ก5 เกม พี่นั่งยาว
ตอนกี่โมงดีกว่าพี่เอ๋ย
ทุ่มหนึ่ง
ๆ ไม่ได้ดูแล้ว
โอ้โห ไม่น่าทันนะผมว่า ถ้า5 เกมอ่ะ
โอ้ตอนแรกนึกว่าแมปนี้มาแล้วอะดิ มันไทม์เอาท์ที่แบบมันไม่หยุดเลยอ่ะ4 ราวติด จาการ์ตาพราย
อะไรครับ
อะไรครับ
อืมอู้ยินซีแต่เชื่อมันก็แม่นอยู่เหมือนกันนะ โอ้โห PTC
ตื่นแล้วเนี่ยแมปนี้ตื่นเดี๋ยวไหลยาว3 แมป
โอ้โหนี่แม่งก็โหดเหมือนกันนะเนี่ย
ลาจัด
เฮ้ย มีทีมทำให้เห็นมาเยอะแล้ว
ชิโร่แม่งจอนมันดูสู้ได้อยู่นะ
จอห์นโอ
ที่โด
เซ
น
น
ยิงสแกนเมื่อกี้
5 แมปไปกินข้าวกันถ้า5 แมปถ้าเสร็จอย่างจะชวนไปกินข้าว
ตื่นแล้วมั้งไม่รู้
ไปทานน้องแพทแป๊บ
อนุญาตครับผม
อ่ะพี่ ไปถามมาให้หน่อย
ผมไม่ได้ดูรูปเกมตอนแรกหรอกผมมาจบแล้วเป็นไงบ้างครับพี่
ก็
รีแคปหน่อยเด้อ
แรกๆมัน
ตอ
ก็
นแรกก็เหมือนจะคัมแบ็กอยู่สูสีแล้วก็ไปเสียวินไม่ควรเสีย
อ๋อคือบูมคือนำมาโดยตลอดเหรอพี่ลาวอ่ะ
ตอนแรกตีเสมอแล้ว
เรา
ตีเสมอโมเมนตัมจะมาแล้ว ไปโดนวินแบบพลาดหลายวิน
เสียดายจัดไม่งั้นถ้าได้ด่านนี้นี่คือด่านหน้าได้ด้วยนะผมว่า
แต่ด่านไหนมีลุ้นด่านไหนมีลุ้น
หรือเพราะผมมาดูตั้งแต่ผมมาดูนี่แพ้เลยนะ
เฮ้ย เรามีเคิร์สด้วยเหรอ
นั่นแหละเดี๋ยวผมว่าแปลก
ใช่ไหมไม่เคยมีเคิร์ดอยู่แล้ววงการเนี้ยวงการนี้มันเคยมีเคิร์ดกันที่ไหนใช่ปะ
ครับ
ครับ
แบบ3โรตัส โรตัสซันเซ็ตฮาเว่นถ้าฮาเว่นนี่ได้เล่น
ๆโลตัสซันเซ็ตเหรอซันเซ็ตแอบยากไหมพี่
นี่โรตัสยังจะโดนริดเดิลเนี่ยสะบักสะบอมอยู่นะซันเซ็ตก็ได้เล่นอยู่
งี้พี่เอ๋ยก็อดไปดูคอนเสิร์ตเลย
อ๋อไปเลทได้ไปเลทได้
4 ทุ่มอะไร
เอ็ม
เงี้ย
สเฟียมีคอนเสิร์ตรถติดจัดเพื่อนผมบอกฮะ
โอ้โห
ผมบ้านผมอยู่ตรงนั้นเลยไง
ต้องทำไงอ่ะ รถไฟฟ้าเหรอ
ผมถ้าถามผมนะรถไฟฟ้า
งี้ไป
ไว
จากบางนา
ไว
พี่ก็ต้องนั่งแท็กซี่ไปเลยลงรถไฟฟ้าบางนาเหรอแล้วก็นั่งรถไฟฟ้าไป
ใช่พี่ ลงเขาเรียกว่าพร้อมพงษ์แล้วก็พี่ก็เดินมานิดนึง
โอ้โหทำไมมันดูหลายต่อดูลำบากจัง มันดูเหนื่อยจัง
แต่รถติดแบบติดเฮี้ยๆเลยเวลามีคอนเสิร์ตตรงนั้นอะ
อ๋อ
เพราะถนนมันแคบแบบพี่
ไม่ไปสายก็ไปถึงก่อนจริงพี่อย่าไปซีเรียสถ้าเราไม่ไปสาย
ผมเคยรถติดแบบแยกไฟแดงเดียวอ่ะพี่
อืม
แยกไฟแดงเดียวนะจากสุขุมวิท26จะเข้าไปเอ็มโซเฟียนี่แหละแค่ไฟแดงเดียวผมติดไป2 ชั่วโมงอ่ะไฟแดงเดียวอ่ะ
เคยติดแยกอโศกอ่ะ ชั่วโมงกว่า
จะหนักจัดพี่
ก็เลยจ่ายตังค์แล้วก็เดินเล่นต่อ
ติดหนักพี่ติดหนัก แต่ไอ้บัสมันมาไกลมันมาจากไกลกว่าพี่ป่ะ
ใช่
พี่หนักอยู่ แล้วปัญหาเลยเรื่องที่จอดรถพี่ผมบอกให้ห้างเนี้ย
มันคือตอนแรกกำลังคำนวณอยู่ว่าจะเอารถไปดีไหมสรุปไม่นะ
ผมว่าไม่คุ้มพี่เพราะว่า
โอเค
กว่าพี่จะมาใช้เวลาด้วย แล้วก็กว่าจะวนหาอีกก็ใช้เวลาอีกที่จอดน้อยและแคบ
โอเค รู้เรื่อง
แล้วสมมติพี่ดูคอนเสิร์ตเสร็จใช่ไหมพี่จะออก
อ่าร
ถก็จะติดอยู่บนลานจอดรถเป็นชั่วโมงเหมือนกัน
โอ้โห
ผมไปห้างนั้นทุกวันเลยพี่ผมไปรับแฟนผมไงแฟนผมทำงานอยู่นั้น
โอเคเลย
ผมนี่เซียนเลยห้างเนี้ย
เริ่มยัง หรือว่าจริงๆ
อ่า
แล้ว
รี
จะ
บไปที่
3-0
จอดอย่างงงด้วยห้างนี้โหพี่ไปเย็นเลยครับผม5 โมงอ่ะ
อืมถ้าวันหนึ่งผมมีโอกาสได้ไปบ้านพี่นะผมจะเอาน้ำมันไปด้วย ไปหยอดประตูเนี่ย ไม่ได้ไปเผานะไปหยอดประตูจระบีเลยไหมอยู่ยาวๆเลยแชมป์รายการนี้คือได้เข้าลีกครับ โอ้โหฟังเสียงนี่อี๊ด บวงยิงคมจริง
Right, that there's some potential blood in the water and my shark reference for Boom, but they're still comfortable on it. They have been getting to overtime, but they've been winning those overtimes, right?
Yep.
So I'm sure they still have confidence on this
How
map.
many times did we see a 9-day scoreline basically be affected by Boom Esports in the run that they've had so far? It's one of their most played maps here in Ascension. They've only lost against Simprisa Gaming, but everyone has lost to Simprisa Gaming.
Yeah.
So that's been the case, but you mentioned it. Not only did we have the most amazing game yesterday, that was 17-15 versus Riddle Order, but we also remember this guys, that was 14-12, but there has been that resilience for Boom Esports, and you kind of understand why they want to prioritize that first. I am concerned though, because on the other side, FULLSENSE, perfect on this map, both in local scene as well as in Ascension, and not only that, their composition is very oppressive. You have you seen it? It's like Astra and Breach together. You have so much utility when you are FULLSENSE.
Yeah, I think it's also we've been asking to see more fakes and more, especially more traps on the defense side for Boom, right? But it is kind of difficult to do it against this composition. With the Breach, with the Astro, all of a sudden, they can react really fast to if you're trying to do a trap.
And not only that, here we go. Do we finally see again the difference of duelists that we have gotten in this tournament? I want to really point out yet again, Boom has not played Neon at all with Famous, but this is one of the maps that John Olsen has gone rampant with the Neon, and I fully expect that to be a key factor coming into this one.
And he's coming in hot, right? He just had a really good
Lotus.
map.
Good first half.
Unfortunately, yes, that is true. Unfortunately, they couldn't close it out, but I'm sure he's feeling warm and he has to be feeling confident because his team needs him once again.
Yeah, it's a big burden on your shoulders, right?
Yeah.
Especially since you gave such a memorable performance on this agent all throughout Ascension, right? And now on that stage when it matters the most, can you deliver, right? We're seeing right now on stage, right? There is this little bit of a thing with Boom Esports and their jerseys. As I was told, they said that like when they bring out the white jerseys, there's a bit of a curse. But as we saw earlier, Dax, you do have a lot of people in the audience as well, ready to just tear up the curses in everybody's faces. That's probably what Boom Esports is doing right now. As we jump into Lotus, we're gonna toss it over to your casters, Honky and Kono once more.
เจอนี่คนนี้ครับผม
I don't think the Thai scene would have been looking at this one in this way at all, right? You know, they've been playing out of their skin in the group stages. Now they come here. They were in the upper bracket grand final. And again, I repeat the chances narrative, right? They had opportunities in that upper bracket final. Now they're down here. Are they going to walk away without a single map on stage?
I'll highlight for everybody that every single one of our talent essentially predicted like 3-2, 3-1.
Yeah.
Like we have to get this third map going over to the side of FULLSENSE because if I don't want to say it's a kind of disservice if they don't do it, but it just means that Boom are doing something above the level that we might have expected them to come out
John
today.
Yeah,
Olsen.
well, I'd be scared if I'm Sinprisa at this point in time, right? You know, they're coming in looking really, really strong. It's proven that the crowd buff has done more than we were kind of expecting, right? We always knew it was going to be a nuts crowd behind us here in Britama Arena, but it has had way more impact than you would have expected. Any of these 4 teams could have made it up against the 3 teams, right? Outside of Sinprisa. And now it's looking like it may very well be Boom unless they deny. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Britama Arena, baby. We are here. It's Lotus and Full Sense. You have one more chance.
Boom back on this defensive side as well, so we'll see if these composition changes are going to be better for Boom or if Full Sense are going to be able to reenact what they did.
และจอนีออน
John Olsen, of course, pivotal, but he wasn't the superstar when it came towards that series, so we really need to see the rest of the team step up that they were kind of doing at the tail end of last map. Right now, PDC, though, by himself, needs a bit of assistance to trade for Famous.
If he's able to get a second here, it might be a little bit dicey. Obviously, we've still got that possession from Sushi Boys. It's a long way from the rest of the team, and now Famous is going to be pushed back.
Scale up, though. He could get caught out here and then chased down by John Olsen.
สวย
He hit the shot.
สวยงามมาก
This is the thing. We're talking about this matchup,
สวยงาม
right?
มาก
Famous not playing that Neon.
User
John Olsen
disconnected
certainly
from
doing
the
it.
channel.
Yeah.
But it's only a 4v3. They haven't secured this
ทำให้
round
มัน
just yet. They need to
เรีย
get
ก
that
ว่า
spike
นีออน
planted.
ไทย
Not adapting to the meta
ไม่ใช่โคเรีย
felt like it was going to just leave Boom by the wayside, but still being pretty powerful.
Leviathan, right outside Breakable, going to be able to hold the line, and it's nicely done. They do trade it out, though. Shiro gets one back, and he now picks up the Sheriff, but he's got to deal
ผม
with
มันล่าสุชิก่อนเหรอ โอเคไม่ต้องสู้ไม่ต้องสู้
Two bullets as well. You can't be missing
ดึง
it
ดึ
for
ง
Shiro. You need your
ดึงไว้
teammate to assist.
เออ ตัวเดียว
Contained here. Yeah, great shot.
ฟันแม่งเลย
Nice little fall away from Sushi Boys.
เล่นสปี
Exactly.
ดหน่อย
Now
ครับ
Berserk's going to be caught in
นีออน
islands.
โคราช
And
เหรอ
Full Sense,
เอาอีกแล้ว
they're very nicely here on Lotus Komodo, but they need
เหมือนเจ็ดโคราชอีกแล้ว
to again carry that momentum. They can't just find a couple of openers and then
เจ็บ
fall
โค
away.
ราช
Yeah, they didn't get any pistol rounds, unfortunately, against JMT.
ด่านนี้แหละ
They
เรา
did
มา
answer back immediately when they dropped that first pistol.
เมื่อวานบูมก็เกือบโดนอยู่ เกือบโดนลิเดล
If
อยู่
they
เหมือน
are
กัน
able just to do what they did in the previous map, get the first round, get the Eco, try and chase the bonus as well, because you're not just in, a 1-map deficit in a BO3. You're in a 2-map deficit in an elimination best of 5. You're kind of at the bottom of the barrel right now, and you don't see the light to get back up. So getting these rounds very cleanly is just only going to elevate you and your team.
Resilience is such a key word here. Being able to fight
ไอ้
when
ปืนนี่มัน
bloodied up, when beaten.
นี่ไงปืนคนบาปโดนไปดิ
บาปจริง
All down to timing, but it is just this lesser equipped buy again from Boom, of course. An opportunity though for Full Sense to start to piece together if it is going to be kind of the same sort of story that Boom play on this map.
Nelson going to overlook, no.
เฮ้ย
เอายืนอึ้งอยู่
เอ้า
คลาสสิกมันแรงขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
It's traded out effectively there. Leviathan's going to be able
ตาย
to
ไว
take
จังอะ
point on the site.
เออ
Long way from home here.
ได้เสียงแค่ก๊อกแล้วก็ตายห่าไปเลย
Boom.
ขวาเข้าหัว
All the way around through stairs here and
2 นัด
just
ด้วย
trying to do some damage.
Yeah, and in this sort of scenario as well, you don't really want to give away too much. If you're going for a flank, it'll give an opportunity for Full Sense to realize that they need a bit more flank watch later in the rifle rounds. So kind of just play this one on the nose if you are Boom. Just walk in with your pistols. If you see anyone, go for the fight together. If you don't, go up to the spike. Don't give them any more ultimate orbs because on a map such as this, if you want to be getting in towards these sites and playing with the economy, playing with the rotations, you want to see somebody like Fox on this breach be prioritizing ultimate.
Such an important note from our of what John Olsen was going to be able to do on this Neon, cracking open the site, cracking open the entry points for his team.
And so far, so good.
What comes down to this bonus now, right?
Yeah, that's good. It's what you want to see, right? If you've been having a couple of shockers in your last couple of games, you need a good discussion with your team, you need good decision making in the server. Sometimes it actually can just be one bad agent, one bad map, right? You can bounce back in the next one, and it feels like for John Olsen so far in this tournament, you're going away from the Neon, which you actually surprisingly have adopted extremely well to find the space, to find the kills, to get the first bloods, to trade things out.
And it looks like it's going to be pretty brawly here.
Yeah.
Already holding that spray from NC/A inside the tree with the Odin. And that's Olsen taken down already, an important member here. This is just a weapon that can do so much damage. He has to fall away. He's actually caught by the fault line, but he can pop the Prowler out, which will give him some extra time.
เดินชิวเกินเมื่อกี้
Look, the Sushi Boys, if you can try to bring the team back, they are stuck in the tree for the moment with nobody actually able to spot them out. If you are Shiro at the moment, you're not popping up that toxic screen. Aggression smoke, though, to come out from PDC. So FULLSENSE definitely realizing the fact that they cannot just braid themselves in anymore.
Oh, Sushi Boys' catch could
เฮ้ย
be
มาว่ะ
It is. That's a free entry point into towards the side here,
Hiro,
Komodo. They do have the Nano Swarm that can still be popped. There is still a little bit of extra control.
ไอ้
อุ้
วะ
ยเฉียวหัว
ไปเล่นอยู่
With that door opening,
อะไรอะ
if he can find Sushi Boys, there's
เอาหน่อย
something
Sushi
for, but he's just going to dance the
เอว
dance,
เอว
do
โอ้ย
the doubt, the
ได้
old
จัดสเต็ปได้จัดส
do.
เต็ปได้
And
จัด
now they're wrapping in
สเต็ปได้
towards
จัด
C
ครับ
here, Komodo, because they know Berserk's, he's stuck mound, he's
นี่อะ
interested, he's entertained as Sushi Boys. He
รวม
is
ก่อนรวม
dining right now.
โอ้ดีจัดซูชิ
Time,
บ
though,
อย
with the spike planting down, does a forward boom to get the rotations for this.
ไม่เล่นด้วย เอาดิ
I've never heard a door spin so
ยื้อต่อ
much in
เอา
my
รู้แล้ว
life.
ถอยไปลอง
Just keeping the focus there in one position.
เอาวะเล่น
This
อย่าง
is
ดี
such a tough retake now for Boom. Zespi going to be caught. They don't need to overstep at all. And I think they're just watching. They're sure that a flank's coming in, right? Are they going to even invest into this round? They're leaving it really late. NC Slasher will be able to at least find one. Now they've got to pick up the pace here. They're onto that. Gravity Well isn't going to be able to catch here. And NC Slasher still onto it, but that's great timing.
ถือว่าเซน
Great
ดี
awareness from Fox.
เฮ้ยถือว่าเซนดี ดูดออกมาไม่ไหล
มาดิ
ดูดออกมาไม่ไหลก็เรียบร้อย
This train right now, and the station is still a long
เฮ้ย
way away.
มีตะโกนครับ
Yeah, really rough for Boom when they start to take the battle against Sushi Boys.
Sushi Boy
and the
โคตรแสบ
Guardian manages to find the kill, right? You go
ไม่ไป
for
ดึง
the
เชงอยู่หน้า
4 versus
บีแล้วแบบ
5. You see
ร้อน
the
กันหมด
really awkward shots come around the mountain.
การที่คนเราแม่งไปเปิดตำแหน่งแล้วไม่ตายทำให้กดดันอยู่
ผิวอะมันเจ็บผิว
ดูซูชิดิ
And Famous caught out as well. I was thinking to myself, that gravity well, that star location looks a little bit too far away from the spike, and it was. So for PDC, I think you need to be reeling that one in.
เอาไปนั่งดูดี
Pun intended, a little bit more.
Pun definitely intended, but Sushi Boys and
ๆอยากรู้เลยตะโกนว่าอะไร
players
อะ
that have been relatively absent, they're returning.
And those were the two that were leading the charge when it did come over towards Lotus previously too. So you want to see them have a right now.
ไม่พัก
To and from around the
เครื่องกำลั
map.
งติดเครื่องกำลังติด
โบนัสลาวอะไรมันคุ้มเลยขนาดนั้น
So all accordingly going to the Ty's plan.
Finally reading the script, FULLSENSE. It's not letting any gaps open up. Famous going to be taken down quickly, you'd expect. Sure, NC Slasher, a great shot on the Sushi Boys. But John Olsen's able to get the trade, and old NC Slasher, he's a long way away right now. PTC should be able to clear. Going to hold onto that line. The Haunt will at least keep him interested. Great shots. But Leviathan to deny. 3 alive. And FULLSENSE continue their tear.
Much better to come through from FULLSENSE in this map compared to the other two. A great start at the beginning, really needed. Propping John Olsen up.
ชนะแล้ว3-2
Having Sushi Boys find
ได้
impact
4 ราว
on
นี่
the
คือชนะแล้ว
the team piecing together
ยี่
where
ซื้อโอดิน
Boom
อี
are
กแล้ว
playing around the map as well. And you know, you've got these little tricks that Boom are going to try and throw into the mix when it does come to this defensive side for them as well, with the one-ways, with the positions, with the haunts that on the timing they're going to try and throw out. But for right now, none of that really feels weighted for Boom. So they'll start to change up their approach now that they've got the weaponry back in their hands, but immediately for FULLSENSE, up the guts of mid.
Oh, Shiro! Dangerous play! But it works out for him.
Feels a little bit late on the nightfall, but hey, at least Shiro managed to find those 2 kills. Now you can start to simmer as Boom. 3 versus 5. Remember, we've seen in this tournament so far, in a game, in a series, a 4 versus 5 conversion absolutely obliterated every single time, right? Don't let these leads be dropped.
You grab the opportunity, you can't let it slip away. ETC, he's been peppered down here. The Caesar's got
Oi!
it. There is no way!
โอ้
How's he
ETC
got away with that in the face of the nightmare?
สวยจัด
Fox finds Zespi as well. 5 versus 3.
3-2 แล้วไงอะครับ
You
โอ้ค่อนข้าง
can't be
ชัดปะ
dropping times like these.
ค่อนข้างชัด
Doesn't
ว่ะ
get the right
จริง
timing there, Leviathan.
3-2 ไม่ใช่ปัญหา
NC Slasher looking to get onto the line, and Famous, the operator, not exactly the
เจ้า
weapon
ดิ
to
น
do it.
พี่
I think
มันจะ
so
ส
much
แปม
pressure is going to fall
ตีแน่นอน
onto old NC Slasher. Horn up. It is available to pop into tree if he needs it. Look
แต่
at
ดูใครมาหลังดูก่อน
They're so scared. And you think an agent like Fade, right? You look into those eyes and it's like a
โอ้โห
demon in the night.
ปืนยังไม่ชักเลยหมอนี่
เรียบร้อย
He lives, he breathes in the shadows. That's where he is made, and it's Famous pulling
หวาน
away.
เจี๊ยบ
NC Slasher had to get 2 there in that tree pop as well. That would incentivize Famous to get back on in. well fought back, well dug back round for PDC as well. I mean, you're exactly right. How, when he's caught down to 1 HP from the decays as well, that he's able to pull away with 2 headshots. Were they not looking at him? It was off screen. You know, they come back from that though. 5 versus 3 now in favor of Boom. Conversion goes, and they immediately
ไม่ไหวจริงต้องคุยไม่ไหวต้องคุยก่อน
here in the crowd, Mitch. It's nothing. It's silence.
A gentle golf clap for FULLSENSE. The tension in this arena is so high, you could cut it through with a knife. And boom, they've already called their timeout, right? This is so early, 5 rounds in. It's the opportune time to do it, right? Not let them get too far out of your grasp. If you're falling off the side, you're falling into the darkness. Lotus is a bright map, brimmed with opportunity. And for Boom, the opportunity is about closing this one.
For the Boom fans out there, we can say that they've done well in the deficits on this map to push us into the overtimes from the 3-9s, right? But so far, there's not the chance of getting to 3, it looks like, right? FULLSENSE are playing with the rotations, playing with the utilities, getting into their face, catching timings as well that the Neon is providing them to throw a spanner in the works of the speed.
Always a thought. If you leave it too late for your journey back in, you start your pilgrimage with so far. You've got to be resilient. You've got to have that resolve, that passion, that drive. And FULLSENSE, they were so quiet, but finally they played to the crowd. Finally they threw out to get a reaction, and they got what they asked for.
Yeah, a 5-0 start as well, playing on the back of it. I mean, the timeout here at the right time to try and stem the bleeding, but straight in towards the new round, straight in towards C, dropping the utilities immediately. It's actually just go time for FULLSENSE, right on in.
John Olsen does not
อุ้ย
get down.
มาว่ะ
Straight through with Levant.
บอกเลยว่าตื่นแล้ว
And the rest of the team in tow. We've been asking so desperately, where is this FULLSENSE connection? And they found it. They're showing us now. Again, it's still an eco, but I think, you know, it's going to be famous potentially looking for another save, because look at this flank that's coming in now from PTC.
Not going to be allowed, is it?
That's it.
To try and get some utility in towards the side at the moment, but it's a bit of a stronghold with how FULLSENSE are holding it.
Won't count him out just yet. NC Slash,
What?
you know how good he's been. We'll be able to get a re-entry back into this one. John Olsen blinded. Famous looking to get it. Famous. Here we go, Komodo. We could be on here. It's going to be a little bit tricky with this post plant. They've got the fault line down and PTC's positioning. Yeah, look, it's going to be a little bit too hard here to get back into that one. Famous, he's certainly trying his best here. But Foster to deny. And all we can really think about just then is damage dealt. Cosmic Divide still available. Rolling Thunder still available.
And if you're looking at how FULLSENSE are going to be navigating around this seaside as well, if they are planting for Mound, they also then can rely on Fox's utility with the Aftershock, with the fault line too. You've just got so many different pieces of combinatory utility that they can actually throw in depending on the situation too. It's something that I really love about the comp that they've deployed in towards this map, and just the contrast of how quick they can go, but also how disconnected they can actually be together as a team too, right? Sushi Boys who can go for these little lurks as well and play by the... You've got PDC who can be away from the action.
They certainly let it get too close for comfort, right? Maybe not a chance at a defuse, but frags is a good sign, and now it's Groundhog Day. Seaside entered into. John Olsen, though, he's called the clear. Berserk's up close, but he doesn't want to go in yet.
No adjustment from Berserk's utility as well, knowing that the slide comes through from John Olsen towards Waterfall. When do they go for it? Relay Vault comes out, the showstopper from Famous. He's actually going to get a catch. That's John Olsen down, Komodo. They pop the lockdown, though. They have to fight for it. But they have to get out, actually, because the 3 versus 5, they're going to turn tail over towards the B site right now. The rotations are here from Famous and from NC Slasher. It's just the Sushi Boys by himself. Isolated, taken down. Finally, Boomer on the board.
We are so back, Britama Arena! Round on the board, and that was a convincing one at that.
Absolutely, and I like, you know, that they give up the site. C is not really working too much for the Boom side. I mentioned it, there's no change of these utility positions starting to come through from Berserks over there. So instead of going for a challenge in amongst the chaos when they're sliding in and going
What a leap here,
play towards the strength of your own.
That's
your team. Wait for them, play with them, get these crossfires, get these shots in together.
รีเพย์มันเมื่อกี้มันให้ดูเลยนะดูสแกนเสร็จแล้วก็ดูตัวสุดท้ายตาย
For the round, you've already laid the trap.
They love going quick, don't they? And they're in there straight again. Little bit of an awkward catch though here. Vespi, he went really far forward, but just opens the door and happy to get out. NC Slasher kind of trapped in a hole.
Yeah, and if he gets overwhelmed by John Olsen, that could have been
Can'tตีไปแล้ว
problematic, because now he's
Oi.
14, but he's just found two through the wall. Famous to Fox, and for PDC, it doesn't matter if you're disconnected from your team, because if your team dies, you're left in a 1 versus 5.
Stoic in his moment. Isolation, he thrives. NC Slasher. What a absolute shutdown affair.
See if PDC can get anything here. But finally, Boom have found their footing in amongst Lotus.
The crowd can do all the talking for us right now, all right? What it means for them to get back into this. A simple round is all it can take.
You're full sense though, and now you've lost 2 in a row. Are you opting to take a timeout for yourselves as well to stop any momentum that might have been built from Boom? Wouldn't be a bad idea. Of course, this little time that's been given for PDC just to be left to his own devices in this 1 versus 5 can actually be used as a free bit of a timeout for the players to talk amongst themselves if they want. They don't necessarily need a coach input. They can leave that later on if a comeback starts to happen.
ไม่มีอินนี่หาข่าวเลย
As well. They don't want to fight for that.
ทำจังหวะเดียว
The money's decent for full sense. They can have another offense. So you're exactly right. Just take the time to let it settle down for a second.
Are we going to see them decide to go quick again, right? Because you talk about these pace changes after a timeout, after some rounds. You want to try and catch your opponents off guard. Right place, right time can still be a problem though, and it's extremely observant in that round, right? Where NC Slasher is at the right spot to get the big old spray down.
Fast worked once, twice it's failed. Will they continue that trend?
Well, that's it, isn't it?
Oh, man.
You like the idea of the shoulder peeking, but you unlike the idea of the lineup for full sense.
The Odin just so strong, right? Those walls are paper thin.
But as I said, right, it's only 2 rounds to come through from Boom. Have an idea. Did you have enough of a discussion just then to be able to answer on back? A quick little take over towards Rubble, and a good reveal actually to come through from a horn.
Calming down completely. A little bit more fear in their eyes.
No mound space to be taken from Boom, however, but you'll start to gather some information if you are the defender side. With the Prowler, you've got 3 players stacked over towards this side, and just spray. It's unwarranted, Mitch.
They might actually be able to get John Olsen off the back of this Nightfall. No.
Nah, just a scare tactic
That's
to get them on now.
Yeah, get rid of them.
If you're looking to try and funnel them now towards B, where you've got this trap laid, Nano at the front with the toxic wall to come up from Shiro, you got a pit if you need to as well, technically, but it's actually going to go over towards the other side on the map, which is C, and you do have a really nice idea from NC Slasher. Got the kill over at A, immediately booking it over towards C. He's trying to play with his food here.
They're still so unsure about where they want to end up as
มันดู
well.
แน่นไปหมดเลยวะนะ
Be here, they pinged it.
The thing is, you've got no fault line, you've got no
โยกไปไหนก็แน่นไปหมดเลยตอนนี้
lock down 1 lane of sight. So you
โอ้
got to
ดิน
have
นี่แม่งอยู่
something
ทุก
come
ที่
through from one of the other players. You need to have PDC almost play with you at the moment. 30 seconds to try and draw more players to this C side, but it's not going to happen right now. Boom are not rotating.
Throwing out that relay bolt. Now they're really trying to get in here.
Ow.
They're relying on
Ow.
the wall.
ดี
They
เฉย
found the pick with Zespi. Can they be the hero that they deserve? No.
วางไอ้ดิ
Continuing forward will be Leviathan, so they're so split up. It's going to be 2 1v1s.
Berserk
on the other
กับ
side of the
PDC
map,
ครับ
and I think Berserk's, he can just keep him interested here. It's going to be so much reliance.
And because PDC is playing Astra, he can put stars down onto the spike and still have a bit of an impact. It's all on the Berserk, but actually it's all on the fight. That might actually be on the site itself now.
The pin goes down. He's going to pin it all down here. PTC is just way too far away. Leviathan just needs to try and buy enough timing. He's called the bluff for the time being, but he needs to call it for even longer, because as he wraps in, that is going to start to connect there.
He's seen it, not
ถอยมาดิถอยมาดิ
He's got the
เอ้ย
hit denied, destroyed. PTC, the timing, it's enough, and Berserk's, he's called
บ้า
it.
จัดวิน
Doesn't
เพล
want a
นี้
part of that at all. That is the round secured for Full Sense. And my God, this is the thing, Komodo, that I just want to very briefly touch on. Leviathan, the youth of
ได้ไงวะ
the
พี่
newest addition.
เพลงนี้บ้า
have
จัด
that
อะ
level
ตอนแรกดูเหมือนจะหลับแล้วฮะแต่กลับมาได้เฉย
insane.
Playing to the numbers at that point in time as well, you know that you've got reliance on PDC if you need to with the gravity well to buy a bit of time. He had already started to make his rotation.
เซตบิลมันไม่เอาแล้วพี่มันไม่เล่นแล้ว
I had my eyes so keenly prized on that A fight here for these trades as well, because that was literally the crucial moment of the round. It was 2 versus 2 2 in that scenario, and the Leviathan, not only did he clutch the round, but more importantly, he made sure that the trade was going. They're still paranoid, they still cleared it, even if they've not got an idea that anyone's there. They're making sure they're not giving Boom opportunity.
Not as quick either. Happy to take mound control, but that's all for now. They've got the lines locked down here. Famous is just keeping a keen eye on that door.
Make sure he's looking the correct way.
อุ้ยสวย
But no.
โอ้แล้ววินสำคัญด้วยดิ อันเนี้ย
วินนี่แบบว่าปูมึงซื้อเยอะมากอะ
เอาจริงพอมายึดมันกูเซนทำหลายรอบแล้ว พอมาเทคหน้าบีอะให้ซีลองเปิดประตูอะหน้าบีปั่นฝน
Inside this dark cover, he's trying to set the wickets, but
ฟ็อกถ้าโดนสักนัดนะเมื่อกี้
And now it's Zesby and
ไม่หาย
2 versus 3, which might actually be a workable scenario. The first one is found, the second as well is gorgeous, but utility pull.
โอดินมันแบบ
For the trade, Mitch, I'm looking at the 5 versus 3 that they lost earlier. I'm looking at player advantages for Boom. This time, they come back from a player disadvantages because they're quick
ช็อตนี้ไม่ควรนะ
for the retake.
5-3 ตอนแรก
NC Slasher again. He's been continuing this form. He's been able to just be a rose in the side of a thorn rather. It's just such big impact time and time again, and just how he was able to set up that for the trade. It's just perfection from the man.
And needed as well, right? You're looking at that 9-3 curse or whatever you want to say in this one, but we've still got 2 rounds to be able to play for Boom to come back. And this round as well is a little bit
ต้องฮาร์ฟบายไว้ฟูลบายวินหน้า
a little bit lackluster on the weaponry, but you do have
แต่มีอันติจอนครับ
you do have Fox with the
เสกได้อยู่
you might actually be able to fashion a pretty quick pop into a site you've not
เฮ้ย
gone into
โอ้โห
just yet.
เฮ้ย what
How does he do it time
อะไรขนาดนั้นนะ
again?
One spot to look towards on the opponent's eco round.
เอามันจับเกินป่ะพี่
Put up the
ใช่
wall, and they're hurting. Not just from the output of that round, but the ability to knock their health down, to just stare straight down the barrel of it. Imagine the difference if Shiro doesn't find John Olsen in that spot. That department is aim. That is all aim in that scenario, Mitch.
Just being able to reset the crosshair and keep the kick forward. Last round of the half. And they're all locked up inside main here.
If they have an idea how close they are, the paranoia is primed.
John Olsen out, and he's managed to get out.
ผมมันยังลากไปหนึ่ง
NC Slasher gets one back, and now the
เอา
paranoia.
เอาดิซีบิวหมดแล้วของหมดแล้วเนี่ยซีบิวอะ
Nightmare makes it really awkward, but they can reset from this.
Absolutely. Again, once more, no space taken by Berserks over at Mound. Something that Boom has not really been able to do, and it's play with early rotation timings by finding information of their own variety.
ตัวซ้ายเนี่ยเดี๋ยวไปดูนะตัวปัญหาเลย
John Olsen.
เลยเดี๋ยวให้บีทแง้มก่อน
Still got
Yeah.
enough teammates that they can assist.
เอาตัวช็อปไปเลย
He goes in first. Sushi Boys is one away from the lockdown.
อัพตัวช็อป
Hey, Boom lose this round
อัพ
now.
ตัวช็อป
5
ไง
HP is if they give up a
He's going
frag.
to clear it.
เฮ้ย
Can't do it. Sushi Boys gets the trade, but Shiro is right in position. That lockdown will be popped, and now he can deny it.
And the door, they heard it going open. So secluded on the site. Now
Rolling
is
Thunder,
Fox.
Rolling Thunder. Is he going to be able to pop it early enough? I think he might have to try. He might have to use it. He might be walking up into
โอ้โห
Shiro.
เข้ามาแล้ว
My God, the captain, the leader. They will follow him far. He has done it once
ไม่ต้อง
again.
Recovery for
8-4-9-3
Boom
เลย
in this half, but
Today.
for full sense, enough to still have some great worth in this map as well. 7 is nothing to scoff at for them, even if they start to drop things.
มันไม่มีข่าว
the
นะ
crowd
ครับมันไม่มี
starts to
ของ
get
หาข่าว
back up
มัน
and
เดิน
at
แง้ม
it right now. The ideas are still kind of present with them as well. I love what they do outside the lobby with the timing of it, but I think more importantly, they didn't actually pinpoint and focus on John Olsen when he got in front of the utility to play off the paranoia. And just going through to catch the rest in the lobby. How many players would you see, a neon slide past you and you immediately try and get them instead of having eyes on the rest of the squad? That's composure.
ผิดไม่ผิดมีถูกครับคอมอ่ะมันก็มีข้อดีข้อเสียต่างๆไป
Full sense for Boom.
These are the scenarios now as well, right? You're 2 maps down, you're at a halftime scenario, you hear a crowd getting ecstatic. They're cheering for a 3-0 for their home team. Full sense, they've got everything against them in this arena right now, literally. They only have the 5 of them on this stage. They only have a coach behind them as well to try and do what they can. But apart from that, right now, Mitch, They are enemy number one.
There's something primal about it, isn't there? Going back to something simple. The chant, the cheers, the support in this crowd.
Who is going to be SCA number one team? Who is it going to be? That's what people were wondering. That's what the chat was along the floor from the pre-game. This series, essentially, in a lot of people's minds besides that.
Everyone's minds at this point, Komodo. The den of the wolf. Salamat datang, they say. And this is the scary territory, right? You've got everyone hungry. They've been starved of rounds.
For those that don't know, that's Natshiba.
Those who don't know, you're lying to yourself, Komodo.
Hey, I mean, if you don't know, where have you been? He's probably the loudest in the whole crowd here.
Louder than me, man. John Olsen, though. Loud on the footsteps.
ขอพลังหมูเด้งตรงสถิตกับทุกคน
That's information gathered.
And this is something Boom didn't do. This is what I was talking about. They never pushed over towards Mound to get this information, but right now, Boom have the correct read. Hey, no one's home. They actually can take the deeper space. They can set themselves up for essentially, FULLSENSE are attacking this spike now.
Super weird, right? You know, FULLSENSE could have potentially put the accelerator down, but they didn't.
How much time do they wait to try and clear out all of rubble, all of the tree as well? Because that's time that goes in Boom's favor.
They've got it now. They know where exactly they should be.
Here comes the
They've got
retake.
lots of positions to overwhelm, don't they, Komodo?
Sharp by four.
Slasher spotted. Will get the shot off. PTC
Yeah.
wants the money. 2 for the trouble. And John Olsen's there as well. Zesby,
สวยเลย
อุ้ย
I
ฟอร์
don't
เร
think you've got what
สวย
it
เลย
takes
ครับ
here. And that is another pistol round secured here for FULLSENSE, the Thai powerhouse.
Yeah, that's actually a really huge retake to come through from them as well. 5 alive.
แต่ข้อดีก็คือ
bonus on the back of that because I'm
สกิล
looking
รีเทคมัน
objectively
ค่อ
at
น
what
ข้าง
Boom are doing in that round. They get in towards the side,
หนาแน่น
they
อยู่
get up towards heaven and drop and everything, but they don't actually
ดาว
kind of do anything
สตัน
apart from that.
บาย
No
บีท
exploration, a little bit further to clear all the stairs apart from the Prowler. So you'll have the idea that the full retake is kind of coming on forward. Fox a little bit late, but if you're, wanting to extend it a little bit more, you're going with a buddy. You're trying to figure out, all right, where are they coming from? You're trying to then catch the timing back on your opponents who would generally think you're going to sit on the site that you've got the spike plant.
They're going to change the pace off the back of it, straight down the guts. Sushi boys. I mean, look, this is not exactly a prime position for this Spectre. Following the tracking,
Oh
right?
my
That's
God.
scary. You've got to be so careful now, but they open the door. PTC goes for the fight, but does he go too far? Fox, be careful, my friend.
He got the gun, though, off the back
Yeah,
of
it's
that
a
Ferrari
bammer.
previously, so it's back to an advantage for FULLSENSE.
Oh, man, I was going to say, it's like shaking the nest of hornets right there, trying to get in there. Do you really want to fight against the bee? The Fox, he will. And he's absolutely okay with it too.
โอ้โห
Team
เสีย
Merc
น้อย
makes the
ถือ
dream
ว่า
work.
โอเคอยู่
And
โอเคเลยแหละอัน
FULLSENSE
เนี้ย
continue the strike.
ได้
The
เป็นคน
biggest
เดียว
thing, about Valorant is the pistol round and the anti-eco. If you're getting both of them, that's
เมื่อ
4
กี้น้อง
rounds
พี
out
บอก
of
ต้องลงสถา
13,
นี
right?
อะไร
It's
นะ
such
พร้อม
a
พง
large
ใช่ไหม
size
พร้อมพงพี่
of rounds that you can just collect upon where your opponents are
ผม
generally
นึกว่า
a
เอา
little
เป็น
bit
พารานอยไปแล้ว
and you're, still then getting a bonus potentially. Rifle rounds, these
จ
are
บแบบนี้
the
ต้องออก
moments
เลย
in
นะ
these maps that you need to be ensuring that you're
เฮ้ย
trying to find
พี่
to establish a really good foot in front of the other right now. So the fact that FULLSENSE have been able to get those two now going into a bonus round, which is actually looking pretty good in their gun department. Light shields are up for a couple of them.
โมเมนต์
The space now around rubble. But look at this deployment from FULLSENSE. 3 of them are here.
ไอ้ยจ่าเอตัวเอง
Activate now. Paranoia is good.
Oh, yeah.
no! John also won't be able to get the catch, though,
Oh,
but he
wait,
gets
John.
the pot shot, the clay pigeon.
แต่มี
Famous
5
effect
แบบ
over
แบบตรง
high
เนี้ย
heavens.
It's a slash up. Needs to be careful right now with the spray.
ได้ตัวหนึ่งแล้วไปแล้ว
Can be traced.
ได้กำไรได้กำไรตรงนี้
นี่มันต้องอย่างนี้นี่
ไปเอาใหม่
Shut down. Pushed off the pedestal. A place that he is familiar with in this tournament.
John Olsen decided to fall back very wisely as well to play with the numbers. Now you've got a bit of an extension for what could actually be this B crunch. A deep alarm bot to keep in check that no one pushes a bit deeper. For
Bam.
Gotta be so careful. Sushi wants to entertain it, but Berserk's is going to get that first, and it brings it back to a 4v4.
Because Fox is gone, that means they don't have the reliance on these stuns and
ไม่ดี
flashes.
เลยวะ
Specifically the aftershock when it comes to a B retake.
So awkward, right? PTC trying to wrap around, but they've got that deep control.
Oh, there's
Now that John Olsen wants to try and fight it, but this angle, you know, NC Slasher can just really try to play him here, just try to keep him out of the opportunity. Now Sushi Boy's trying to enter in, and there it is. NC Slasher again. This Odin is so scary to fight up against Leviathan. Gets
ไม่
the
ตาย
kill,
ด้วย
but the timing's not good enough because NC
กดนัดหนึ่ง
Slasher,
ไม่ได้เหรอ
he watches his back. He will not have the knife go in and get twisted.
It is just a bonus at the end of the day to come through from Boom, but it is good to see that they are all aligned in how they want to navigate back in towards it when they have a bit of a deficit in at the beginning. Absolutely paramount shots to come through from NC Slasher is always going to be a bonus. Who is, well, is now one away from the Nightfall coming in towards this
ยังครับ
next
ผ
round.
ม
So that can actually be a really potent ult to go in with for this attacker's side. Even escalating on the fact that FULLSENSE have a little bit lesser equipped for Fox and PDC has this, this gun. I don't know how's SB's
ให้
won that.
ตายเถอะ
Absolutely, they just kind of half cooked it right there, hey?
Oh, this is
Trade's
just,
coming back though.
this is just a battle in two different places that is kept equalized.
3-3.
Despy though on 30 HP. So PDC can technically just bolt
ถ้าได้
on
แมป
one
นี้นี่แบบ
single line with
มา
the
แน่
I don't
Map
think
C,
Fox
map
wants to
5
stays welcome here.
get the information and call for your teammates as well.
Live in the head now.
Ooh.
Play the information game if you're Boom.
Little bit of a tickle, but you know what that means? You can start to get mound spaces Boom, and you can still get that orb for NC Slasher. You want to try and get that Nightfall going in. You can follow the traces, which in this current position is really important. You want to get the information on where your opponents are. B is actually open. They have to have an idea that the rotation could actually go back there for Boom.
Barrett's back online. Alarm bot there too. Get the
เฮ้ยหวัดเสียว
halfway dark cover.
ตั้งแต่โดนสินไปสาบไปรู้สึกตื่นตัวกันขึ้นมานิดนึงหรือเปล่า
Right now, PTC has been really
ยังครับผม
but that's where the door opens, and now they
เพิ่ง
can
มา
have
ตื่น
the
ตัว
rotate.
ตอนอาบิท
They're
เมื่อ
gonna
กี้
be able to find this side for free. This is a really challenging retake now for FULLSENSE.
Yeah, from three different angles potentially as well. Does PDC continue to wrap back around through the ruins? You're going to see Fox and Sushi Boys holding together as a unit. I would like to see the fault line in with the flashpoint. There's actually the Nightfall only pinging one. So you have to have someone watching this flank now to come through.
I think they've done that on purpose as well. Just getting the catch onto the one to get the info. Time is ticking.
PDC ยิง CPU NC Slasher นัดเดียว
He needs to activate. He needs to clear everything.
PDC ข้างไวกว่านี้ครับ
Oh, Zesky. Playing it close. Does he get caught by the fault line? No, he plays it.
อุ้ย
He
ได้เล่น
loves
ได้
to
เล่น
get up in the face of these players. He's an entertaining fellow, isn't he? Fox gets the trade. But now this eye has to go into PTC.
เฮ้ยสวย
Gets
นี่
the
ไง
shot on the famous NC Slasher.
เฮ้ย
He's got the
เอ
win.
อ
But
โอ้ย
Fox,
เฮดช็อตด้วย
he will
มาดิ
deny. And that is double digits here for FULLSENSE. They can't believe it.
You've heard of a fox amongst the hen house, but right now it's in the wolf den. And they're not happy about that one. The one at the end to seal the deal. And I was looking at how scary PDC was going to be. And you know why I kept saying about this outlaw, Mitch? Because the remaining players didn't have the full shields to come through. A single shot is all it was going to be able to take to remove them from the play. And that's exactly what happens at the end there. So well traded out for FULLSENSE to keep a grasp on Lotus.
ถ้าเป็นแวนดอลแม่งลอยนวลไป
It's
แล้ว
like
วิ่ง
lightning
ไวกว่า
struck the arena.
อืม อืดจัดอะ
เป็นโฮดิน
Weird
เอา
round
ปืน
for the
ขี้โกง
economy now.
I was so surprised that NC Slasher just didn't grab the orb and they set up for the C-sided hit with
เกาะ
how
นี่อร่อย
that the ult can actually
อ้าว
clear it towards the side.
หายเพื่อนไม่ยิงให้
มีเพื่อนก็ปิดมุมเหมือนกัน
Little bit of forward
กำลัง
space
เนียนเลย
for Boom. I would say relatively free of charge with just a single haunt. Bit of a scaling up again for FULLSENSE over at the C mound. It's actually a really powerful position from them again to get an early read on what's happening from Boom.
Such an important round for the computer as well, right?
ไปก่อนหนึ่ง
Gets the first catch. Famous getting in there nice and quickly though. The paranoia is good.
But can they set up for a post plant now if the spike does go down because they've not been really too successful?
It doesn't quite go the way they want it either. Does go into position now, and it is going to be popped. But NC
เฮ้ย
Slasher, he can avoid the rolling
ไอ้
thunder.
แบบนี้
เฮ้ย
แล้ว
เดี๋ยว
Looks at here, NC
โอ้ยได้
Slasher.
อยู่
But he misses the
ได้อยู่
crucial shot.
เออไป
PTC
สอง
Sushi
ครั
Boys,
บ
they get back into it. Zesby, my eyes are on you, my friend. Cosmic Divide goes
โอ้โห
down. Zesby
ดิ้
tries
ง
to
ด้วย
make
อ่ะ
it
เกือบ
work. But it is not going to happen here, and that is perfection on the retake. FULLSENSE They put themselves one step closer to the edge, and Boom cannot let themselves break.
อันตีต้ามันวางทับสไปไม่ได้
น่าจะได้นะ
เหรอแล้วมันก็จะกู้เห็นครึ่งหนึ่งอะนะ
ใช่ก็เห็นแบบเห็นสไปขึ้นลง
Really rough for him.
ผมเคยเห็นด่านโพที่มันวางปุ่มแล้วเข้าไปยิงไม่ได้โคตรเชี่ยเลย มันต้องเอามีดฟันใช่ไหม
ด่านเพอ
ไอ้มุมเออะไอ้มุมนะ
อ๋อแบบตัวเข้าไป
ใช่เข้าไปกู้ได้คนเดียว
จริงๆถ้าปืนอะถ้าปืนมันเข้าไปแล้วถึงเราไม่เห็นอะยิงอะมันก็โดนอะนึกออกไหมถ้าปลายปืนมันทะลุเข้าม่านไปแล้วอะ
เหรอ
ใช่
because they're not finding an advantage earlier on. They're leaving so many angles for FULLSENSE to come in for these retakes from, to bully in from.
A shift of the narrative.
ไม่3-0ก็ดีแล้ว
Last time, previous map Abyss, John Olsen, the
เห็นได้
hero,
ลุ้น
the sole hero. This time, boom, NC Slasher. He's been up there. Teammates maybe a little closer, but this is where the team factor is so important. The whole team needs to be here, and when you set yourself up for success, but the structure or the foundation gets weakened a little bit, there's a chance here for FULLSENSE to try break that.
There's been no idea from Boom that they've showcased this map 3 times and they're still doing what is weak for them. Not finding space around Mound, giving their opponents the free space to have the forward play. If they try to then crunch back on towards this C site and play Mound, they don't have a contingency for what's going up against the front of them at this B site. This is such a weakness of Boom on this map that they have not been able to self-realize. So I'm kind of hoping that Meow is able to just invest in this discussion and tell them what is happening over on that side of the map. Because once we've seen FULLSENSE get advantages, they then just fall back from that position. They're welcoming Boom into a weak spot. Why wouldn't you in a scenario like this?
Right down. But also trying to make something work here. And he's just keeping them entertained at this point in time. He doesn't need to overstay.
ไล่หน้าซีเลย
The info doors
ไม่ให้เดินไม่ให้เดิน
Still continue forward here, John Olsen, but no. He's just going to let that ultimate simmer and get out of there with some info.
Boom aren't hesitant in this scenario. They're playing by the numbers together to make sure that they can
ผมไม่กล้าเข้า B
overwhelm
อยู่เดิม
Now I would like to see them go for this proper Mound control. Have a bit of a B split to come on through as well. You know, time and time again, that on the
ตอน
back
นี้
of this
ฟูเซน
Mound
กำลังหา
control
ข่าว
that
ด้วย
they've
กัน
gathered, how
ตำพี
you
ค
want to be able to go back and clear this one. You know that generally they've gone for these jump spot approaches. Shiro's seen nothing come up through towards A just yet. No real utility to be recycled over at the lobby. So you're kind of piecing together an idea for Boom that it might actually be more tailored towards there.
Read and set up nicely.
Oh, both of them shooting that haunt as well. Gives you an idea.
Going.
อุ้ย
โอ้
Great shot from Famous. Now to show
นี่ไง
something.
โดนตั้มไปดิ
สวยอยู่
But
ส
he
วยอยู่
can't do anything with it. He's been
สวยอยู่
denied by the aftershock.
Bad timing. Hit his noggin on the roof.
ฟักอันตีมาไม่ได้ใช้ด้วย
You ripped the
No,
rocket
did
too
he?
there as Famous, so that is rough that you didn't be able to use that. 20 seconds now on towards this C
Can't let that
side.
slow you
We
down,
Fox.
Komodo. You
How
can
did-
do
วิ
it.
ตัดไป2
That's
Fox
3 for
said.
Fox. I think he's done his part here, Komodo. John Olsen. Don't overstep, my friend. Don't
Ooh,
get
he-
baited.
He- he-
Don't get too excited. The Wolves Den is fierce. And you cannot play with fire. And now going in quick here, trying to deny that spike plant, but they've just missed the narrative. Walking on in. From the shadows is there if they need it. 2 away from the Viper's pit for Shiro. But Sushi Boys, they are backed up together. They are looking to try and get into this dark cover onto the middle of the site. But he's crossed the line. And that Shiro again. It might have been an overstep here unless Sushi Boys can be the hero that FULLSENSE need to try and find that point. But it's Sespi. He's been
แล้วตัวนี้
quiet.
ไม่ค่อยลั่นด้วย
But he will return when the Undertaker is called for.
The party man has a plan at the end of that one to not overstep, to let his teammate play contact as well, and to watch the other angles in that scenario. I was absolutely agreeing with you for the John Olsen situation there as well. You've got a 3 versus 2. How many retakes have we seen successful for FULLSENSE so far when they're playing by the numbers? This time, they throw away the numbers. It's spilt around. And it does falter in the end for them. FULLSENSE, they
Shit,
can
Bill.
taste a round 12. But they have to
Okay.
find it without giving opportunity back to Boom.
Little bit of blood in the water. You know, Shark can smell that out from a mile away, and that's Boom in the coming back.
This time taking space though.
ทำไมนักพากย์เสียงดังจัง
Instead, Shiro keeping them in
เพราะว่า
check, but you've
นัก
got
พากย์น่าจะ
a
อิ
bit
นโด
of
ครับผ
a
ม
different idea because of this deeper utility that comes through from PDC. Do you want to call something for your team to come back over here and play one-dimensionally with a Prowler from NC Slasher when the Haunt comes back online? Because he's only got one now.
เขาอยู่ที่อินโด
Starting to
ใช่ครับ
clear all the front side of B.
Looking a little bit hesitant here, Boom.
Oh, it did get a reveal on towards John Olsen, that Prowler. So there's an idea that they know someone is taking this forward rubble space. Shiro spots out and confirmed.
Yes, they've still got the star there to be utilized.
Meanwhile, there's a Nano and an alarm bot in this smoke too, with a lockdown going on down for Boom. Kinda unanswerable, actually, so you need to stall. Sushi Boy's not in a spot to find it, but the combo
ทำไว้แล้ว
utility, actually.
They should make
โคตร
it
ดี
work. Famous now
โคตร
at
ดี
the
ครับ
helm, but that's a great fault line.
โคตรดีครับ
Again, they're really leaving it.
ปักดิเอาดิ มาดิ
They just need to find the time here. Shiro should be able to destroy that potentially, but PTC
Ui.
tries to swing around.
มารอสตันมันออก
The
ก่อน
lockdown. They need to get in, and it will be found.
โอ้โห
It will be punished.
โอ้ดับฝันเลย
Oh,
อย่าง
man.
นี้
Making a mountain out of a molehill here.
2v4 and look at the weaponry for Full Sense now. This
ดี
is
ทุกอย่าง
a
แต่ไม่
roughie.
ได้
It
ปัก
should
ตร
have
ง
been
คืนไง
around in their back pocket, but now they have to try and do something special. Relay bolt for John Olsen doesn't quite catch, but it will in the end. He is traded though. The Viper now has to be the hero again. The clutch man. So many omens are able to do this, but not Puppy Chuo today.
เสียดาย
ได้วันนี้วะอันนี้คืออ่านขาดหมดเลยนะรีแลกบุกเลยช็อตนี้
They're getting it close, but they are getting it over the line. The scenario,
เมื่อกี้ถ้าปักเลยได้
I
เล่นนะ
actually
แล้วก็
did miss
ไม่
that
ต้องไป
combination utility to
ไม่ต้องไป
destroy
เทรดไม่ต้องไป
the
ฝืน
lockdown. That gives
เพราะ
you
เวลา
an
น้อยแล้วอะ
idea in this that it's more than just the meta game to come through from Full Sense. They have forward thinking. From a position that's not in an armchair, right? They don't have the bird's eye view. They are expecting that play to come out from Boom. They have an answer. They had a great fault line to go through to stun them on up as well, but it was just numbers that stared down the barrel. There was one target on the other end and they find it. This is the situation that we start to get a bit of a taste in our mouths of how Boom came back from the 3-9 deficits to push us into the overtimes.
It's the MSG in the air. Delicious. They want the fight. And I think we can give the time to that. Hey, Komodo, it's the moment for it.
I'm doing the Phoenix emote. I'm hands up in the air with the big bug eyes. You want to know why? Because it's a what is happening? I love it.
This is Valorant that tastes like real Valorant.
We can follow what's happening, but it's also for the home crowd here. It's like a Boom doing it. Are they gonna come back?
They could. Yeah, they absolutely could. You know, this is the thing where it's that continued indecision, that hesitancy, the scrappiness that gets pulled out of Full Sense.
Yeah.
When they're looking good, they're looking great.
They did hold on to their timeouts for this reason, though.
Correct. They need to re-establish their foothold.
Absolutely. And, you know, going into a round such as that one as well with not too much of the weaponry. So they'll see if they can look to get back in towards this next one as well. You're getting an idea, though, that in the beginning of these rounds, you're kind of doing what you need to do against a team like Boom as well. You're taking either rubble space, you're taking either mound space, you're being a little bit passive over towards the B site. This one, though, you are at the lesser weaponry. One squad, no full buy, and you're going forward.
Actually managed to find one,
เอ้า
two.
เอาอะไรอ่ะ
What a position from
โอ้
Zespi.
มันเอาเพย์มา
PTC
ดิ
actually getting some back, though. He does get punished in the end. Leviathan needs to try and find something, but it won't happen. And now Sushi Boy's a long way from home with just a sheriff.
We've questioned this whole time where his fame has been. He's not adapting to the meta. He's not getting in front. It's okay because Zespi got in front this time. Famous is there for a lot of the trades. And Sushi Boy's 1-on-3.
You can hear what it means to this crowd right now.
ใกล้เข้ามาเรื่อย
Another
ๆโดน
step
เอาเพย์
forward.
GG 3-0
Two rounds the difference
My God.
here. Full Sense was so
สภาพไม่ดีเลย
far
Full Sense
ahead of this curve, Komodo.
And they're quiet right now.
Oh, yeah.
This arena can be so claustrophobic when you can see a whole crowd around you as well. You turn your head, you look up, you feel the pressure.
Oh,
You can
damn it.
feel the vibrations in the floor from these chants as well. And unfortunately for Full Sense, they know that these chants are not for them.
Either embrace the nightmare or let it terrify you. John Olsen
John
caught.
ตาย
Famous the
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
Fox though.
เฮ้ยอยู่ดีก็จะวับ
The shot to boot now punished. Back to a 3-on-3 as
Set
John
view.
Olsen will be
มันตีวิว
fouled.
เหวออยู่อันเนี้ย
Yeah, that's a really nice
เบาหมัด
shot.
อาตุจองได้
Coming
สอง
through, actually removing Famous, who just came away with the 3K, removing
งง
Shiro as well. You rely upon him to come out with a little bit of these later positions, to be able to just isolate these angles, to hold them together as a unit when it comes into these positions. But a 3 versus 3 now for Boom to try and establish a plant. And I'm looking towards Fox with the ultimate.
ไม่
Again,
ไอ้
holding
สอง
on
คน
to
ตรง
it
นี้มันโดน
requires
ดูดเหรอ
significant amount of
ดูไม่
time.
ทัน
ไม่
เมื่
แน่
อกี้
ใจ
Retake like this
ตัว
to
นั้น
get
ไม่ช็อก
that
สอง
point.
คนงงๆไม่ทำอะไรกันตรงนั้น
Where
น่ะ
you can use it.
Can he be the libero of
เอา
Karasuno?
เอา
It's coming out now.
เอาละ
That rolling thunder.
Good timing on that smoke.
โอ้โหแล้วโดนดึง
He's
ขาอยู่
now
พอดี
going
ไง
in, trying to
โอ้มา
engage.
เอาดิ
Fox continues his tear.
โอดินเจอโอดิน
They're
ครับ
back
จังหวะ
in
นี้
main. They've got the post plant utilities. Zespi, will he be broken? Another little bit of information thrown out by Fox. They have to try and get onto this thing.
Ui.
Now the spike will
Hoàn
tick.
kiếp.
Zespi
Ui.
can deny. And now Sushi Boys can get it to half.
Cảnh
He
quay,
will
Sushi.
spin. He will do
ไม่รู้จักซะแล้วโปรโดเวก
No jump spot peak to come through from
ไม่กระโดด
Berserk.
เลยเหรอ
ไม่เช็คไปทางนั้นไม่นับเวลาด้วย
A
ช่าง
2
แม่ง
versus 2, a stick on the defuse because time was bought to get it towards half. Mitch, what environment did Sushi Boys come from?
เดี๋ยวจะเป็น
Tier 1.
เจนจีนี่ลา
They
เกีย
say
นับให้แล้วฮะ
pros don't fake. He wants to go back.
โอ้โห
กู
No
ตาเกบอกออกไปเช็คแล้วเมื่อกี้
so close to being broken, Komodo. Imagine the
เคย
spirits
เคย
if
ไอเนี่ย
Boom were to
ไว้
come
คอมมันอะ
back
จับ
to
ไปไม่กำลังนับถอยหลัง
have
เข้า
the
ไปให้เพื่อน
confidence to stick that as
โอ้ย
Sushi Boys and the pace is
คือถึง
going
บอก
to
ว่า
be sent
เจน
out
จีขาดลา
again.
เกียร์ไม่ได้อะ
They are looking to fight to the
ทั้งมิด
death.
กราวคอทั้งทำทุกอย่าง
Could be the last round here on map number 3 for Lotus, giving us the 4th. Or it could be the 3rd overtime in a row for Boom.
How dare you utter those words,
I'm going
Komodo.
to say them for this crowd.
I'm all for it.
เมื่อกี้ฮอกรีดดังมันมีผลไหมมันผมว่ายากอยู่นะบางทีอาจจะกรีดเพราะว่ารู้ว่าแม่งดักอยู่หรือก็กรีดเพราะว่ากู้จริง
มันอยู่
เออเดายากอยู่ดิ
มันอยู่ที่ผู้เล่นบางคนใช้เสียงเชียร์เป็น
เขาใช้เป็น
If there's any potential
คนหนึ่งเนี่ยรู้เลยคิงอะคิงเอ็นเอ
Couple of ultimates for
มี
Boom.
มันมีคน
ยก
ใช้
นิ้ว
เย
ให้
อะ
Some
มีคน
entry
ใช้
into
เยอะ
that site and some security as well.
ใช้เสียงเชียร์เป็น
No mistakes to be made in this current situation. Do they get
ถ้าได้
in
แบ
their
บ
own
นี้
heads
เปอร์เซ็นต์
or
รีเวิร์ส
not?
สูงมาก
Certainly looking for it now.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Boys
know.
trying to take something over mine too.
another round where the time could
Ui,
really
bên
go
chép.
down to about 20 or
Mà
so
đi.
seconds before they decide to go on in, try and set Famous up with the showstopper.
The execution.
โอ้
Now
ดึ
is
ง
the time. Where
Hey.
gonna look, the question, the answer
Nè.
is nowhere. Berserks.
Chộp
gets
gì
Alo,
one
John
back,
bị đồn nè.
making it winnable.
Âu.
There's a chance here because there's a second. We talked about when Berserks would
Ui.
activate. When
What?
would the Fury come out? He was looking for it. He wants to scream to the crowd. A roar out. As he looks for more, but
Ui,
we aren't done
sweet.
just yet because Sushi Boys looks to bring it
ไม่รู้อยู่
back.
ว่า
Berserks
ไม่ได้ไปไหน
has to be the hero in this round because Leviathan is looking forward. Can't quite destroy that
โอ้
nano.
ยากเลย
That's going to keep him interested as NC Slasher finds another and Leviathan, he wants no bar of it. Berserks is here and the rage is too much for Full Sense.
Pockets are starting to bleed dry for Full Sense right now as well, so priority on this Vandal into the next round. I was saying it, time is an issue once again for Boom. Is it going to undo them? But they shift on through towards the B site, a massive entry opener
Snap
to
tap
get
moment เหรอ
onto the site as well.
อยาก
They
ลอง
don't
คีย์บอร์ด
find that.
Snap
You
tap
can see
อะ
Fox
มัน
set
ขนาดนั้น
himself
เลยเหรอ
up to deny entry and to deny a potential comeback.
There is one answer for Boom. Overtime. The only way they can do it.
So now you're saying it.
I love a comeback story.
That's
อะไร
illegal.
อ่ะ
Sorry.
Yeah.
You're playing non-neon and you're running and you're getting a shot like that?
I told you, man. He's beat his chest. He's screaming. He's raging.
Here we go, though. This is the bled dry round for Full Sense on the back of what John Olsen might be able to
เมื่อกี้
achieve
คือ
with
snap
the
tap เลยใช่ไหม
overdrive. PDC given the Vandal. Now, like again,
Lúa
Boom is
lucky.
just playing a little bit more reserved. They don't want to be running in towards a stack. Actually be over towards this B site. They hear the Vandal.
I think Full Sense really need this round.
Well, it would give them the map. Let's see. Shift back over towards the A site. Shiro, again, powerful thing a Viper can be on a map like Lotus, because you can really play with the timing of this wall up and down. Once more, the timing, though, over on Mound from FULLSENSE, they have the info that it's not C. They can rotate over towards A because they opened the B rotate door and no one was home.
ไม่น่าแบนนะวาโลไม่น่าแบน
Right now, and you know what I'm expecting when they start to scale in. John Olsen
ไอ้
is
snap
going to
tap
get electric.
Ready for it. It's his time to shine.
ไอ้เนี่ยนะ
now,
ไอ้
Komodo. The
คีย์บอร์ด
Siege is going to go in, and it's the catch potentially, but
ใช่
Johnson,
โอ้ย
he's been
โอ้ยไม่ได้
punished,
อี
and
โก้
it's Berserk
ไปวัดกับเราท้าย
once more to go for glory. The Fury Road continues.
And immediately, Meow straight onto the screen, pointing, realizing what has happened.
OT
Here,
or GG
there,
ครับ
everywhere.
Chat
If
พิมพ์เลย
there is a timeout to
OT
come
หรือ
through
GG
from the
GG ครับ
teams right now, he knows
GG
exactly what he has
เฮ้ย
to say to
GG
get
ละ
into this game, how to get us into overtime. If not, the team, well, unfortunately, they're going to have to realize it themselves, and that's
GG
exactly
อะ
what
เอ
is
อ
going
OT
to
หรือ
happen.
GG
Because Boom have expended the T's.
Another opportunity for FULLSENSE, this time fully equipped. Lockdown's there, John Olsen going for the same old play, and this time they're going to give him the freedom.
I would love to just see Boom immediately waltz in towards this
อ๋อ
C
แบน
side
ฟัง
as
ก์ชัน
well, dropping
ไม่
on
ได้แบน
that
คีย์บอร์ด
lockdown,
OG ไอ้
getting a pit established. If they can do it
แต่ล่าสุดมี
somewhere,
นักแข่งใช้
it would be
คีย์บอร์ดที่มี
well
ฟังก์ชัน
worth its weight
ฟังก์
in
ชัน
gold.
เปิดเอง นักแข่งโดนปรับแพ้
A bit of an island here. They're just not going to give into it just yet.
An operator for Famers, by the way, on this attacker's side, and a noted Frenzy Slasher as well, so there's really a priority to get in towards this site. Sushi Boys is setting himself up for an early lockdown too, which actually could be disrespected if Boom want to. On the back of the pop from the Alarm Bot and the Nanos. Prowler in first to clear. Still, if you can get Famers deeper in towards the site, they can start to try and remove this lockdown that now gets deployed.
เอาละครับ
โอ้ย
ปักมาปักกลับครับผม
They do a deeper pit will provide Shiro the insurance policy
เฮ้ย
to get on in.
คืออะไรอ่ะ
It's going to be such an interesting round, Komodo. They might get a few of these.
โอ้โหแล้วเข้ามาเนียน
เลยอ่ะ
He's
He was
denied, and
four.
there's the detainee. Going
Hey.
forward inside the pits, the man, he knows how to fight the good fight.
And you still got complete mound control for Boom. They know the flank isn't there because of the alarm bot too. They've got this locked on down. NC Slasher onto John.
He's gone, the big man.
เหมือนมันอ่านเหมือนอ่านจังหวะไว้หมดแล้วอ่ะจบ
The
เนี่ย
thief in the night will find it again. The snake will bite, and Famous will continue. It's all over.
เฮ้ย
Boom! They will not go
โอ้โหช็อตนี้
down.
Another overtime on this map for Boom.
ตอนนี้เป็นเพลย์
They
ที่
cannot win it
แม่ง
cleanly,
สุด
but
ยอด
they
มาก
cannot lose it without giving a damn fight.
In the words of Gary Onko, are you not entertained, Britsama Arena?
What a performance of a round to come through from
ไม่นักพากย์มันๆอยู่
They
ฝั่ง
know
เดียว
the
เลยวะ
lockdown's gonna be there. They don't get scared by the
สงสัย
utility.
เหมือนกัน
Shiro puts down the pit. Berserks puts down the lockdown, and they play patiently. They don't immediately try and go to remove the opponent's lockdown. Instead, they catch Sushi Boys in their own.
โอ้เดี๋ยว
And
โอ้
now
ช
we're
ม
pushed
จิโร่
into
ช็อตเลยบ้า
another
จัด
realm of overtime. Are Boom gonna actually 3-0 the series that everybody thought was a 5-mapper?
It's had the length, it's had the longevity. FULLSENSE certainly haven't rolled over and died, Komodo. They are giving it their all, but right now it just may not be enough.
Sushi Boys, as an operator, on the killjoy here. So there is an extreme premium for him to be hitting a shot at this C site. Getting out of dodge, meanwhile. Nobody over there is giving him an opportunity. Berserks has set his utility over there. And he's just waiting patiently.
The offense was so strong for FULLSENSE. Can they capitalize on it with this positional advantage? The fault line, though, is going to catch Cess. Narrowly missing, but the Shrouded Step will get him some safety.
Time to be bought from this toxic screen as well, but you don't want to overstay your welcome if you are Boom. For FULLSENSE, though, they force a lot of utility on out, and I was mentioning what Sushi Boys needed to try and find with this operator, right? Instead of a duel, early utility starting to be popped out, actually. Makes it a bit weaker.
Utility too. Yeah, he's seen it.
But the rotations start to come. Lurk autonomy from PDC over at the A door. It's going to be pushing Zest back, but now it's all onto Berserk. He needs himself. He needs Shiro, and Shiro's gone. There is a trade.
Berserk's has been the hero before Komodo, and he's looking to do it again. He's opened up with one, but now as they get in towards the side, he's going to fall back for the retake.
Operator again for Sushi Boys.
Yeah,
remember, but the space, the full sight to be cleared on out as the plant starts to go down.
The crosshair placement looking perfect right now, but as that spike falls in, they've got a chart and collapse.
If Fox gets one, he gets the rolling thunder.
Sushi Boys!
นี่อ่ะเอาไปก่อน
Not the weapon you'd be expecting in a
นี่เอาไป
retake
สอง
like this! He wants to continue! It's his moment! It's his time! The battle of
นี่
the
เอาไป
gods
สามเอาไปดิ
is not important when it's the Sentis to
นี่
make it
ไง
all
ซู
work.
ชิ
Full sense!
โอเปอเรเตอร์
In
ไป
the
ดิ
moment where they most needed him, Sushi Boy showed up to the plate!
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous. But again, it's what I'm saying, right? When you're in that situation that you have an operator, especially as a Killjoy, you are point and click territory. You need to make sure you're hitting the shots. And they were so patient in how they deployed their forces back towards this seaside at the end there as well. He started to clear what he could of the utility from Berserk.
โคตรคุมเลยซื้อออฟมาตาย
Forced him to be uncomfortable.
ไม่เห็นตะโกนเลยพี่
Now, full sense
นักพากย์
again.
อะ
Now they've got the time to try and close
มัน
out
อยู่
this
ฝั่ง
map
เดียวเลย
once on the defense again.
T-sided operator, hey? To change the narrative, to shift the
เซนบอกว่าได้ตะโกน
storyline.
เยอะไปพักก่อน
Nobody
อ
towards
ย่าให้
this
พักคอ
alpha side, bar Leviathan for full sense. They start to scale up through towards pillars. It's a different look, but Berserk finds one, a trade. It's John Olsen down.
Such an important pick there. 27 points of HP for Berserks. Only 2 ticks away from that lockdown, Komodo.
Yeah. Got the right idea of pushing in towards Mounded again, but he is on an island by himself. Meanwhile, Full Sense rotates towards the face side. Big info for Leviathan. A tickler as well. As his Harry Potters go low, his team needs to help him sling some spells.
Moving on in now. Already trying to take as much control as possible. Fox has got to be so careful. They're going to be given the site for free. They want to fight this in the retake.
Yeah, but remember, this has been problematic for Boom. They've been terrible at
I'll
holding
be
the
going
site down.
Oi!
Fox in. 3-on-3. Spike shots
Now
played.
watch how-
Huge picks there. Even though he goes down, he equalizes right now. And there's a moment in time where he can do this. We look back. Berserk's famous NC Slasher. They've been so good in this recovery mission to try and take it to overtime again. They're going to hold off for just a split second here. Now the offense comes in. Full sense. They're getting ready for it here. It is going to be all eyes on Famous. Locked into position. Will they clear? Yes, they will. But with those nanos, the time's going to start ticking. There's a horse available, and he can just get that spray down. They're going to need to deny him. They're going to need to take him. But what? It's done! Full sense. They will not roll
ไปกันต่อ
over.
ไอ้
They
น้อง
die.
Telling you, man, this A site has been atrocious for Boom. To
กูเซนบอกเอ้ยพักคอก่อนเดี๋ยวให้เวลาไปพักคอมาตะโกนเกมต่อไปต่อ นักภาคบอกกูแม่งอุตส่าห์ใส่สุดกะว่าแบบนี้บูม3-0ไว้จบๆได้ไปพักคอต้องมาตะโกนต่อเกมหน้า หรือเขาจะเปลี่ยนคนแล้ววะไปกันต่อครับวันนี้ดูเต็ม5เกมหรือเปล่ามาดูกัน มันจัดแต่จริงผมว่าฟูลเซนอะเล่นพลาดเยอะนะเว้ยเล่นพลาดเยอะมากเลยแต่ว่าถ้าเกิดแบบเล่นตามแผนหรือเข้าทรงเป๊ะนะผมว่าแม่งได้เย
อยู่
อะ
ต่อทีมงานไม่ไป
อยู่กันต่อคิดว่ามีเกม5ไหมเอาจริงเลยตามสัญชาตญาณพี่เลยพี่ว่ามีไหม
5ดูจากแมปแล้วเกม 5
เอาวะเยอะให้เกม5โค้ดคิวนี่มาแล้วจะช้อปปิ้งใครดีนะวันนี้ แต่ลืมไปทีมเราเต็มแล้วนี่หว่า
โอ้โห RQ ตอนนี้ใครออกไปบ้าง เปลี่ยนยัง มันออกไปคนหนึ่งบ้างตัวลั่นอะเซฟเฟโรอะ
เฮ้ย ใช่เหรอเซฟโลออกเลยอ่ะ
เออ
that they need and the buffer that they've been relying in all throughout this tournament.
This is exactly what we wanted to see from FULLSENSE. I wanted them to isolate the noise, to block it out. As far as they're concerned, this is the first map, this is the first round, and that's all that matters, right? Can they do it once more? Can they do it maybe another time, 2 times maybe, to go into that map number 5? We're gonna find out. We're gonna toss it to a quick break first and foremost, but when we come back, it's gonna be sunset.
โดนไหมเนี่ยมันทำไมเป็นไอ้จัดวะรีเฟรชทีนึงเพื่อความมันดืด 13 วิเราคัมแบ็กได้ มีโอกาสแมป 5 อยู่ครับจอนจัดแมป 2เลยแต่แพ้จอนแมป 2พลาดไปนี่อย่างมันไหมบางช็อตครับบางช็อตที่เขาเรียกว่าอะไรนะบางช็อตที่มันจับภาพเพลเยอร์ไม่รู้เสียงมันเป็นอะไรเหมือนเขาจะแก้ไม่ได้ด้วยนะเป็นมาตั้งแต่ต้นทัวร์แล้ว
start of them finally catching momentum and making a comeback. Are we seeing a map 5? So many questions that are going to be answered on Sunset.
Yeah, it could very well be. I was thinking when FULLSENSE was taking the lead there and Boom was falling a little bit behind, I was wondering, is Boom maybe running out of juice?
Yeah.
These teams have been playing a lot of Valorant, right? Yeah. And they need to make sure that they can't falter now. And luckily, we did see Boom really push for it towards the end. They didn't just fall flat, they went for it.
It was a best of 5. It's an endurance run, and it's really about who still is consistent coming into the latter few maps. And Sunset especially has been a good example for both of these teams. You see already Boom picking it up. It has been a bad before for them, but they're going to be starting off on the defense. And not only that, it's something that we noticed in their past few games actually here in Ascension. Very dominant affairs for both Boom as well as for FULLSENSE. It was, of course, against Naos and Oblivion Force respectively. But here we go again. I have to point this out one more time. It's another map where we might actually get that Raze and Neon dichotomy where FULLSENSE will try to play the Speedster. You can see Boom look to run the Raze yet again. And interesting enough, what could happen here is if Boom loses this one, it can be even more dangerous if we get map number 5, right, Ewok?
Yeah, for sure. We're going to Haven at the end, right? And we've seen, Mika, that Haven is a map that loves FULLSENSE and FULLSENSE loves Haven, right? We have one exception, but we see Boom struggle a little bit on this map. They haven't played it yet. I was there when they played against Alter Ego, and I was not filled with confidence. So I'm a little bit concerned if this map that you're putting up to be such a close affair with both teams liking it on Sunset, if FULLSENSE does take it, I'm a little bit worried for Haven.
Yeah, no, and even on this map actually, you brought up Boom possibly running out of steam, running out of juice. I do wonder if they're going to have that slow start again because I'm worried that they can't run it back the same way they did on Lotus once again, just right after that, right?
Yeah.
Sunset.
I mean, you saw it a while ago on Lotus, right? If you allow FULLSENSE that first step, they're going to run away with it. And how has this series been defined? Words are twisted just because sometimes the round order gets twisted by Boom. We've seen them win multiple bonus rounds in this series, and they've capitalized on that momentum. What's been happening to FULLSENSE, they've stumbled, been on the back foot, but this time around, they defined what the game space was like. They defined the rules of engagement, and it was up to Boom to adjust there on Lotus just because they were getting outpaced and outmaneuvered by FULLSENSE.
Yeah, I think Boom has been better the last 2 days with their adjustment. That's the one thing I was critical of them, is thinking they adjust too late, right? I've been quite impressed. They're doing the adjustments a little bit faster on the fly, and they don't necessarily need to wait for a meow timeout. Yeah. I think Shiro, whoever on that team is calling it, all right, this needs to adjust. There's something especially we saw on Ascent. I saw them change their defense setups before it became a problem, staying ahead of FULLSENSE's adjustments. So that's something that filled me with confidence for especially their defense sides. But another thing, like you mentioned, Dax, is most of the teams are struggling to stop Boom once they get that momentum. Yeah. You don't really see those 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, like the rounds, on the timeline where it goes up and down, up and down. We see a lot of rounds where Boom win a couple of rounds and it goes on a bit of a streak. We've seen these streaks of hot and cold for both teams, and I think the crowd definitely plays a big aspect there. And then it ties into Dax's point. Are they going to start slow? Are they going to start fast, right? It's going to be so important.
And to build on that real quick, you think about the timeouts Boom have taken just because they've done the initial adjustments already. Most of the rounds that they have gotten after the timeout have been very successful. You look at Fist, you look at Ascent, it's just been, okay, these are the small few adjustments that Coach Meow needs to adjust for the team, and it's good enough to take the dub. It has just been so good for Boom, but FULLSENSE now show this is why they're here in the lower bracket finals. And truthfully, those are the scorelines that we expect into this series. To go overtime, to go the distance, just because these teams really can compete with one another.
I do think that there were a lot less careless mistakes on Lotus than there were, like, maybe say on Abyss, right? right? You do see these teams finally feeling the pressure, knowing that they can't slip up at all. They can't take any misstep. They can't peek a tiny little angle just a little bit, right? And going to this map, Boom Esports, I'm wondering, is the pressure going to get to them, right? FULLSENSE have a little bit more leeway, I guess, because of course the crowd is on the side of Boom Esports, and you can just imagine how terrible that's gonna feel if they lose this one.
Yeah, but we of course look at Agent Select, and here we go again. Raise Neon is one thing, but it's Gecko versus Sova on the other. When you play Sunset, come on, you want the wingman to go for the plant, keep it safe, but Foxy knows the lineups can easily break any kind of tripwire setup the Cypher has.
Yeah, the Sova has huge impact on this map, and of course that's why Boom needs to play the Raze, because they don't have a Sova, they don't have
ถ้า
anyone
กด
that
ไอ้
can
นี่
break
ในโทร
those
ศัพ
trips
ท์มัน
from
ก็
the
จะเห็น
Cypher.
ถ้าเรามี
So
2
you
จอ
need to be playing the composition
มัน
like
ก็
this
ใช้
for
จอ
Boom.
โทรศัพท์
Well,
เลื่อ
we're
นเอา
gonna see who indeed
Yeah,
has the
yeah,
biggest
yeah.
impact as we pass it on over to our casters to get into Sunset. Conky and Komodo, over to you guys.
Needed this to go further, go the distance, and it absolutely is right now. It's been the story, Komodo, again, of this Neon versus the Raze, right? And a map like Sunset,
แบบ
you
จิ้ม
were
ลงไป
expecting
ใช่ไหม
a little bit of a narrative behind this.
Yeah, I like
Team
this
Lobby
because
Lang.
this is the map that both teams actually opened up their whole Ascension adventures on. Oblivion Force and Naus are the teams that they managed to topple in a 13-6, 13-3 variety.
Ooh.
So Boom having a better scoreline against Naus, who I think has been stronger in this tournament as opposed to Oblivion Force that FULLSENSE 13-6. So narrative, you know, story
Candidate
building, we're
remote
going on to
deck
more Boom comfort again. I think that map of Lotus kind of deserved the overtime with the history that we've seen on it for Boom. But hey, who knows? Because this could be all done and dusted if we get Boom winning, but if we get FULLSENSE, then the series gets the 3-2 that everyone expected.
The 3-2, not everyone expected, Komodo. The 3-2 that everyone deserved. The Britama Arena has shown up, and you can hear it now. They want Boom to win. Many at home
เอาคอม
want
มีอันนี้เดท
FULLSENSE
อยู่
to
แล้วเหรอวะ
get there. It was 48-52 in the predictions. And now it's going to be a straight rip open towards B, Komodo. They are moving in quick.
Jiro hasn't had the best performance when it comes to the breach in this tournament so far, so I'm excited to see if he can set up the team, which so
Oi.
far so good.
โดน
Great,
ฉับฉวย
Jewel, great opening there, but can they
Yeah,
find
lag
something
it, bro.
back here? The paint shells going to make it a little bit awkward, so it's just a 4v4 on the stalemate.
Yeah, and the space starting to be taken over at A as well.
ทำไมมันไม่เห็น
Some
ไปจอ
teams
แย
on
ก
this
ได้เลย
map really rely upon finding this deeper one way and trying to take this A main control right now. Boom, not able
remote
to do
piece of
that
team.
on this defensive side. So Zespi, bit of assistance from his team because he really is here by himself.
In for a world of hurt or a world of opportunity, right? Able to watch it. Dark cover goes down, but he's not going to know. He does. Actually manages to use that to his advantage now. And the paranoia goes out perfectly.
shot.
Zespi gets the
Hello.
job done for Boom. And he's made it work. All on his lonesome.
What did we see an absence of in the previous map, Mitch? What did we see we needed from Boom in the beginning of these rounds? Well, it was the pistol round that they didn't get on Lotus. You know in Valorant, I'm saying
โอ้
it
มันต้อง
again,
มากด
all
F7 ใน
three
เครื่องด้วยไง
rounds essentially, right? Generally, if you're getting
ทำยังไง
both
ให้มันแบบ
pistols, you
ไม่
get
ต้อง
the
มา
other
ไอ้
two.
รีเควส
So
ต
the
ลอด
fact
ว่ะ
that Boom are able to start off this one comes down to a little bit of timing for Zespi as well. He's fine from the other short side. He's got his teammate Cypher Trapwire to look after that one. He needed focus on the elbow push, and
กัน
it
เลยบุก
comes out. Not a
ค่อน
lot
ข้าง
of
ที่จะ
bullets,
ไป
by the
ใน
way,
ทาง
in that
บุ
chamber
ก
to
ใน
be
ใน
able to find John Olsen, but he still
ผม
got
ว่ากัน
done.
วะ50-50
The
มั้ง
amount
กัน
of times FULLSENSE have been caught not checking their corners, man.
Oh yeah, but same can be said actually for Boom too. So at least they managed to wrangle that one back. No plant for FULLSENSE either, so this one's just going to be one of those yeehaw rounds to see what the Sheriffs can do. And apart from that, maybe, just maybe, if you can get a kill or two onto them.
Damage onto John Olsen,
เต็ม
keeping them at bay at the moment, not allowing them free entry in towards this B site.
That's it. Put up the fist and say stop. No pass.
Letting them kind of stew on it for a little bit, right? Fox has
ต้
been
องอะไร
starved of
เซต
information
อัพ
towards
username
A.
and password หรอ
Yeah, and this is going to be one of
Connection.
the things for Boom not running this over on a comp like this is you don't actually get any deeper utility acknowledgement that your opponents are there, so you're really going to have to see Famous just get on these lines.
น้องอาร์มสวัสดี
try
ค
and
รั
find
บ
all of the
ไม่
frags,
เจอนาน
which so far, again, another one to open up.
access หรอ
Great shot from Famous. John Olsen has to try and find something here, but the wingman will take him down. They've been able to reposition here,
They've had
Famous.
one.
Not exactly in the best spot. But we'll hold on for longer. just really sort of pushing them back as best as possible right now. But Shiro and NC Slasher, they make it work.
And now they know both here, and they get them.
โอ้เสียตัวเดียวเอง
Really well done for the change up as well. The paranoia to go on in. The team scaling 2 positions together, right? From backside, from market through mid as well. Really nice execution to come through from Boom. And now they get to establish on can they actually convert the bonus.
No mistakes. That has to be the continued trend here for Boom.
เป็นไงบ้างไม่เจอนานเลย
And they'll get it done.
อยากกินหมู
They got to continue forward. Understand their opponent. Lean in to their knowledge book. Now as this bonus comes on in Komodo, I cannot stress the importance of what it means for consistency on this map in Boom.
I mean, you look at it, right? FULLSENSE, you just push us into an overtime where you had such an advantage and you come into this next map without your advantage for your first 2 rounds. You want to be this round at least cleanly. You want to beat John Olsen for success. Good. He gets the first kill against Zesty, but there's immediate trade.
โดนลักไก่
Response, Faultline does capture. The aftershock actually might make it a little bit dangerous, but they've just got so much info from this scan, but the mosh is perfectly timed.
Yeah,
แล้วเฟย์มาซินเขาไม่โดนอะไรมาเลยเดี๋ยวกัน
right now because the split crunch can come through PDC to NC Slasher.
Trying to wrap around now.
เฟย์มาซินมันเลื่อนเหลือ 1
Extra
นาที
control, John Olsen straight into the choke though, the jaws. Now they need to try and get this spike planted. Shiro a little bit too late there. The rogue bullet will be able to hit PTC. Berserk really just opting for damage at this point.
Yeah, I mean, nobody came over towards the B site right now, where it's your own territory running on towards this Cypher. Left his trap wires and his camera there, so he really is just down to good crosshair placement, good timing and positioning.
น้องนัดไปดิครับ
Although with FULLSENSE starting to scale through the spawn area, this actually could get interesting.
ทุกอย่างเลย
But by the time it's all going to align for them, 3 is definitely the pass mark.
Nicely done there by Sushi Boys. 3 alive, good recovery into the round there. FULLSENSE. They didn't let them get the bonus.
And it's just what I was highlighting before, right? When teams are running the server on this map, it's for a good reason. There's still kind of a lot of different comps that teams are running on the map like Sunset, where you've got teams running the Gecko as comparison to the KO as well, for instance, right? But I always do like the way that the Sova does get played on toward this map as well. I think Fox is someone that definitely you need to be seeing open up the books for FULLSENSE to just read the story on how these rounds are going to be delivered. Likewise can actually be said for PDC, because I want to see him still continue this strength that he's been able to deploy on Breach on this map.
Going to get straight onto that line here. That's a quick one onto John Olsen. He was tagged up down to 60.
And you can see the positioning for Famous too. If there was a secondary player there from FULLSENSE, the trade would have almost been immediate because nobody was there to back Famous up. So something immediately that they'll have to kind of keep in check. But for now, they've got this player advantage.
Not getting flustered at all. Boom. They just continue to hold that line, shifts his focus back towards market.
And they can too, because the trap wires are still on the B site right now. So as far as Berserk is concerned, he's got all the bases checked.
Buying their time now. Aldrone going to go in. Does Famous want to try and break it? If you want to try and fight it, he will. Does get caught though.
It does invite them to come on in, and there's no budging from Boom from the remaining side of the map either. They have to start to think and consider, are they going to actually end over towards this B side at the moment? Finally, you start to see rotations from Shiro over towards this B site.
Right to the fault lines.
Still NC Slasher watching mid. Comes down to some crucial timing right now. A paranoia, a good flashpoint. Try and get in towards this B site.
Sushi Boys has been there the whole round, right? Been sitting, waiting patiently. Now they're going to smoke off the cross. Try and get into that position. 3 members here right now. They have to break the trap, but that's a great scan. Back at the site, the information will be gathered. Now they're just looking to get that spike planted, but they have to swing because of the aftershock, right? Making it awkward now. PTC going to be able to stick this. Plan! It's denied, and that is the round done! Massive performance there. What a time to strike for Boom.
And we saw that be a problem for Boom over on Lotus. When you're leaving these rounds to 20 seconds, you've not cleared any utility on the site itself. When you're playing against a Cypher, for example, you've not made it out a lot of this Breach utility, this Gecko utility as well, right? These are the key moments in these rounds that we have to see adjustments start to come on through because of how destructive all of this utility can be at the tail end of these rounds. For a composition like FULLSENSE that isn't running a raise, for example, Berserk's trips are a gold mine to have to be shot darted out to bait the utility. You can't get over them unless you're, TPing through as Leviathan. You're not running a jet too. So they almost just always have to be eating some sort of utility. I talk about the trap wires. Berserk special.
X gonna give it to you. John Olsen already in towards the side here, looking at Boba, but Famous gets the catch back. We've seen a trade of impact from both these players, and now it's occurring for them. Fox looking for something, but Famous there to deny. And all of the information is found now.
But Sushi Boys doesn't really have an opportune timing of space here right now. Slasher is already holding the line. He spotted it on out.
Leviathan's managed to pick up the spike off the back of that from the shadows. Now the wingman doesn't quite connect either, so they're going to have to try and wrap in here, but it's a bit of a choke.
Oh, timing again at top of mid. It's going to come down to the numbers, but now spotted and denied. All onto Leviathan.
So much to find. 1 versus 4, not exactly easy. And Zesby, look at the composure here. This time, no cheers.
Yeah, they're realizing as well that that map previously on Lotus, they had a couple of crucial rounds that got the better of them, got away from them. They could have won it out, maybe even regulation, maybe not even in overtime, right? So they're realizing they've had the discussion with Meow. I mentioned when we cut to his player cam, coach cam at that point in time, we saw him pointing at the monitor, saying things like he knew what had happened, he knew what went wrong. So he would have had a great discussion with them behind the scenes in the map interim to get in towards this one. And so far, I mean, for Full Sense, right? It's a little bit empty. It's another round that doesn't leave too much to decipher for. With the weaponry, a Rolling Thunder for PDC, yes. But we've only seen the bonus and nothing else.
What? Bold swing. Absolutely works out for them. The fault line was there to back it up.
And now they've got the control so it's different IDs. This is such a staple play to come through from teams on Sunset. Reach done, dizzy in, paranoia if you need, take the space with the one way.
Bring it in against the eco round as well, right? Capitalizing on the advantage you've already got and building for yourself as Zesby. He is absolutely woken up.
Yeah, for sure. 5 versus 2 now in favor of Boom, and in these sort of scenarios, it kind of is all on to Full Sense to try and dig deep, get back into the round such as this, see if you can find a little lick and a damage. Sure, John Olsen will be given the ultimate regardless of the result of this round.
Have to fall away from those paint shells as well. Don't want to engage. Famous going to reposition as well. But that's a great shot. Nice little fadeaway there from PDC, but it's not really going to matter when Shiro, he's there to back it up and trade.
The leader. Got to get him in, got to get him excited as well. You want everybody firing when you are seeing Boom right now. Yeah, I mean, you look to it, it's early in the map. Berserk's is what, 3 kills, but he's playing Cypher. They're not coming to his site. It's okay. I am really keen, though, now to see what Full Sense's retaliation is going to look like. Have they formulated a plan to get a rifle round back onto the board on the back of the bonus? And you know what? Actually, this is perfect for them right now. Have that chat with the team. Have that chat with the coach, because things are spiraling out of control.
Perfect time.
มันก็มีแบดเดย์ใช่
Try and iron out the kinks here.
ใช่ครับ
It would not
บู
be
ม
a
โค้ดเกาหลี
position
ครับ
to
อยู่มา
find
ตั้งแต่
yourself
ยุ
in
คแรกแล้วครับ
Full
ผม
Sense. You know, if you open up.
Wasn't that the guy that ripped the 3-9 curse?
It was. It was. Keen eye.
Sorry, mate.
That's all right. He's okay. He's having a great time, and so is everyone down here in Britama Arena.
Absolutely.
Sold out crowd, packed to the rafters. It's been such a beautiful sight above us, around us, and there's that wave as well. The Indonesian casters are fantastic too, man. I tell you that much. It's been such a pleasure to be a part of all of this.
They definitely know how to hype an arena.
That's it, right? The energy is certainly there, but I'll bring it back. I'll ground our foundations for a second again, Komodo, right? After the map that we saw on Lotus, if Full Sense fall over here, that'll be such a lackluster way for them to go out of this series, right?
Well, you think about it, right? For the guys that are trying to return to Tier 1, is this the stopper? Is this the time that it's, you know, decided you're done? Are you retiring on the back of this? It's always a real possibility. Have you made enough of an impact to potentially be picked up by teams overseas, by teams in Pacific, right? You're looking towards, for the Thailand side, Talon, right? What are they doing? They're already in a restructure, right? They're already trying to figure out what's working for them. Are they going to look at these guys and say, yes, you're ready to come back, or yes, you're ready to get picked up for Leviathan, right? Because you think about how clutch he has been so far. Thinking about the new kid on the block and what you want to do, let's see if they can actually do it on this rifle round now, because they're already pushing John Olsen in.
He actually might have got out here. He's so hungry for it. Man, if Zesby can find this.
Oh, John
Olsen!
And he gets out as well. He wants none of it. Meanwhile, Fox on for the 2, not the 3rd. The spike, you missed it. It's already planted.
Absolutely it is, Komodo, and that means there's just more blood in the water that we can muddy up to keep on going. Famous gets stunned, but he will look into it. Again, the man is familiar with a flash. He's always got eyes on him, this guy. And he will continue. Incredible, man. I have no words.
A rifle round again shut down when John Olsen is on the prowl. He has glowing eyes to hunt his prey, but the Wolves bite back. Zespi, huge shot to come on through. You think things will falter when Fox gets the double, but no. They compose themselves because Famers gets the double back, and then the defuse starts to get stuck. That is a non-conversion on the back of a FULLSENSE timeout here. That is a sinker.
Tunnel vision. 1-7 for John Olsen, 1-7 for Leviathan. But this time he is at the helm. He has the overdrive ready if he wants to break it out, but he's got the Phantom in his back pocket.
I think more importantly, PDC with this Rolling Thunder, it's the prime time to be able to just layer that down through the A site and then try and send John Olsen in. You've spotted out through mid that nobody's home. A Dizzy has revealed nada at the moment, but you do hear this drone as NC Slasher now caught.
I go for the mosh here as well.
John.
Sense, okay. John Olsen manages to somehow get between his position. Held down by Famous.
Oh, he needs more than one just there. Will Shiro invest the Rolling Thunder, or will they just decide that 2v4 is too much?
Might be too hard for them. But John Olsen, this is his round to kind of get his grip back. Get a re-grasp of this map, of this series.
Tricky spot from Leviathan too. Would you ever expect him to be back here?
Paranoia is going to go out just to keep them invested. They are going for this Komodo at the very least. They're just trying to find the damage towards the expiring side of the round.
They need one pick early. That's the problem, because now Rolling Thunder shifts to bop them off the spike.
Maybe too much, maybe too awkward. It's
there
that position that we spoke about. Sushi Boy's finding Berserks is going to be a little bit too much. He's been a hero in so many of these rounds, but John Olsen, okay. He's a little bit awkward with it, but look, that's good damage from Shiro.
Good trade at the end there. You bait out the Rolling Thunder from PDC, so if that was actually your objective when you realize that the round is kind of irredeemable at that point anymore, you've actually done it quite nice. Oh, wait, no. It was the other one. Okay, maybe it's not.
Maybe he's born with it, Komodo.
Yeah, okay, there you go. You see the Rolling Thunder, actually. I thought in the chaos that was going to be PDC's, but no, it was Shiro's in the mix. So, actually, from my narrative saying, yeah, FULLSENSE, you know, you got baited to draw it out. No, Boom actually invested something they didn't need to.
This time he's looking to get straight in, right? Boba is where these two members are trapped up. Going to get info off the back of the trap wire. Does actually get caught with it too, so that's awkward. And that's an opportunity for Famous to strike now, you know. This is John Olsen. They put all their eggs in the offensive Neon basket, but unfortunately they are cracking. Easter's 6 months away, guys.
Plan down as well. Now PDC actually might use the Rolling Thunder. 5 versus 4, an operator still in the mix, remember, for Famous, but with all of the players in main bar one, starting to go for a little bit of a late lurk, you know, where all this utility can go to.
Oh, this is awkward now as well. That aftershock's going to make it really uncomfortable. Rolling Thunder goes in now. Sushi Boy's able to capitalize on that moment as well. He is really the only one that's got any impact.
Oh, mid on!
Still kicking. The wingman's still going.
Hey!
The little guy! It's off! It's denied! And it's still going!
So close, man, so close!
Can you be the hero in the moment to keep the team moving? Or will it be Zespi who can find the momentum?
They win.
It won't be enough! Sushi Boys!
That was absolutely a head on a swivel for multiple players in that scenario. The wingman on the defuse. The spy cam didn't actually even see it at that point in time when they switched onto it because of the smoke. So they had to try and go for the peak to still confirm. They still went for the challenge. If they rested on their laurels, if they sat back and they didn't actually go for more spray on it, that would have been diffused in the mix. Oh my.
That's what caught the wingman in the end. And then Sushi Boys with the 3K, just not enough time to Zespi, even though he gets the frag.
Quick in towards the next one though. A great round to come through from FULLSENSE when you needed it. When everyone's choked in one position, still managed to play through the chaos to get the round. Now, if you try to just barrage towards B, you will waltz into a Famous with a showstopper. And that would give Boom potentially the half here at a 7th round, but it still is relatively slow on the setup. Bit of a lurk in through mid, a bit of a lean to start to set up to get John Olsen into the site.
He's keen this time. Trapwire again.
นี่เราดูจอนพี่เอ้ยเป็นไง เป็นไง
There we go. That's the John Olsen you want to see, Komodo. The
ระ
one
เบิด
that's
ฟอร์มกัน
finding
นี่
famous inside these duels. And Zesby, he
เป็นไง
can't find
สุดปะ
anything.
ราวนี้
Unfortunately, that's 5 alive and a little bit of momentum behind Full Sense in the latter part of this first half.
Yeah, back towards the same site after a previously scrappy path
จริง
one.
พี่จริง
Now very clean in towards the site. You know, sliding through. I don't think he got hit by the trap wire. He might have. It looked a little bit high from Berserks, but regardless, the team is there with him. If he did manage to slide under it, and the impact and the space, most importantly, that he found for the squad to get on into for a flawless victory
Hello?
at the end.
เอ้า
That's
เอาไงพี่
exactly what the
ไปปิด
doctor
ไปตอนไหน
ordered
วะเนี่ย
for Full Sense to get them back
ไม่
right
คือ
now.
ปกติแคปล็อกไม่มีใช่ป่ะ
So
ไฟมันจะเปิด
both
เว้ย
these teams
Yes.
right now, there is no point.
แล้วเมื่อกี้คือไฟแคปล็อกมัน
right now, and Full
มันไม่
Sense
ขึ้นไงแต่ไฟมันปิด
Komodo.
มันมีไฟบอกด้วยในยุคเนี้ย
ให้คีย์บอร์ดให้กดแคปล็อกมันจะมีไฟขึ้น
มีโคตรเจ๋ง
อันนี้ล็อกไอ้นี่เดนแม่งเล่นที่แล้ววะ ก็คุยกันอยู่ตั้งนานเมื่อกี้อะไรวะ
Again, you know, just for Full Sense, dotting I's, crossing T's, taking
เก
space
ม
up
5 ไป
through
พี่
mid,
เกม
keep a trap wire in through B to make sure no one
สรุปใครคุย
overextends
กันเดียวเมื่อกี้
their mark
น่าจะเป็น
on
พี่
boom.
แหละ
And they'll start to transition over towards this A site where Zesby is just playing a little bit of information game.
เฮ้ยอย่า
Hard
นะเว้ย
read rotation here. Everyone going for it right now.
He doesn't have any smokes for 10
เฮ้ย
seconds
เจน
either.
จีเลยเหรอ
So there might actually be a little bit of timing that he
เหนื่อย
can
เลยนี่
disconnect
ไม่ได้ดู
Full
แข่ง
Sense.
เหนื่อยนะ ขำเหนื่อยเลย
No information gathered just yet by any of these members.
Ooh,
An
setting up.
absolute stalemate setting up for it.
Setting up for the fault
เดี๋ยว
line as
เดี๋ยว
well,
จบวิน
trying
นี้
to
นับวิหน่อย
capitalize upon it, but what does the timing
Dale.
actually look like? There it is for John Olsen. He gets down.
High gear goes in, punished immediately.
มึงยังยิง
All
ขู่อีกเหรอ
over there as well. No one to follow him up, but look at the control that's being taken
รู้
by
อยู่
Sushi
มัน
Boys.
โคตรเยอะ
Can
แล้ว
you
ซู
get
ชิ
in
บอยไง
towards the B site right now? Would you have to go through market? The trap wire can play a little bit of timing,
How far
but
can he
already
get?
นี่แหละครับ
Sushi
ผม
Boys
จังหวะ
with
ปิดเกม
so much 10 seconds to go on
ได้
third.
พื้นที่
They
ครับ
didn't expect him to be already
เอาดี
through Boba.
Rest of the team already in
หนึ่ง
position. He could have gone a
สวย
little
มาก
too far, a
ปล่อย
little
มาเล่น
too
กับเพื่อน
short, but it was just the right
4
amount
4
there.
ครับ
And now as that
วาง
flag
ก่อน
goes in, it's
5 วิ
only half
ว้า
now Sushi Boys, he can get a second in here. It's a great flash in.
โอ้ย
One
สวย
set of bullets, but it's not
มา
going
แล้ว
to
วะ
matter when you got your boy PDC there to back you up.
อุ้ย
Now
โอ้โห
famous. Your time to shine,
แปด
my
สวยๆจาก
friends.
PDC
Not today.
ของผมเร็วกว่าใช่ไหม
Not
น่าจะเร็วกว่านิดนึง
today.
Great recovery to come through from
Yeah,
Full
yeah.
Sense. I mean, the opening series for both of these teams as well was a 10-2
25
half
24
with
23
defensive structure,
2
with defensive damage.
พี่นับก็ได้เดี๋ยวผม
Right,
พอด
so
รอ
right now being closer,
He
getting
got
all
it,
the more
didn't
you can on your attacker's
โอ
side
เคโอเค
gives you a little bit more confidence on the switch up for Full Sense.
ตอนนี้มัน
Not
รีเพย์อยู่
necessarily boom here if they feel like the momentum is being pulled away from them. If they feel like they're
อ๋อ
sinking
พอดกัน
a
แล้ว
little bit,
เข้าได้ไหมโอเค
not even treading water. So we'll see what they can make in towards this last round. 2 away from a rolling thunder. If you could try to prop that up for Shiro for a potential retake. Don't feel like you have to worry about too much from Full Sense's side with Leviathans from the shadows. But hey, maybe they can relocate quite quickly, faster up through mid in towards the B split here, Mitch.
Fought John Olsen. Famous has been doing really well to kind of stem the bleeding with this individual, right? It's been such a game of cat and mouse between these two.
อุ้ยโดนนะเนี่ยหลัง
Trying to
ซ้าย
get
อ่ะ
that extra control though. I think he
Ah.
actually missed it.
โอ้โห
Berserk's
โจ
gonna
น
catch it, though.
เหลือ
That's
เชื่อ
huge. Famous able to get one back as well. Komodo, they might be able to do this here. The neural theft's going to get
They
their
can
info.
help.
Oh,
ใครเห็นก็ว่าตายครับผม
exactly
เมื่อ
right.
กี้
Now they're going to have to try and set up again from B
แต่ว่า
main.
โพสต์แพน
5
โพสต์แพน
versus 3.
Sushi Boy's back in that same position where he's able to clutch it out. The wingman obviously still active. Dizzy can't quite find it. Look at this. From
เฮ้ยนั่นมันเอาพี่
in, and he will find the
โอ้โห
timing. All left on to just one in Fox. And that is the momentum round, the turn of the tides that Boom were looking for. They hold on to the half, 7-5.
I was going to say we're looking to be the 6-6
แต่ว่า
tiebreaker
7-5
again
โอเค
like
อยู่
we
นะ
saw in the
7-5
previous
ได้เยอะ
map. You get us up to that 9-9 mark, and then maybe it trails over on towards one of these teams.
แต่
But
เมื่อกี้
hey,
จอไม่ได้
no.
ได้ไงอ่ะ
7-5 over towards Boom. Brazilians though to come back from Full Sense. I really liked the way that they were planning and pathing around the map when Boom weren't really giving them any too overextensions, right? Nothing too untoward up through A main, nothing too extended up through B main, a little bit of mid exploration, you know, and you're going for those splits as as Full Sense rather. So yeah, credit where credit is due. I think Full Sense had a pretty nice attacking side. But now I think the most important thing is the mindset is that they are 5-7 down. It's elimination. Will they be able to get it back?
There's your answer. The crowd is wishing it, willing it. What a story it would be. Having the hometown heroes make it into the grand final. They didn't have the cleanest group stage.
ดันกันครับดันกัน
Competition, Komodo. They juked it out. They fought hard. It was a bloody battle. But with the crowd behind them, they have been able to engage on that energy. A spirit bomb inside Britama Arena. And a final opportunity for Full Sense to really put the pressure on here and take us to 5.
A big pistol round could be what they need here. Try and tie it up, get that bonus, or even not, keep it competitive in the very beginning of the half. Or if not, maybe it's going to be the position.
ไปฉี่แป๊บนึงแชท
Still extend this beginning lead, get that secondary round as well, and then you're looking at a 9-5. You're looking at now we start to get in our own heads because you know we're seeing more from Boom on this map than we did on Lotus.
แต่ว่ามัน
giving ourselves
มันไม่ได้
safety
การ
nets
จ่า
over
ขนา
on
ดนั้น
Lotus
นะ
to get into
แบบ
overtime to try and win
60
this one out, right, for Full Sense. But here, right now, in the world that the pistol doesn't go their way, they can't get in their own heads.
Living there rent-free is not an option right now. Bolt line ready to be brought in. There's the information gathered, and it's a trade back and forth of utility, but it is not a trade of kills, Komodo. Fox is still here. However, NC Slasher, Tier 1 Dungeon Boss, the Butcher. And now it's on to the Leviathan. A different territory here. One in the fire, one in the ocean. And I don't know
Oh my god
if this beast is able to fight up against this Titan team in Boom right now.
เอ้าอะไร
And
อะ
that will live up to the narrative
Holy
there.
crap.
NC Slasher. He will hack and bruise and bloody the offense of Full Sense.
And for a player who previously in the first half only had five kills, he has sliced and diced his way in towards individual confidence to set up his team for the beginning stages of this attacker's side that they didn't actually have too much explorations with against Naus, mind you, from a 13-3 after a 10-2, and you know they get one round. So, yeah, good.
You can pinpoint exactly where the
มั่วจริง
Filipino
มั่ว
host's
จริง
hearts broke.
Yeah, you can. You can.
Same could be said for us when JFT fell
เอาว่ะ
apart.
Oh, yes.
จอ
same
ลูก
can be
ซอง
said
ครับ
for
นี
all
ออน
Thailand fans that are watching this one right now for
ดู
Full
ดิ
Sense as well.
ได้โชว์เปล่าได้ปล่อยของ
Because
เปล่า
they've been so close in this one. This is the game to get you to the grand final to try and get in towards VCT Pacific to be the second team as a Thai representative.
This is the game of the competition.
Could very well
So
be.
much rides on this one,
เฮ้ยแล้วโย
Komodo.
กปะโยกมาเอปะ
I wonder for Boom, do they invest
โอ้
a
กลับไปบี
Dizzy
เหรอ
or even the wingman to try and clear out elbow because you don't
Oh,
have
yeah,
the
my face
drone
on
ability
one.
like Fox will have, for example. You don't have the haste that John Olsen can provide you. But they will
Oh.
get shut down.
เฮ้ย อย่าโยก
เฮ้ย
ดิ
อย่าพึ่ง
กรรมกร
Start to shift
หลอกยากหน่อยหลอกยากหน่อย
towards this B side. But so too to Full Sense.
โอเค
Got some form of a read here. Grip still down. Ability ready.
จุดเปลี่ยนคือฟอร์ไลน์ของ PTC ครับ ถ้าฟอร์ไลน์ส
They
วย
were straight on it. Maybe a little bit too far forward here. Sushi Boys, he's got the catch. And now he can walk on out. That's a good trade, but Zesby making sure that they will not go down just yet. But there's 20 seconds, Komodo. They have to push forward. Try and take as much control as Fox will be
ๆ
punished.
นี่แหละจุดเปลี่ยน
นี่ไง
Absolute beauty there.
John Olsen good for one at the end of it,
Oh, no,
but it's just
neon
cosmetic
here.
at the end of the day for that kill because the round essentially was already done. That's the first two in the half for Boom, and now we get the weaponry to back Full
คอม
Sense
มัน
up.
ไม่ค่อยกันเท่าไหร่เดี๋ยวมันจะเป็นด่านกัน
Good ideas, as you were saying. Right read, right rotations. Nothing really spotted out over at elbow from John Olsen. They break the dart and they immediately head for the hills over towards the B site. But I think Boom have to start to realize that in these rifle rounds, time is going to be a favor of Full Sense because they really do like to drop it on down to the sub 20 mark. But let's see what this bonus round is actually going to be able to deliver for them, or if Full Sense's first appearance with the weapons is going to be clean.
Boom Boom are excited now.
โอ้โห
They're activated. See what it means to them. They're finally
การ
starting
ที่
to
เราจะ
taste the victory.
I really like that
เกีย
from
ร์กล้อง
Shiro,
มันต้อง
actually.
ลงทุน
Destroying the
ขนาดนั้นหร
camera
อ
over in market with that
ลงทุน
aftershock of a tendency that you kind of know that's exactly where
ลงทุนจัด
Sushi Boys has been placing that. If they break the door, there's no solidified information that market is actually, you know, containing
เนี่ย
any
แล้วเดี๋ยว
boom
กว่าจะตี
members.
กว่าเดินไปเดินมา
Just
กล้อง
a
รีเซ็ตพอดี
really nice little pick to come out there.
Relatively unshifted here, aren't they, Full Sense? Going to be a big activation from Boom soon.
Well, they start to see that Shiro is leaning towards the B site, so they do have to
มัน
try and
มัน
wait
ดู
and
เกิน
see if
ไป
they
ปะ
get on in. This one-way cage could be brutal, depending on the timing from Sushi Boys.
เคลียร์แถบใกล้
Weaponry, it's
แต่ full sense แถบลึกหมดครับ
Try and open the bank account here. The paranoia is there to deny
เฮ้ย
the aftershock there as well.
ประมาณนึง
Good catch, good info. Sushi
ส
Boys,
วย
can he get it? Yes, he can. That's
โอ้โหมัน
famous
ฝืน
down.
จัดเลยมันโดนแถมมัน
Now
ยังเดิน
looking
ต่อ
for
อีก
more here, Sushi Boys. It's an awkward line. The
คือมัน
wingman
จะเอา
is
ให้
going
ได้
to be able to get that spike planted, but
Playing
then
it.
second for Sushi Boys. You're exactly
นี่
right.
เส้น
The flank
เส้น
is
นี่คุ้ม
good,
จัดอะ
but
เส้น
Zesty,
นี่คุ้ม
3
จัด
HP. I don't think it's going to be enough here. As
ฝืน
there's
จัด
another
อะ
down there
คือมัน
for
ฝืนแบบฝืน
Full
มากอะ
Sense. 6, not quite enough. Just the bonus as well.
Yeah, just the bonus, but at the end of the day, when
ไม่มี
you
มุมยิงไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวเดินไปมอบ
repositioning his trap wires as well to invite you in towards the
ทีมไทย
side,
ทีมอะไร
you've
ฟูเซนครับ
got to explain, you know, to your team when you're sending in the thrash as NC Slasher that the traps aren't here, they're deeper. Famous, be careful, right? When all of this utility is starting to go on through, Famous isn't focused on what the utility is on the floor. He's focused on making sure he's getting in to try and get the kills. So when he gets stunned up there, he's dazzled and frazzled. He can't get anything happening there. And then the rotations come through from Sushi Boy from Sushi
เมื่อวาน
Boy's
ผมเป็นกดไหล
teammates,
ย้อน
right?
เมื่อ
To
คืนดิพี่
assist him
มัน
at
อาการ
the
ยังไงรู้
mark,
ป่ะ
and they pretty much clean up house really
ใช่ใช่ผม
nicely
ผมลืมไป
on
ผม
this
กิน
point.
แล้วนอน แล้วนอนหมอนยังต่ำอะ
Fundamentals back
เป็นไง
to basics for Full Sense,
คืออาการ
and
เหมือน
that's
แบบ
exactly what they need to carry themselves forward.
มันไหลขึ้นมา
It's a
ใช่ป่ะ
change of pace,
แล้ว
yeah.
ผมสำลัก
Straight up mid
แล้วไอ้
for
ไอ้ที่มันไหลออกมาคือมันเข้าไปในหลอดลมหมดเลย
I like
Hey.
the confidence from
Good.
them this time. This is
คือผม
one of
หาย
those
ใจไม่ออกเลย
tendencies
วัน
that teams do like to do
Yeah,
over
น่ากลัว
on this map of Sunset when you get this one-way refresh over towards the A side.
เข็ดเลย
Push together as a
อัน
unit.
นี้คือแรงสุดแล้ว
See
ตั้
a
งแต่
bit
เป็น
of a deep dart or something
โอ้
come
น่ากลัว
through
จัดอะ
from Fox, for example, but nada. Just a dry one out from PDC and Co. They get the
แล้ว
kill
ทำไง
on
ต้องมานั่ง
SB, and
พัก
that's
แป๊บ
now
หนึ่งก็หาย
strokes
อ่ะ
removed for Boom.
มันนอนจริงๆนอนเอนหลังสูงก็ไม่เป็นไร
อ๋อ
ปกติผมนอนข้างบนหลังหมอนมันสูงนะอันนี้คือนอนโซฟาแล้ว
Gonna be a
อ๋
difficult
อ
ball
นึ
to
กออก
come back in
อ่ะ
towards this
มันไม่มีแบบ
Boom right
ใช่
now.
ใช่
หมอน อุ้ย
เฮ้ย
มาดิวันไปวันเปล่ามาดิ
Being able to find these 1v1s
Ah,
very, very
1v1
nicely right now. Boom are looking a little bit confused about how they
Right,
want to take this
right.
side. And just
Hỏi lên.
relying on that lurk from Berserks as well, right?
Ủ
You know,
bài
he's
đưa
so
ra
far
đi.
across the other side of the map.
No one's giving it to him though. That's the problem. Camera in the window
วิน
destroyed,
สำคัญครับ
but it's information secured for Full Sense. Early pop of the one way as well. 30 seconds to go. If they do start to come
On.
back, could be good for them. A big
Wee.
pick from Shiro though, and it's all going to come
อุ้ย
down
แต่
to
PTC
maneuvering
มูฟสวย
around
อยู่
the map for PTC.
มูฟสวยอยู่อันนี้
So huge. What a
มาหลัง
read
ครับ
right now
RPT
from
ครับ
PTC. He's already found
หวาน
frags
เจี๊ยบ
as well. And can he
หวาน
get in
เจี๊ยบ
towards
เลย
position here? He absolutely can.
เฮ้ยอย่าเฮเยอะ เงียบๆก่อน
เฮ้ยใครเฮอะไรอ่ะ
Find the fight inside the dark cover.
นี่ไง
He's looking for it, and he will be given it. PETC, he's bought enough time just to try and get the team back into position here. NC Slash is spotted, dinked up, tapped away.
แผน
Fox will
แผนสลับ
find.
ตัว
And now Sushi Boy is looking to get that diffusal. It will be secured. And
ซ้ายที
Berserks
ซ้ายที่ขวาที
just
ตอนนี้
sit
โอเค
back
แล้วครับ
and see
ปกติ
what's
ไม่เป็น
occurred.
ไม่เป็นเลย
Yeah,
ปกติไม่เป็นเลยทุกคืน
early
เลย
picks in the round as
เพิ่ง
well.
มาอยู่ดีมา
Really,
เป็นวันนี้
really
เพราะว่า
big
ตายใจ
for
ไง
Full Sense to
ปกตินอนหมอน
essentially
สูง
situate themselves into the round, right? All down to the timing from PDC, not to reveal himself too early, but to give the info to his
แหม
team
คน
on
ดู
exactly what
เฮ
is
ใหญ่เลย
happening. You can let the spike go down in that scenario when you're pretty much safeguarded by the fact that you know where the remaining two players can go.
ทำเอาเลยว่ะ
They're either going into the back alley
แล้วบูม
or
ที่
they're
พี่
เบน
staying
ไปนั่งดู
on
ด้วย
site. So really well
ได้
situated
อีโคปลุก
for
ปีน
Full Sense
สำคัญ
in that
ได้
one.
ตี
And I
หมื่น
think
เลย
a real big discussion now for Boom that they have dropped not, you know, the bonus, but a real legit rifle rounds in a map that could put you into the grand final, in a map that if you do drop will send you into the 5th and final map in Haven.
And I stress the importance of that 5th map, right? Think about Simprisa. They're sitting there, a 3-0. Man, they're licking their lips. They're rubbing their hands together, right? They're going, wow. Free run into Pacific, right? But no, that's not what is happening right now. The foundations are being laid for you here, VCT Pacific. Nobody is going into this main event without a fight. A chance into Tier 1 for Boom, a resurgent for some of these other members. The man on your screen right now is one of them.
Despy, we're hungry to win. Right now, they need to show it on the back of this
แน่
timeout. You can't win 3-0. You can win 3-1.
มีหนุน
You
หัว
can
ก็
win
ได้
3-2. But if it gets
เอ้า
to
โห
that
เขาเปลี่ยน
fifth
ท่า
final
เลย
map,
พี่จับ
you
กล้อง
gotta
หน่อย
start
ไม่
to
ได้
question, where are you going wrong?
It can't just be hunger.
เขาทำอะไรเมื่อกี้ดูไม่ทัน
It needs to be
เขาหนุนหัวกัน
desperation.
จูจี
You're
กัน
throwing
คน
everything
จับกล้อง
at
ก็
this.
แบบไอ้นี่
You
นะ
have worked all year for
คู่ไหน
this.
แบบ
And
เอ็น
there's no
พิงกัน
second
หน่อยไม่ได้เลย
chance. There is one way in, and it's this event now.
ขยันจับสาวๆด้วยนะกล้อง
Boom have not lost lands in Indonesia.
นี่
They do not
นาง
want
ตี
to
ป้
see
อม
it
อยู่
slip here
การดู
again.
วาโล
Well,
คน
maybe
ไม่
we
คนไม่
speak
โฟ
for the
กัส
first
ครับ
time
อีกคน
with
ดู
it.
เอา
Now
อีกค
we
นเล่น
have
อา
the
วี
round
ตี
back
ป้อม
for us, and it is the lesser weaponry, of course, for Boom. Just
เกมโทรศัพท์
famous
แบบนี้
on the Vandal. Couple of pistols in there and a stinger. But it's everybody together as a unit pushing John Olsen back. He's actually by himself because there's a plan of action.
โอ้ยแล้วหลังมาแบบ
And it's going to be in the
เฮ้ย
front
ลืม
extremely quick.
โอ้โห
I'll be keeping my eyes on Famous, right? I think if they manage to break
ถือว่า
this
เฉียบ
one
อยู่
and
เนี่
get
ย
straight in there, I mean, the rotation's great, but obviously the tripwire has been destroyed now, right? They don't know how
คือได้ทุกอย่าง
many is there.
อิน
They
โฟ
don't
อิน
know
โฟ
how many members are here, Komodo. They are keeping a little bit of an eye on it, but there it is.
สวยๆ
Sushi
ซูชิ
gets two, and Famous
ตัว
gets
สาม
betrayed.
ไม่เป็นไร
I
ยัง
was
มี
going
ประ
to
เทศ
say for just a second there was a moment
มี
there
อีกหลาย
was one, but
ชิ้น
it has been all denied. Famous gets two, but that's all that Boom has in order here in
ใกล้เข้า
round
มาเรื่อย
number 17. We are one round the difference in the absolute crux of this
โอ้ไทยไปไหนนะ
competition.
Full sense again. Their reads on this defensive side, they know the timing, they know the plan of the space that they want to find, the absent positions around the map that Boom do not have a foot even in. We saw it over on Lotus, we're seeing it here now again. It's such a big difference between both of these teams, just this defensive space. And I'm looking at it right now objectively.
เอาวะเกม 5
Through a
แน่
lens of this arena right
โอ้
now.
ตามเกม
Boom
5
on the
ชัดแบบ
attack,
นี้
right? They have to get fast,
เรา
they
ต้องเอา
have
มา
to
หนึ่ง
get
ครับ
spicy.
อุ้ยโอ้โหเจ็บ
เอาไป
เจ็บ
เอาไป
สอ
คน
ง
ละเจ็บ
Bits of
เจ็บ 3 เลย
information
เพื่อนเราด้วย
gathered and dropped to 70 and
ไม่ได้
45 respectively.
Got to get fast because you know that's when the crowd will continue.
โอ้โห
their
แล้วดูมาเอา
elevation
info ดิ
right
แบบ
now, but again, this mid space found by Full Sense.
แล้วดู
None
ซูชิ
the
เดิน
wise
ดิ
of it
อุ้ย
being held sheer.
สบายแล้ววินนี้ปั่นป่วนหมดแล้วตอนนี้
He hits
เสียขบวน
those usually, right? This
Boom.
is where the stress is maybe getting to him. The captain, the leader.
ซูชิมาดักรอเลยเซฟเฟอร์
This is baiting everybody in for rotations over towards this B site with the
ให้
plan
วางไปก่อน
going over
มัน
at
รวบ
A.
ไอ้หมอ
The
นี่
only
ก่อน
problem when this plan goes down, Berserks is literally stuck.
Yeah, they think it's B though,
No, they know
entirely,
now.
right? Yeah, now they've got the info. Now they
โอ้
can
โห
start to
ใช้
pull
ชีวิต
away.
ยาก
How
จัด
many
ตอนเนี้
people
ย
he's going to
บอก
hold?
เลยไอ้
They sent
เบอ
the
ร์เซิร์ก
flash
อะ
towards top mid as well, so they actually don't have that for the proper retake
Look
hold.
at the positioning that they've been able to capitalize here. That's Famous getting in the face already. He pops the showstopper and it's just a fear tactic at the moment. It doesn't need to go any further. He doesn't need to use anything. Doesn't need to get the frags, but the ramp comes in. The flank is occurring now. And John Olsen, all he needs to do again is just keep them entertained. Great
เฮ้ย
paranoia as SB now is going
กำลั
to
งดู
get the
แผน
catch
ที่อยู่เลย
with
ว่าแล้ว
Berserks in tow. PTC, Sushi Boys, you have to get moving immediately. One for Sushi Boys. Berserks keeps
ว
it
ลาไม่ทันแล้ว
entertained,
วะ
but not for long enough. PTC is there as well. And Famous,
Timing.
it's not enough time. Oh, you
ไม่เป็นไร
thought
ได้
there
ตัด
was
ปื
a
นหมด
chance back in there. Full
อันนี้
sense,
คือ
but once
กำไร
again,
ที่น้อยที่สุด
it is
แต่ว่า
Berserks.
การเงินเราดี
And how many kills has he gotten in this
Hang
map
on,
right
Dio.
now, Mix? He's got 6, but that
ก
is
ดดันให้
not
เขา
his
full buy
role right now
ถ้า
in
ได้
this
ถ้า
map.
ได้เนี่ย
His role is to
มีสิท
be
ธิ์ตีเหมยอยู่มีสิทธิ์
the
ไหลเข้ามาอ
pull.
ยู่
He's pulling the opponents towards him. He is the black hole that gravity propels towards. So he's done a phenomenal job to get them out of that A site, to let his team not only establish a plan and clear the site, before that, but take a little bit of this deeper position as well to catch them off guard in the rotations. And then he doesn't immediately try to get back over to help the team. He comes later to get the frags to help them. When the rotations start to occur, a fresh round though, 10-8, not tied just yet. John Olsen on the operator, and it's no longer a mid exploration for Full Sense. A little bit more mundane. Camera doesn't see him.
โดนจอนดิอย่างเงี้ย
Gotta have the idea and a protocol to clear a zone. That's something that Gecko generally gets
Don't
you
darn
the
it.
opportunity to do, right? Can Dizzy over the top to clear it and re-pick it up?
Did he spot him? Maybe there. I don't know. It's such an awkward line here.
A lot of cover around the map
มุม
for
ดี
Full
จัด
Sense, however.
ยังไงก็ได้
Top
ตัว
mid
หนึ่งอะ
smoke. Fox
It's
has
fast
to
lane,
really
วิ่งเข้า
careful
ไป
ผม
about
คิดว่าแม่ง
timing.
สงสัยวะ
He wants to cross over towards
ยัง
the B site or
สง
not.
สัยเพราะขยับไป
Now
ขยับ
you
มา
are
นี่แหละ
stuck in the market as the buyer then, but an immediate fault line back from
เอ้า
เอาเรียบ
PTC.
ร้อย
โอ้ อ้ไก่ตื่น
And
เล
John
ย
Olsen off foot too
ไก่
from
ตื่
the
น
camera in main. So
Oh.
start to fashion a bit of an idea on how
มัน
many
โยกเลย
players are at the B site.
โอ้จะมาเจอแถบครับตรงนี้
You act accordingly. You shift over towards the A site.
เวลาเหลือน้อยเข้าบอม
Peng
ไซ
Charles
เฟอ
in
ร์
to deny any Cypher utility.
เข้าแก๊ป
And
เลย
that
อย่างนี้
first trapwire actually gets
เฮ้ย
destroyed.
Well and truly enough information, right, for the team. Now Fox
Boy.
tries to get
Sushi.
something done, but Leviathan is somehow
Oh.
going to live on during that rolling thunder. But it's NC Slasher with 2. Now he's looking to get the spike planted with the wingman, but
Oh,
maybe
the
it's
wingman
denied.
wang
No, it
Tong
goes
tatได้หนึ่ง
down. John Olsen finds him though in the back end. Now it's a 3 versus 2. The advantage goes back, but guess who's alive? Shiro and Zesby. He can look to find this for the team. He has been the voice. He has been the shot caller. Alongside Shiro and Zesby, the sole Singaporean. He stands forward. He looks to do it all for the team. But it's Omen v Omen inside this moment. He can reposition from the shadows. Just gives enough information. But Leviathan, he can get onto half here. He can keep going. Leviathan.
ท่าเยอะ
ท่าเยอะ
Man, oh man, a 1 versus 2 that he sticks it in the dark cover.
เออ
Brilliant idea to dodge
น้อง
around.
นายบอกว่ารอบนั้น
shadows as
ด่าน
well to not be
อบิดกูโดน
immediately
รอบนี้กูเอา
pinged
คื
on
น
the floor for the spam. I'm looking at Shiro
เมื่อ
there,
กี้
and
ตอนที่
aftershock
โอเมน
still
วาร์ปอะ
available,
บี
but no
ต้องเตรียม
position
ทำอะไรสัก
to
อย่างแล้ว
deploy it.
เออ
He's not behind the default
มันต้องแบบ
boxes.
มัน
He's
โล
not
เกินนะมันเลย
over
ไม่กล้าเล่น
any other
position.
side that he can shoot that one out to try and buy the time.
Some say the Leviathan is
โอ้
a
เขา
myth,
โนเฟก
Komodo.
แต่ช็อต
Others will
นี้นาย
say
ขยับ
it's
ตัว
a
ฉลาดนะ
legend.
ไปกู้
Hey,
แบบ
at
ริมสุด
least
เลย
not chasing
แบ
tails
บ
in a
เจต
round
นาชัด
such
เจน
as this.
เมื่อกี้
Because that's the Ouroboros, but right now it's up and at him again for full
โอ้
sense.
เราบีบเอาพื้นที่ครับ
It's going to be an
ใจเย็น
all-out brawl inside the spawn, and once again it's Zesby to take point, to take focus. And will he be able to get the catch here? No, not quite yet. It's the Thrash that manages to open up this round. And now he pushes
Oi.
forward as Shiro gets another. That's
Chip
looking
high.
down. PTC
Yeah,
will be able
High
to
tear.
recover. That's weaponry recovered.
And they use the neural theft to get the information. They can skedaddle on out of there and
Oh.
focus on our plan. Say 3 versus
ไอ้พวก
2
นี้ไม่รู้ว่า
now.
คนไทยชอบจุ่ม
And you catch
ต้อง
off
ส่งคลิปให้ดู
Fox. PDC has 30 HP. There's a camera that can even see him up in the window. They know what's happening. Boom. A spectacular adjustment to
Oh,
answer back after a
man.
previous round that had you won
เจอ
would
แผ่น
be on
ดัน
12.
ไหม
Let the crowd tell you this story.
วินน่าซื้อได้อยู่
Imagine
สองคน
being in PTC's shoes right now, hey? Having to just choke down a save, having to sit in those chairs with all eyes on you, focusing you down, putting fear into your hearts.
And in this situation as well, what can you say as a leader of established players from Tier 1, of a player who's not been able to make it just yet, but the closest you've been so far in this scenario? And Famous has caught him with
Last
the
chance
paint
ว่ะอันนี้
shells at the end. So you don't even get to bring a gun into the next round. You are on your knees in this scenario. You are broke. You are begging for an eco to come your way, to keep Boom away
พร้อมหมดยังอ่ะ
from grand final qualification point.
They are so close to executing this story.
ปล่อยเขาขึ้นแท่นเลยเหรอ
It's Boom's town, and we're all living in it.
But they can't get in their own heads right now, Mitch. They cannot be on the step that they have it here and it slips away. You still have to just play the way you've been playing, because on Sunset right now, it is working. Proceeding utility to clear on the site. They'll wait before they expunge into the site itself. They'll delete this trap, but they're just going in front of it. Oh,
นี่
yep,
ไง
caught. They didn't
นี่
get
ไง
rid of it.
Massive one from Sushi
กระ
Boys
โดด
there,
ยางไม่ค่อย
because
เก่ง
now
ครับ
that neural theft can be thrown out
กระโด
here,
ดยางไม่ค่อยเก่งเท่าไหร่
They will gather some info, a little bit of a tag, but John Olsen, I tell you, he has that overdrive, Komodo. He's going to have to break the trip, and they're going to get that information.
อยู่ที่จอนะ
The
วินเนี่ย
relay
อยู่ที่
bomb
จอ
doesn't
นะ
quite hit where they want it to,
Oh,
but
what
that
a
is
John.
going to be a great fault line.
อุ้ย
John Olsen has to go huge here, but I think it may very well have been enough. They continue to throw out this utility, and he's going to have that high gear to make it all work here, Komodo. John
Oh.
Olsen finds Shiro, and it's the denial. He's not going to be able to find anymore. Once again, it is NC Slasher.
Shiro, though, He's had a little
Nah,
bit of a
jump
rough
to
day,
it.
but that
Song saan
fault
ku
line
the
in
call
was
ku.
pristine, and the combo of utility for the fault line in there to stall them from getting in. Even the timing on the dark cover from Zespi. These zoomed in spray, yeah, leaves to be desired, but the team is there to back him up. They get the trades, and now it is the moment
แต่
for
ว่าซู
Boom
ชินี่คือ
to
ไม่
get
แผ่วสักแม
the
ตช์เลยนะ
closest they've ever been to Tier 1.
Match
map
series grand final point, and they are going to straight get in.
Oi.
But it's John Olsen to open up with one. NC Slasher will
ไม่เดิน
respond,
ต่อ
will deny, and they settle it for now.
NC Slasher is one away from the crash as well, so imagine if they're able to get this before pathing in towards this B site potentially. It's been great for them these past couple of...
Look at the focus up mid.
ยังไง
It's traded out though nicely as Famous finds another. Berserks gets it.
It's just
Komodo.
PDC.
PDC
It's
ตัดให้หน่อย
only
เว้ย
SPC.
เจ็บหมดแล้ว
He is the only one who might be able to do this. They're low.
He can catch him.
They are going to try and get onto this site, but if
เคย
he
เห็นปาฏิ
finds
หา
the
ริย์ปะ
timing here, you can hear that crowd.
เคยเห็นปาฏิ
You
หาริย์
can
ปะ
hear what it means right now. But can PTC make this work? The cyber cage, it's going to fade in just a split
นี่
second,
ไง
and
เคย
he
เห็น
will
ปาฏิหาริ
find
ย์ไหม
the first shot. That is the spike
ประสบ
down.
การณ์
And now looking to cross, looking to get on.
อู้
But there it is.
GG ครับผมนึกว่าจะมีปาฏิหาริย์
ปฏิหารย์ไม่มีอยู่จริง 3-1
อุตส่าห์ชงมา ไม่จัดให้หน่อยหรอ น้องเอ็ม
ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไร
เอ
หรือว่าจบแล้วสำหรับ Thailand Ascension
ในทายในทราย
พรุ่งนี้รอบชิงก็จะเป็นบูมกับนั่นแหละสินภาษา ในกลุ่มเดือดอีกแล้วแบบนี้ผมไม่ได้อยู่ในกลุ่มคอมมูไทยอ่ะกลุ่มดีๆ
ต้องยอมรับ
สังคดีๆ
เล่นดีจริง
โอ้โหเข้าไปก็เจอศึกหนักอีกอะ ไปละเจอกันผมขอตัวก่อน เดี๋ยวผมค่ำมาใหม่เจอกันครับ เจอกันครับ บ๊ายบาย